Chapter 1 of Ireland under the Tudors, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ireland under the Tudors, Volume 1, by Richard Bagwell. Introductory. The main object of this book is to describe in some detail, and as impartially as possible, the dealings of England with Ireland during the reigns of Henry VIII and his three children. As an introduction to the study of that period, it seemed desirable to give some account of the course of government during those 340 years which had elapsed since the first Anglo-Norman set foot upon the Irish shore, and seeing that Teutonic invaders had effected a lodgment about 3 centuries and a half before Henry II's accession, it was hardly possible to avoid saying something about the men who built the towns which enabled his subjects to keep a firm grip upon the island. Lastly, it seemed well at the very outset to touch lightly upon the peculiarities of that Celtic system with which the King of England found himself suddenly confronted. Agricola took military possession of southwestern Scotland, partly in the hope of being able to invade Ireland. He had heard that the climate and people did not differ much from those of Britain, and he knew that the harbors were much frequented by merchants. He believed that annexation would tend to consolidate the Roman power in Britain, Gaul, and Spain, and kept by him for some time a petty Irish king who had been expelled by his consolidate the Roman power in Britain, Gaul, and Spain, and kept by him for some time a petty Irish king who had been expelled by his own tribe, and to whom he professed friendship on the chance of turning him to account. Agricola thought there would be no great difficulty in conquering the island, which he rightly conjectured to be smaller than Britain and larger than Sicily or Sardinia. I've often, says Tacitus, heard him say that Ireland could be conquered and occupied with a single legion and a few auxiliaries, and that the work in Britain would be easier if the Roman arms could be made visible on all sides, and liberty, as it were, removed out of sight. Agricola, like many great men after him, might have found the task harder than his barbarous guest had led him to suppose, and in any case fate had not ordained that Ireland should ever know the Roman peace. It was reserved for another petty king, after the lapse of nearly 1,100 years, to introduce an organized foreign power into Ireland, and to attach the island to an empire whose possessions were destined to be far greater than those of imperial Rome. Setting aside all ethnological speculations as foreign to the scope of this work, it may be sufficient to say that the inhabitants of Ireland at the dawn of authentic history were Celts, of the same grand division as the bulk of the Scots Highlanders, but differing considerably from the people of Wales. Their organization of the 12th century had not passed beyond the tribal stage. There was a monarch of all Ireland who had Meath the Middle as his official appanage, and who reigned originally at Tara. There were provincial kings of Ulster, Munster, Leinster, and Connaught. A primacy was given to the race of Niall, who lived presumably in the 4th and 5th centuries, and from whom the O'Neills, O'Donnells, and others trace their descent. The theory is thought to have been pretty closely adhered to until the desertion of Tara in the 6th century of our era. After that, the Over-King lived in his own territory, but his authority was often disputed, especially by Munster, the revolt of which province finally broke up the old order. Wars were frequent, and Irish brehons, who were rather legal experts than judges, exerted themselves to define rights and liabilities, and to establish a peaceful polity. Perhaps in laying down the law they sometimes rather stated their own conception of what it ought to be than described the actual state of things. Much as Brahminical writers propounded a theory of caste which cannot be reconciled with historical truth. Neither the Church nor the law had always original power sufficient to enforce steady obedience. The law might be clear enough, but the central government was often too weak to secure respect for the opinion of experts. Portia might have argued like a very Daniel, but she could have done nothing without the Duke behind her. In the absence of such an overpowering authority, the decisions of the brehons were little more than arbitrations which might be, and probably often were, accepted as final, but on which neither party could be compelled to act. In the treatise called the Senchus More there is a passage which may be as old as the 14th century, in which it is allowed that the nature of Irish royalty varied considerably from time to time. The king of Erin, without opposition, says the writer or interpolator, received stock from the king of the Romans, or it was by the successor of Patrick the stock is given to the king of Erin, that is, when the seaports of Dublin and Waterford and Limerick and the seaports in general are subject to him. There is here an attempt at once to bring Ireland within the pale of the empire, and to show that the Irish Church was independent. It was natural that the brehons should seek to introduce their country into the circle of nations, but we know as a matter of fact that the empire never had anything to do with Ireland. The passage quoted may have been inspired by a wish to deny English supremacy by attorney, and as it were, to the superior lord. It is a tribute to the greatness of the empire more than anything else, and it was not thought of until the Brehon law schools had fallen from their high estate. It was by giving stock that an Irish chief showed his power and added to his wealth. There were lands attached to his office, but his capital consisted of kine, and he extracted a sort of rent by obliging his inferiors to give them pasture. The number of cattle which he grazed without loss upon other people's ground was the measure of his power and popularity. There were free tribesmen, the amount of whose obligation to their chief was strictly laid down, though a greater quantity of stock might be voluntarily taken under certain restrictions. But there were also servile or semi-servile classes, whose comparatively unprotected condition placed them more or less in the power of the chief to whose sept they were attached. An ambitious chief would always have opportunities of aggrandizement, and his wealth enabled him to support a mercenary force and to grow strong at the expense of his own and other tribes. Broken men who had lost their own tribal position would always flock to an ambitious chief, and the disturbing influence of such retainers was often too strong for brehons or priests. But the growth of power by means of mercenaries was not peculiar to Ireland, and was perhaps less frequent than is commonly supposed. Whatever the advantages of a pure Celtic system, it did not secure general peace. There is no period of which Celtic Ireland may be more justly proud than that between the death of St. Columba in 597 and the death of St. Gall about 640. It was the age in which the Irish Saint Columbanus bearded Thierry and Bruna Haut, in which Ireland herself was a noted seat of learning, and in which the monasteries of Luxeuil and St. Gall and Borboio were founded by Irishmen. Yet under 30 years out of 44 either battle or murder is recorded in the Chronicon Scotorum. In some years there were several battles and several murders. In 628 Leinster was devastated. Quarrels between near relations were frequent and often ended in murder. When we consider that the deaths of important people are recorded, we cannot pronounce the Ireland which sent forth Aidan and Adamnan and Columbanus to have been at all a peaceful country. Christianity was then established, and no Scandinavian irruption had yet hindered the development of purely native ideas. But Irish chroniclers, perhaps owing to their genealogical turn, give a disproportionate space to deaths, and it may be admitted that the number of homicides was not greater in Ireland than in some parts of Germany in feudal times. Primogeniture, which is practically compatible with the tribal stage of political organization, was perhaps formally acknowledged at a very remote period, but was unknown as a rule of succession to Irish chiefries in the ages with which this book chiefly deals. In those comparatively modern times, a vacancy was filled from the same family, but the person chosen was generally a brother or a cousin of the deceased. It seldom happened, perhaps, that an Irish chief who was necessarily a warrior attained 70 years, and on an average a son would be less likely to make an able leader than one of an older generation. To avoid disputed successions, an heir apparent, called the tanist, was chosen before a vacancy actually occurred, and sometimes probably against the wish of the reigning chief. Very often the sons refused to accept the tanist, and bloody quarrels followed. This system stank in the nostrils of the Tudor lawyers, but in the 12th century the true principle of hereditary succession was not fully understood. It was perhaps a suspicion that his eldest son might not succeed him quietly that induced Henry II to crown him in his lifetime. A later and much stronger analogy may be found in the history of the empire. Charles V procured the election of his brother Ferdinand as king of the Romans, and he was actually crowned. Many years later Charles wished to substitute his son Philip, but Ferdinand refused to yield, and he was sustained by the electors, who had no mind to see the empire become an appendage of the Spanish monarchy. The influence of the Irish Brehons probably tended to prevent chiefries from becoming hereditary. In such cases as the earldom of Desmond, we have a mixture of the two systems. The earls were chiefs as regarded the Irish, but their succession to the honour, and through it to the quasi-chiefry, was regulated by feudal rules. As the chief was elected by his tribe from among a limited number, so was the land distributed among the tribesmen within certain fixed limits. As it is with England's treatment of Ireland that we have to do, it may be as well to let Sir John Davies himself say how the matter appeared to the Tudor lawyers. First, be it known that the lands possessed by the mere Irish in this realm were divided into several territories or countries, and the inhabitants of each Irish country were divided into several septs or lineages. Secondly, in every Irish territory there was a lord or chieftain, and a tanist who was his successor apparent, and of every Irish sept or lineage there was also a chief, who was called Can Finney, or head of a cognatio. Thirdly, all possessions in these Irish territories before the common law of England was established through all the realm as it now is, ran at all times in course of tanistry or in course of gavelkind. Every lordship or chiefry with the portion of land that passed with it went without partition to the tanist, who always came in by election or by the strong hand, and never by descent. But all the inferior tenancies were partible among the males in gavelkind. Again, the estate which the lord had in the chiefry, or that the inferior tenants had in gavelkind, was no estate of inheritance, but a temporary or transitory possession. For just as the next heir of the lord or chieftain would not inherit the chiefry, but the eldest and worthiest of the sept, as was before shown in the case of tanistry, who was often removed and expelled by another who was more active or stronger than he, so lands in the nature of gavelkind were not partible among the next heirs male of him who died seized, but among all the males of his sept in this manner. The Can Finney, or chief of a sept, who was commonly the most ancient of the sept, made all the partitions at his discretion. This Can Finney, after the death of each tenant holding a competent portion of land, assembled all the sept, placed all their possessions in hotch-potch, and made a new partition of the whole, in which partition he did not assign to the sons of the deceased the portion which their father held, but allotted the better or larger part to each one of these sept according to his antiquity. These portions being thus allotted and assigned were possessed and enjoyed accordingly until the next partition, which at the discretion or will of the Can Finney might be made at the death of each inferior tenant. And thus by these frequent partitions and the removals or translations of the tenants of one portion or another, all the possessions were uncertain, and the uncertainty of possession was the very cause that no civil habitations were erected, and no enclosure or improvement of lands made. In the Irish countries, where that custom of gavelkind was in use, especially in Ulster, which seemed everywhere a wilderness before this new plantation made there by the English undertakers, and this was the fruit of this Irish gavelkind. Also by this Irish custom of gavelkind, bastards took their shares with the legitimate, and wives, on the other hand, were quite excluded from dower, and daughters took nothing, even if their father died without issue male, so that this custom differed from Kentish gavelkind in 4 points. The 4 points were the certainty of estate in each share, the exclusion of bastards, the admission of a widow to one moiety, and the admission of females in default of issue male. For which reasons, says Sir John, the Kentish custom was always held good and lawful by the law of England. He admits, however, that the Irish custom had a counterpart in North Wales, which had been totally abolished by Henry VIII, along with other usages resembling those of Ireland. Edward I had only ventured to exclude bastards and to give widows their dowry. Notwithstanding the above decision, it is probable that a description of tanistry and gavelkind does not exhaust the subject. The theoretical division among all the males of a sept is not at all likely to have been carried out, except in very early times. Human nature was against it. From the 12th century, the example of the Anglo-Normans, which cannot have been altogether without weight, was against it. The interest of the chief was everywhere against it, because it would deprive him of the means of rewarding his friends, and because he was always tempted to seize lands to his own use. The tendency to private property would be always asserting itself, but the exact historical truth can never be known. Before the close of the medieval period, a great part of Ireland had been reconquered by the tribes from Anglo-Norman hands. Is it possible that the Irish land system can have been anywhere restored in its integrity? On the whole, it is at least probable that English statesmen in the 16th century made as many mistakes about tenures in Ireland as their representatives in the 18th and part of the 19th made about tenures in India. Good faith may be generally granted in both cases, but the blunders made were no less disastrous. It is at all events clear that primogeniture was no Celtic usage, that it is no part of the law of nature, and that the Tudor lawyers treated it as an end in itself, and almost as a necessary element in the eternal fitness of things. In the 12th century, Irish practice may have come much nearer to theory than in the 16th. At all events, Henry II's grants to individuals were absolutely opposed to Celtic notions of justice. The Irish admitted composition for murder. This blood fine, called an eric, was an utter abomination to the English of the 16th century, who had quite forgotten the laws and customs of their own Teutonic ancestors. To men long used to a strong central government, such a custom seemed impious. It was nevertheless part of the common heritage of the Aryan race, and had been in vogue among the peoples from whom the later English sprung. The Njal saga illustrates its use among the Icelanders by many famous cases strictly in point. The feudal system and the canon law had caused the Teutonic nations to abandon a usage which they once had in common with the Irish. Celtic Ireland had never had a very strong central government, and such as it was, it had sustained serious damage. Homicide was still considered a personal injury. The rule was not a life for a life, but adequate damages for the loss sustained. The idea of public justice, irrespective of private interests, was far in the advance of the stage which had been reached by the Irish Celts. Irish history cannot be understood unless the fact is clearly grasped that the development of the tribal system was violently interrupted by a feudal half-conquest. The Angevin and Plantagenet kings were strong enough to shake and discredit the native polity, but they had neither the power nor the inclination to feudalize a people which had never gone through the preliminary stages. When the Tudors brought a more steadfast purpose and better machinery to the task, they found how hard it was to evolve order out of the shattered remnants of two systems which had the same origin, but which had been so brought together as to make complete fusion impossible. From the first, the subjects of England and the natives of Ireland had been on entirely different planes. Even for us it is extremely difficult to avoid confusion by applying modern terms to ancient things. The Tudor lawyers and statesmen could hardly even attempt to look at jarring systems from the outside. They saw that the common law was more advanced than that of the Brehons, but they could not see that they were really the same thing at different stages. In fact, plain Englishmen in the 16th century could not do what only the most enlightened Anglo-Indians can do in the 19th. They were more civilized than the Irish, but they were not educated enough to recognize the common ancestor. That there was a common ancestor, and that neither party could recognize him, is the key to Anglo-Irish history, both before and after the Tudor times. The early history of the native Irish Church is shrouded in much obscurity. The best authorities are disposed to accept St. Patrick as the apostle of Ireland, the 5th century as the period of his labours, and Armagh as his chief seat. He was not a native of Ireland, so much seems certain. A more interesting, because a more clearly defined figure, is that of Columba, or Columbkilla, who was born in Donegal in 521. The churches of Derry, Durrow, Kells, Swords, Raphoe, Tory Island, and Drumcliff claim him as their founder, but it is as the apostle of North Britain that he is best known. He was religious from his youth, but a peculiarly serious tinge was given to his mind by a feeling of remorse for bloodshed which he had partly caused. He had surreptitiously transcribed a psalter belonging to another saint, who complained of this primitive infringement of copyright. A royal decision that to every cow belongs her calf was given, and was followed by an appeal to arms. Exile was then imposed as a penance on Columba, whose act had been the original cause of offence. Such was long the received legend, but perhaps the exile was voluntary. Whether his departure was a penance, or the result of a vow, tradition says that he was bound never to see Ireland again, that he landed first on Aronsay, but found that Erin was visible from thence, and refused to rest until he had reached Iona. His supposed feelings were recorded in a very ancient poem. My vision o'er the brine I stretch from the ample oaken planks, large as the tear of my soft grey eye, when I look back upon Erin. Upon Erin my attention is fixed. Columba was the Paul of Celtic Christianity. By him and his disciples a great part of Scotland was evangelized, and it was to him that the British Church looked as a founder when the time came to decide between the relative pretensions of the Celtic and the Norman type of religion. St. Bridget, or Bride, who died 4 years after Columba's birth, is scarcely less celebrated. She was born near Dundalk, and her chief seat was at Kildare. She was the mother of Irish female monachism, and in popular estimation is not less famous than Patrick, and perhaps more so than Columba. Irish Christianity was at first monastic. A saint obtained a grant of land from a chief, a church was built, and a settlement sprung up round it. The family, as it was called, consisted partly of monks and partly of dependents, and the abbot ruled over all as chief of a pseudo-tribe. Like a lay chiefry, the abbacy was elective, and the abbots wielded considerable power. These ecclesiastical clans even made war with each other. Thus it is recorded that in 763 the family of St. Ciaran of Clonmacnoise fought with the family of St. Columba of Durrow, and that 200 of the Columbides fell. The head of such confraternity was called Coarb, or successor of the founder, and Irish writers sometimes called the Pope Coab of Peter. In course of time, the Coab of Patrick crystallized into the Archbishop of Armagh, and the Coarb of Columba into the Bishop of Derry. Other saints were revered, as the founders of other sees. Very often, at least, the abbot was chosen from among the founders' kin. Episcopal orders were acknowledged from the first, but it was long before the notion of territorial bishop prevailed. In early days there were many bishops, wanderers sometimes, and at other times retained by the abbot as a necessary appendage to his monastery. The bishop was treated with great respect, but was manifestly inferior to the head of a religious house. St. Patrick was said to have consecrated 350 bishops, founded 700 churches, and ordained 5,000 priests, a mere legend, but perhaps tending to show that the episcopal order was very numerous in Ireland. Travelling bishops without definite duties and with orders of doubtful validity became a scandal to more regularly organized churches, and drew down a rebuke from Anselm as late as the beginning of the 12th century. At an earlier period, impostors pretending to be Irish bishops were not uncommon. The Irish Church long continued to keep Easter on a different day from that sanctioned by Rome, and to use a different form of tonsure, but the inconvenience of such dissidence from the general body of Western Christendom was soon felt. About 630, Pope Honorius I addressed a letter to the Irish Church in which he reminded the clergy that they were a scanty company inhabiting a remote region, and that it could not be for their interest to remain isolated. Cumian, afterwards 7th abbot of Iona, warmly espoused the papal cause. Rome errs, he said, with great scorn. Jerusalem errs. Alexandria errs. Antioch errs. The whole world errs. The Briton and Irish are the only right-minded people. The southern Irish followed Cumian, but the northern rejected his advice, and some even called him a heretic. Yet this did not prevent his being elected to fill Columba's chair. Adam Nan, 9th abbot of Iona and biographer of the great founder, was no less earnest on the Roman side than Cumian had been. At the synod of Whitby in 664, Wilfrid discomfited Colman of Lindisfarne and settled the question so far as England was concerned. Adamnan lived till 704 and succeeded in converting nearly all the Irish churches except those subject to his own monastery. In 716, under Duncad, the 11th abbot, Iona conformed, and the Paschal controversy came to an end after lasting 150 years. The coronal tonsure was adopted 3 years later. The supremacy of Rome was thus acknowledged, but circumstances long prevented the Irish from adopting the Roman plan of church organization. The Scandinavian inroads began towards the close of the century, which witnessed the submission of Iona. It is probable that the influx of pagan Northmen kept Ireland apart from the rest of Christendom. The 9th century produced Erigena and other eminent Irishmen, but a country in which Christianity was fighting for bare life was not a promising field for church reformers or systematizers. It was not until Clontarf had finally decided the cause in favor of Christianity that Ireland had again leisure to think of ecclesiastical polity. Gilibert of Limerick and Ostman was the first papal legate, and as such presided at the Synod of Rathbrisel in or about 1118, where the first serious attempt was made to divide all Ireland into dioceses. The great influence of Malachi of Armagh was exerted in the same direction. He was the friend of Bernard of Clairvaux, and he introduced the Cistercian order into Ireland. Pope Eugenius III, himself a Cistercian, finished the work, and in 1151 Ireland accepted 4 archiepiscopal palls from Rome. From that date the Irish Church must be held to have fully accepted not only papal supremacy but Roman organization. That she had not done so long before seems due to accident more than anything else. From mere remoteness of position, Ireland had escaped the dominion of imperial Rome. From the same remoteness, she was comparatively slow to feel the influence of papal Rome. Still, it can scarcely be doubted that had it not been for the Scandinavian intrusion, the Ireland which adopted the Roman Easter and the Roman tonsure before the middle of the 8th century would have gladly accepted the palls long before the middle of the 12th. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Ireland under the Tudors, Volume 1, by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Scandinavian element. Norwegian ships began to appear on the Irish coast in 795, 1 year after the destruction of the church at Lindisfarne. The islands were harried, Lambay being perhaps the first to suffer. Everything of value was taken, and the hermits and anchorites were killed or carried away. Iona, where the greatest of Irish saints had founded a new church, was burned or plundered in 802 and 806. About 12 years after their first visit, the Scandinavians began to venture inland, sacking the monasteries which contained such wealth as Ireland then possessed, and slaughtering the monks. The famous religious community at Bangor in Down was thus destroyed about 824. The first permanent settlement of the northern invaders was perhaps in the neighbourhood of Limerick. They had a fort at Cork before 848 and at Dublin before 852. There were also forts on Lough Foyle and at Waterford. The flat coast between Dublin and the Orders of Meath lay open to a floating enemy, and early obtained the name of Fingal, or the land of the stranger. In or about 830, a chief arrived who pursued a more ambitious policy. He is called Turgis or Turgisius by the Irish, and by the Irish only. This may be a form of Thorkils or Turgiv, and may perhaps be a name applied to the mysterious hero whom the Scandinavians called Ragnar Lodbrok. Turgisius landed in Ulster and planned the complete subjugation of Ireland. He burned Armagh and drove out St. Patrick's successor, and then took up a central position near Athlone, whence his flotillas could act on Lough Ree and Lough de Arg. We know that the Northmen dragged ships or boats overland to Loch Lomond, and similar feats may have been performed in Ireland. There was another plundering station on Lough Neagh about the same time. Turgis mastered the northern half of Ireland and made frequent incursions into the other half. Against the church he showed peculiar animosity, and his wife used the high altar at Clonmacnoise as a throne when she gave audience. Perhaps she uttered oracular responses from it. In the south, Turgis was less powerful, for the dispossessed abbot of Armagh took refuge at Emly in Tipperary. But the whole coast was attacked by innumerable corsairs, who sometimes made raids far into the central districts. Dublin was fortified by the Norwegians about 840 and became the chief seat of the Scandinavian power. Turgis did not live to unite the various bands, but fell into the hands of Malachy, king of Meath, in 845, and was drowned in Lough Owel. The Northmen of Limerick were defeated in the same year at Rosacrea, and their Earl Ulfin was slain. 7 years after the death of Turgis came the Black Gentiles, who are generally supposed to have been Danes, as the White Gentiles were certainly Norwegians. Whether the colour of their armour or their complexion was referred to is doubtful. The newcomers made themselves masters of Dublin and of the plunder which the first invaders had accumulated from all the Irish churches. Before one of the battles fought to decide whether the black or white pagans were to enjoy this property, Horm or Gorm, the Danish chief, is said to have invoked St. Patrick, a singular confusion of ideas which may have resulted from intercourse with Christians in England. Victory followed. The Black Gentiles seem to have retained their supremacy, but the distinction becomes partly obliterated, and the Danes, of whom we read later, were probably intermingled with Norwegians. It is recorded that Amlaf, son of the King of Norway, came to Ireland in 852 or 853, that all the foreigners of Erin submitted to him, and that the Irish also paid tribute. The name of the Black Gentiles is believed to be preserved in the little town of Baldoyle. Amlaf and his sons were not satisfied with the spoils of thrice plundered churches, but everywhere violated tombs in search of gold ornaments. Another great chief was Ivar, who appears to have been Ivar Bain Laus, son of Ragnar Lodbrok, and founder of the Northumbrian kingdom, which was afterwards closely connected with the Irish Danes. To the Norwegians who fled to Ireland from the iron rule of Harold Harfager, the king of Dublin, was one of the chief sovereigns on earth. Cyril, lord of Ossory, was in alliance with Amlaf and Ivar, and ruled Dublin after their deaths. But he died around 885, and a Norse dynasty was then re-established by force. A dozen years later, another Cyril drove the foreigners across the Channel, but Sitric, king of Northumberland, regained the fortress in 919, and the Celts do not appear to have recaptured it. For a period of some 40 years, ending about 916, Ireland is said to have had a little rest. The enemy may have had enough to do elsewhere, but their predatory expeditions did not entirely cease. There were, perhaps, no fresh invasions in force, but former settlers held their own against the Irish, with whom they were generally at war. Whatever may have caused the period of comparative rest, the Danish incursions began again with renewed vigour. A great host came to Waterford in 916, defeated the men of Leinster, and harried all the south of Ireland, churches, as usual, attracting their special attention. Ragnall, Ivar's grandson, represented by the Ulster annalists as king of all the Irish Scandinavians, was the chief leader, and he afterwards led his men to Scotland, where the great but indecisive battle of Tyne Moor was fought. Sitric, Ragnall's brother, took Dublin from the Irish, who had perhaps held it since 902, and on Ragnall's death succeeded to the royal title. The natives had occasional successes, but on the whole they were conspicuously inferior in the field. And Niall Glundub, king of Ireland, who headed a great confederacy, fell in the attempt to recover Dublin. 12 chiefs or kings of northern and central tribes are said to have died at the same time. After this reverse, all serious attempts to check the invaders seems to have been given up, and fleet after fleet brought hordes of oppressors to the ill-fated island. Munster suffered especially, and the general nature of a Danish invasion cannot be better apprehended than by transcribing the chronicler's words. And assuredly the evil which Erin had hitherto suffered was as nothing compared to the evil inflicted by these parties. All Munster was plundered by them on all sides, and devastated, and they spread themselves over Munster, and built earthworks and towers and landing places over all Erin, so that there was no place in Erin without numerous fleets of Danes and pirates, so that they made spoil land and sword land and conquered land of her throughout her breadth and generally, and they ravaged her chieftainries, privileged churches, and sanctuaries, and demolished her shrines, reliquaries, and books. They wrecked her beautiful ornamental temples, for neither veneration, nor honor, nor mercy for holy ground, nor protection for church or sanctuary, for God or man, was felt by this furious, ferocious, pagan, ruthless, wrathful people. In short, until the sand of the sea, the grass of the field, or the stars of the heaven are counted, it will not be easy to recount or enumerate or relate what the Gade Hill all without distinction suffered from, whether men or women, boys or girls, laics or clerics, freemen or serfs, young or old, indignity, outrage, injury, and oppression. In a word, they killed the kings and the chieftains, the heirs to the crown, and the royal princes of Erin. They killed the brave and the valiant, the stout knights, champions, soldiers, and young lords, and most of the heroes and warriors of all Ireland. They brought them under tribute, and reduced them to bondage and slavery. Many were the blooming, lively women, the modest, mild, comely maidens, the pleasant, noble, stately, blue-eyed young women, the gentle, well-brought-up youths, and the intelligent, valiant champions whom they carried to oppression and bondage over the broad green sea. Alas, many and frequent were the bright eyes that were suffused with tears and dimmed with grief and despair at the separation of son from father, and daughter from mother, and brother from brother, and relatives from their race and from their tribe. The Irish Danes became strong enough to interfere with effect in English politics, and Olaf Curan, or Sitrickson, King of Dublin, was a general of the great Scandinavian army which Athelstan overthrew at Brannanburg. The Danes were much fewer than the Irish, but their general superiority during the 10th century was incontestable, and had the invaded people been of kin to them, the kingdom of Canute might have had a counterpart in Ireland. Irish Celts were only too ready to call in Scandinavian allies in their internal quarrels, but they could never amalgamate with them. Occasionally a confederation of tribes would gain a great success, as at the Battle of Tara, where King Malachi defeated the Dublin Danes under Athelstan's old opponent Olaf Curan. After great slaughter on both sides, the Dublin men had the worst, and were forced to release Donald, King of Leinster, who was then in their hands. A great part of Ireland was at this time subject to the Danes, and the Battle of Tara has been called the end of the Babylonish captivity of Ireland, inferior only to the captivity of hell. King Olaf went on a pilgrimage to Iona, where he died in the following year. 37 years had passed since his acceptance of Christianity, at least in name, yet the Danes plundered the sacred isle only 5 years later, in 986, and killed the abbot and 15 of his monks. It is to be noted that the Scandinavian treatment of churches reacted on the Irish, and that many native warriors came to regard saints and sanctuaries with as little respect as Turgesius himself. Munster seems to have been more completely subdued than any other part of Ireland. The Danish stations at Waterford, Cork, and Limerick made invasion at all times easy, and the sons of Ivar bid fair to found a lasting dynasty at the latter place. There was a tax gatherer in every petty district, a receiver to intercept the dues of every church, a soldier billeted in every house, so that none of the men of Erin had power to give even the milk of his cow, nor as much as the clutch of eggs of one hen in succour or in kindness to an aged man or to a friend, but was forced to preserve them for the foreign steward or bailiff or soldier. And though there were but one milk-giving cow in the house, she durst not be milked for an infant of one night, nor for a sick person, but must be kept for the steward or bailiff or soldier of the foreigners. And however long he might be absent from his house, his share or his supply durst not be lessened. Although there was in the house but one cow, it must be killed for the meal of the night, if the means of a supply could not be otherwise procured. At last a deliverer arose, according to the will of Oliol Olam, king of Munster, in the 3rd century. Such is the theory. The sovereignty of Cashel, that is, of Munster, was to belong alternately to the races of his 2 sons, Eogan Mór and Cormac Cass. The Eoghanets and Dalcass are generally anglicized as the Eugenians and Dalcassians, the strength of the former and much stronger tribe being in Cork, Limerick, and Kerry, that of the latter in Clare. The Eugenian Fairgrad was king in 967, when he was murdered by his own people. Mahan, the Dalcassian, then became king, in compliance with the constitutional theory, but not without a struggle. Urged on by his brother Brian, he attacked the Danish settlements up and down the country, and became master of Cashel, when Ivar, finding his supremacy threatened, summoned all that would obey him to root out utterly the whole Dalcassian race. The tribes of western Munster generally were disposed to follow Mahon, but Molloy, king of Desmond, and some others adhered to the Dane rather than admit the supremacy of a local rival. A pitched battle took place at Solog Head, near Tipperary, in which the foreigners and their allies were totally defeated. Molloy and other chiefs who had taken the losing side were forced to give hostages to the victor. Mahon burned Limerick and drove away Ivar, who returned after a year with a great fleet and fixed his headquarters on Scattery Island, where St. Nanus had so sternly resisted the blandishments of a female saint. For some years Mahon reigned undisputed king of Munster, but his successes only stimulated the jealousies of Molloy and the other Eugenian chiefs, who saw their race reduced to play an inferior part. They accordingly conspired with Ivar, and Molloy procured the treacherous murder of Mahon. The crime was useless, for Brian was left, and he immediately succeeded both to the leadership of his own tribe and to the kingdom of Munster, Molloy having certainly forfeited all moral claim to the alternate succession. Brian pursued the Danes to their strongholds, slew Ivar and his sons, and carried off the women and the treasure. There was, however, still a Scandinavian settlement at Limerick, and we find a grandson of Ivar afterwards in Brian's service as one of the 10 Danish stewards whom he employed. He was ambitious, and he had experience of the skill of such officers in extorting contributions from unwilling subjects. Molloy and his chief allies were slain, and Brian, having reduced the Limerick Danes to insignificance, turned his arm against those of Waterford, whose territory he ravaged, and whose Celtic allies, inhabiting the modern county of Waterford, he easily subdued. Brian was acknowledged as supreme in Munster, and took security from the principal churches not to give sanctuary to thieves or rebels. As the consequence of further expeditions, Leinster also became tributary, and thus in 8 years after his brother's death, Brian was admitted to be supreme in the southern half of Ireland. In his further expeditions, undertaken with a view of becoming king of all Ireland, the Danes of Waterford sometimes accompanied Brian, but his progress towards the desired goal was arrested for a while by a prudent treaty with Malachy II, head king of Ireland, whom he acknowledged as undisputed sovereign of the northern half, and by a revolt of the Leinster men who were allied with the Danes of Dublin, the unified forces of Brian and Malachy having overthrown the Leinster Danes at Glenmama, near Dunlaven. Dublin fell an easy prey. The spoils taken are represented as enormous, and the mention of carbuncles and other precious stones, of buffalo horns, goblets, and many-coloured vestures betokens some degree of luxury and much commercial activity among the Danes. It is to be observed that Brian and his followers, though Christians, had no scruple about making slaves. His panegyrists simply say that the Danes, by their cruelty and oppression, had deserved no better treatment. Threshing and other rough work was done by the male prisoners. Menial work, including the severe labour of the hand-mill, was done by the women. There was not, we are told, a winnowing sheet from Howth to the furthest point of Kerry that had not a foreigner in bondage on it, nor was there a quern without a foreign woman. The fairer and more accomplished of the Danish women, of course, underwent the fate of Chryseis. Having in vain sought a refuge with the northern Irish, Sitrick was forced to submit to Brian, who reinstated him at Dublin as a tributary king. Sitrick's mother, Gormflaith, or Cumlada, was sister to Mael Morda, king of Leinster, and her husband, King Olaf, having been dead many years, she was free to marry Brian, which she did soon after, while Brian's daughter married Sitrick. Wielding thus the whole force of southern Ireland, Brian called upon Malachy to acknowledge his supremacy. The king of Ireland sought aid in vain from his kinsman, the northern High Neil, whose King Aed, or Hugh, sarcastically remarked that when his clan had held the chief kingship they had known how to defend their own. No help coming from Connaught either, Malachy was forced to submit to Brian's power, and though no formal session took place, the king of Ireland quietly subsided into king of Meath. Brian was henceforth reckoned as monarch of Ireland. He invaded Connaught with a flotilla on the Shannon and an army marching on land, and the chiefs of the western province were glad to give hostages. The Ulster potentates falling out among themselves, the north also was easily subdued, and Brian became the actual Lord Paramount of Ireland. After this he made a tour round the island, starting from the Shannon and marching through Roscommon and over the Curlew Mountains into Sligo. Hugging the coast by Ballyshannon to Donegal, he crossed Barnesmore Gap into Tyrone. Then, passing the Foyle near Lifford, he went through Londonderry, Antrim, Down and Louth to the neighbourhood of Kells. In a previous expedition he had visited Armagh and laid 20 ounces of gold on the altar. A fleet manned by the Danes of Dublin, Limerick, and Waterford seems to have circumnavigated Ireland while he was making the circuit by land. The supremacy of Brian was no doubt an extremely loose one. He had made no real impression on the northern tribes, and they only waited a favourable opportunity to cast off the nominal yet galling yoke. But for about 7 years there seems to have been no serious attempt against him, and he was able to turn his attention to the building of churches and bridges. It was during this period that a lone woman is said to have walked unmolested from the bloody foreland to Glandore with a gold ring at the end of a wand. Peace, however, there was not, for Brian was engaged in at least 2 warlike expeditions to Ulster, and there was a fair amount of murder and private war among the minor chiefs. Brian had repudiated Gormflaith, Mael Morda's sister and Sitrig's mother, and probably not without good reason, for her moral character was by no means on a par with her beauty and talents, since she had been married successively to Olaf Curan and to Malachi II, and had been repudiated by both. She was, says the saga, the fairest of all women, and best gifted in everything that was not in her power, but it was the talk of men that she did all things ill over which she had any power. Brian afterwards married a daughter of the king of Connaught, and when she died, Gormflaith may have sought to be reinstated. At all events, she was at Kincora when her brother arrived, bringing with him the tribute of Leinster. Her taunts and a quarrel which he had with Murroch, Brian's eldest son, provoked Mael Morda to leave Kincora in anger, and to raise the standard of revolt. Gormflaith, says the saga, was so grim against King Brian after their parting that she would gladly have him dead, and egged on her son Sitrig very much to kill him. Sitrig readily agreed to Mael Morda's proposal, and so did the northern High Neil, who had never even been really conquered, and who at once invaded Meath. After a gallant struggle against Leinster and Ulster, Malachi was overpowered and called upon Brian for help. The King of Ireland, to whom the men of Connaught remained faithful, accordingly ravaged the country between his own district and Dublin, but was obliged to retire from before its walls for want of provisions. Sitrig and Gormflaith made use of the breathing space allowed them to organize a powerful confederacy against Brian. Sitrig himself went to Sigurd, Earl of Orkney, who, after many refusals, at last agreed to join on condition of receiving the crown of Ireland and Gormflaith's land. All his men, says the saga, besought Earl Sigurd not to go into the war, but it was all to no good. Gormflaith was well pleased at the prospect before her, and advised large preparations for the inevitable struggle. Sigurd was nominally a Christian, but he reposed his chief trust in the raven banner which his mother had woven with mighty spells, and many Scandinavian warriors were still fanatically attached to Thor and Woden. The Vikings, Ospak and Broder, were lying off Man, and to them Sitrig next addressed himself in person. The Norsemen do not seem to have insisted on youth in their wives, for Barder was induced to join by the same promises which had been made to Sigurd, and Gormflaith's first husband had been dead 33 years. Barder, says the Icelandic account, had been a Christian man and a mass deacon, but he had thrown off his faith and become God's dastard, and now worshipped heathen fiends, and was of all men most skilled in sorcery. He had the coat of mail on which no steel would bite. He was both tall and strong, and had such long locks that he tucked them under his belt. His hair was black. Ospak, who had leanings towards Christianity, refused to attack Brian. Indeed, he went over to him, and according to Norse accounts, was baptized. An immense force was, however, gradually collected, and Scandinavian contingents are mentioned from Northumbria under 2 earls, from Norway from Orkney and Shetland, Skye and Lewis, from Cantyre, Argyll and Galway, Welshmen from Pembrokeshire and Cornwall, Frenchmen, that is, in all probability French Normans under Karl and Ebrick, and some Flemings under a knight are also spoken of. Romans even are mentioned, but this may be mere magniloquence. To oppose this motley host, Brian had the men of Munster, Meath, and south-eastern Connaught, and the Danes of Limerick, and probably of Waterford. He may have had the numerical superiority, for Sigurd told his mother, the wise woman, that he expected to be outnumbered 7-1. The eve of the battle of Clontarf was signalized, according to the annalists, by various supernatural occurrences. A messenger from St. Nanus appeared to the king and prophesied his death as the penalty due for violating the sanctuary on Scattery Island 37 years before. The interests and prejudices of monastic chroniclers may account for this story, but it is not so easy to explain the firm belief in pagan deities, in fairies and demons, and in satyrs shown by 2 independent historians. It is evident that the oracles of heathenism were not supposed to have been dumb more than 500 years after the death of Patrick and 400 after that of Columba. Nor was there any lack of marvels on the Danish side. Broder, who had already been plagued by showers of boiling blood, by supernatural noises, by deaths among his men, and by ravens with beaks and claws of iron, tried by sorcery how the fight would go, and the answer ran that if the fight were on Good Friday, King Brian would fall but win the day, but if they fought before, they would all fall that were against him. The battle was fought upon the fateful Friday, and Brian refused to take part in it because the day was holy. He remained in the rear, protected by a ring of soldiers with their shields locked together. It was observed that the successive bearers of the Raven banner all fell, and Hafren the Red, who was called by Sigurd to the dangerous duty, refused, saying, "Bear thine own devil thyself. 'Tis fittest that the beggar should bear the bag," answered the earl, and put the banner under his cloak. Sigurd fell, and Sihtric had to retire before Ospak. Ofrafen the Red flew to a river into which the devils wished to drag him, but a spoken spell dispersed them. "Thy dog," he cried, "Apostle Peter hath run twice to Rome, and he would run the 3rd time if thou gavest him leave." Of Thorstein we are told that he interrupted his flight to tie his shoe. Keith Leolfad, Brian's foster son, asked him why he lingered at such a critical moment, and the Northman returned an answer worthy of Sparta's best days: "Because I can't get home tonight, since I am at home out in Iceland." In the moment of victory, Brian was left behind, and Broder, who had lingered for a time in a thicket, broke through the line of shields and hewed off the king's head. The Viking was taken and disemboweled alive, according to the Norse account, but the Irish writers say that he fell by Brian's hands, Sigurd being already dead. Gorm Faith lost all chance of a royal husband, and it is only further recorded of her that she died 16 years later. Many other chiefs fell, including Mael Morda and Morok, Brian's favourite son, and the fight was followed, as it had been heralded, by many signs and wonders, both in the Celtic and in the Scandinavian world. The popular delusion that the Battle of Clontarf caused the expulsion of the Danes from Ireland must be pretty well dissipated by this time. Sihtric remained with reserves within the fortress, and thus saved his kingdom. Nor do the annalists cease to make frequent mention of the foreigners. But the defeat was great, and may have had considerable influence in deciding those who were already hovering between Woden and Jesus. 14 years after Clontarf, we find Sihtric going to Rome, and his son Olaf was killed in England when attempting the same pilgrimage. These facts lend some countenance to the legend that Sihtric founded Christ Church in 1038, for the Roman court well knew how to impress the rude northern warriors and to profit in various ways by their simple faith. We are told that Flossie the Icelander went to Rome to cleanse himself from the stain of blood guiltiness, where, says the Njal saga, he got so great honour that he took absolution from the Pope himself, and for that he gave a great sum of money. Without actually amalgamating, the Danes seem to have drawn gradually closer to the native Irish. A royal heir of Ulster received the name Ragnall less than half a century after Clontarf, and in 1121 a bishop seems to have been temporarily appointed at Dublin by the joint election of Irish and Danes. But quarrels were frequent even after the Danes had become fully Christianized, and when the men of Munster invaded Fingal in 1133, they burned the church of Lusk when it was full of people and treasures. Nor did fresh invasions quite cease, for Magnus, king of Norway, made 2 expeditions to Ireland, in the latter of which in 1103 he lost his life. The separate history of the Irish Ostmen was drawing to a close, even at the date of the Anglo-Norman invasion, but they have left indelible traces upon the map of Ireland and on the traditional lore of her people. Giraldus informs us that the Scandinavians who settled at Dublin, Waterford, and Limerick came under pretence of peaceful trading. The Irish, he says, were prevented by their innate sloth from going down to the sea in ships, but were ready to welcome those who would trade for them, and thus allowed the fierce strangers to get a strong footing. However this may be, it is certain that the Irish are deficient in maritime enterprise, and equally certain that the Northmen had a constant eye to trade as well as to war and plunder. Unerring instinct pointed out the best stations, and on the sites thus chosen the chief cities of Ireland were reared. The Cap Man Ni Yar, or Merchant Isles, probably those now called the Copelands, may have been a rendezvous for passing vessels. Arabic coins, of which more than 20,000 pieces from more than 1,000 different dyes are preserved at Stockholm, have been found in Ireland, and the Irish Northmen certainly had a coinage of their own when the native princes had none. Pieces have been found which were struck by, or at least for, a Scandinavian king of Dublin as early as the 9th century, and all coins minted in Ireland up to the Anglo-Norman invasion were perhaps of similar origin. Many such pieces have been found in the Isle of Man, and some as far off as Denmark. The Irish annalists constantly dwell on the superiority of Norse arms and armour as a reason for their success in war. Ringmail in particular shows a high degree of manufacturing skill, and they wore it at Clontarf both in brass and iron, while none is mentioned in the pompous Irish catalogue of the arms worn by Brian's troops. Nor was this costly harness worn only by the Scandinavian leaders, for they are said to have had 1,000 coats of mail in that one battle. Danish swords which have survived from Brian's days are of superior workmanship to Irish blades of the same date. And the Northmen had perhaps a superiority in bows also, though on this point the annalists are less explicit. The turgid verbosity of these writers makes it doubtful whether the Danes used poisoned arrows, but no such thing is mentioned in the saga. The flotillas which Brian maintained on inland waters, and the sea-going vessels which attended his army in the north, were all manned by Danes, and a mercantile marine has in every age been the best nursery of naval power. No doubt the Irish felt the advantage of having commercial emporiums on their coast, as other shore-going people profited by Greek and Phoenician colonies. The analogy might easily be carried further, and Dublin and Waterford might be represented as standing between the Anglo-Normans and Celts of Ireland, as Massilia stood between the Romans and Celts of Gaul. It is at all events clear that the Scandinavians built the first cities and coined the first money in Ireland. High as Brian towers above other medieval Celts, one annalist calls him the Charlemagne of northwestern Europe. It cannot be said that he laid the foundation of an Irish monarchy. He lived to be 80, yet none of his work lasted. Malachi received the honorary office of chief king, from which his rival's personal prowess had driven him, and the years of his reign are counted by some annalists without noticing Brian's intervention, as in the modern case of Charles II. Brian was indeed doubly a usurper, in wresting Munster from the race of Eogan, and in wresting Ireland from the race of Niall. in whom royalty had been vested for centuries. With all his ceaseless exertions, he was little more than a levier of blackmail, who left intact the internal government of weaker princes. Maramba, or the tribute-taker, if that be really the meaning of the term, describes his position with sufficient accuracy. When he died, Donogchad, or Donogh, his son by Gormflaith, became head of his tribe and claimed the succession to the Irish monarchy. The Eugenians repudiated his claim, alleging that their turn, which had been wrongfully passed over, had now come to reign in Munster. Not satisfied with this, their two principal chiefs fell out among themselves. The Ossorian followed suit, and thus Brian's creation crumbled at once into dust. More than 150 years elapsed between the Battle of Clontarf and the landing of the first Anglo-Norman, and they were years of almost constant war and confusion. Had Ireland been left to herself, a prince might in time have arisen strong enough to establish such a monarchy as Brian failed to found. The Danes had ceased to be a seriously disturbing influence, but there is no evidence that any such process of consolidation was going on, and a feudal system which had lost none of its vigor was at last confronted with a tribal system which had lost none of its inherent weakness. It is impossible to fix the exact date when Christianity began to make head against the Irish Osman, when Saint Ascar obtained from the Swedes a place for his god in the northern pantheon, and when Guthrum and his officers submitted to baptism in Wessex, a foundation had been laid for a general Scandinavian conversion. But neither Norway nor the Norwegian colonies in Iceland, Shetland, Orkney, or the Hebrides yielded so soon. Irish anchorites spent some time in Iceland about 795, and when Ingolf and Leif landed in 870, they found that Irish priests had lately been there and had left behind them books, bells, and croziers. The second batch had probably fled from Ingolf's congeners in Ireland. Olaf Tryggvason, the first Christian king of Norway, was educated at Athelstane's court, and the normal conversion of Norway may date from the year of his accession. 5 years later, in 1000, Christianity was established by law in Iceland. Removed as she was from English or Roman influences, Ireland remained a stronghold of paganism after the Danes of England had been generally converted, and the Irish, being on the whole weaker in war, were scarcely in position to prove that Woden and Thor had nothing to say for themselves. Olaf Curan was baptized in England. It is clear that the Irish Danes remained generally pagan throughout the 10th century, and that the confederacy which failed at Clontarf had to a great extent been formed against Christianity. The story of Ospak and Broder shows that some of the fiercest Danes were beginning to waver, the question at issue being the relative power of two deities rather than the relative merit of two systems. After Clontarf, Woden seemed to have been looked upon as beaten. He had been tried and found wanting, like Baal on Mount Carmel, and the defeated party went over to the stronger side. The connection of the Dublin Danes with their brethren in England had long been very close, and it was to Canterbury, Rome, rather than to Armagh that they naturally turned. Sihtric and Canute were perhaps in the Eternal City together. Their visit was at least almost simultaneous, and we cannot doubt that every means were taken to prejudice the powerful neophyte against the pretensions of St. Patrick's successor. An Osman named Dunan or Donat is reckoned to the first bishop of Dublin, and is credited with the foundation of Christ Church. A tradition which may be true, but which is not supported by contemporary evidence, makes Sihtric the joint founder. From an expression in the celebrated letter of the Dublin burgesses to Archbishop Ralph Duras, it may be fairly inferred that Donat had his succession from Canterbury, and he certainly corresponded with Lanfranc on the subject of infant baptism. He was succeeded by Patrick or Gilpatrick, an Osman who was consecrated by Lanfranc in St. Paul's at the instance of Godred Corvin, King of Man, who was then supreme at Dublin. Godwin's reign is rather shadowy, but Lanfranc's letter to him has always been considered genuine, and it addresses him as king not only of Dublin but of Ireland. Lanfranc also wrote to Turlough, who had acquired the supreme kingship like his father Brian Brorumba, It is not unlikely that the curious poem which represents St. Patrick as blessing Dublin and its Danish inhabitants and cursing the High Neil was forged at this time, partly in the Munster interest and partly to prove that Dublin was not subject to Armagh. In his letters, Lanfranc insists much upon Catholic unity. According to modern ideas, the heaviest of the charges which he brings against the Irish Church is the levity with which they regarded the marriage tie. It appears that men even exchanged wives. Bishop Patrick promised ecclesiastical fealty to the Archbishop of Canterbury as primate of the British Isles. Lanfranc had obeyed the order of his old pupil Alexander II, who was prompted by the deacon Hildebrand and had gone to Rome to receive his pall. But in his dealings with Dublin he acted independently, and he was ready to give advice to Irish prelates, though without claiming direct jurisdiction over them. In doctrinal matters he was an ally of Rome. Himself an Italian, he espoused the dogma of transubstantiation in opposition to the Irishman Erigna and the Frenchman Berengarius. And on the great question of clerical celibacy he was a follower, though not an extreme one, of the uncompromising Hildebrand. The ever-watchful Roman court probably espied the germ of a Western patriarchate, and was thus moved to annex Armagh as a counterpoise to the dangerous primacy claimed under a grant of Gregory the Great by the successor of Augustine. Gregory VII, in addressing the kings, nobles, and prelates of Ireland, took care to claim absolute sovereignty by divine right, and here he ran little risk of such a rebuff as William the Conqueror administered. Patrick's successor was Donat O'Hanley, an Irishman, but a Benedictine monk of Canterbury, who was consecrated by Lanfranc, to whom he had been recommended by King Turlough. He was succeeded by his nephew Samuel, a Benedictine of St. Albans, who was consecrated by Anselm. That great archbishop was not altogether pleased with his Irish brother, whom he chid for alienating vestments bestowed on the Church of Dublin by Lanfranc, and for having the cross borne before him, although he had never received the pall. A further element of confusion was introduced probably in 1118 by the Irish Synod of Rath-Breizhel, which declared Dublin to be in the diocese of Glendalough, and it seems that the Irish inhabitants submitted, while those of Danish origin refused to do so. On the death of Bishop Samuel O'Hanley, the Irish annals inform us that Kellic Combard of Patrick assumed the bishopric of Athcliath by the choice of foreigners and Gael Deal. If there be any truth in this, it was a bold stroke on the part of Armagh to exercise jurisdiction in Dublin, and was probably the act of the Irish as opposed to the Danish party. In the same year or the next, the burgesses and the clergy of Dublin wrote to Ralph of Canterbury, begging him to consecrate their nominee Gregory. They reminded him that their bishops originally derived their dignity from his predecessors, and that the bishops of Ireland were very jealous of them, and especially he of Armagh, because they preferred to the rule of Canterbury. Ralph consecrated Gregory, and he governed the see for 40 years. To his lot it fell to receive the pall sent by Pope Eugenius, who was too politic to insist on a visit to Rome. For a moment it was enough to assert the necessity of the pallium and its papal origin. The legate Paparo ignored the pretensions of the bishop, whose church in the mountains had the name of city, and divided the diocese into two parts, the bishop with the Canturian succession being made metropolitan, and the Irishman of Glendalough being reduced to the position of a suffragan. St. Lawrence O'Toole, who was the second Archbishop of Dublin, derived his succession from Armagh, and the Scandinavian Church of Dublin ceases to have a separate history. Of far less importance than that of Dublin, the early history of the See of Waterford is proportionately obscure. Malchus, a Benedictine of Winchester, seems to have been the first bishop elected by the Ostmen, was consecrated by Anselm, to whom he promised canonical obedience, and with whom he corresponded. It seems likely that he was afterwards translated to Lismore, or he may have held both sees together, as they were held in after years. It is probable that the great Malachi of Armagh studied under him. Melissa O'Hamar appears next in succession, but we know nothing of him. He may have represented a reaction against the dominion of Canterbury. The next name preserved is that of Tosti, who was of course a Dane, and who assisted in the establishment of the papal or Eugenian constitution. D'Asti's successor, Augustine O'Seal Haig, was practically appointed by Henry II, and he attended the Lateran Council in 1179. The tradition which connects St. Patrick with Limerick is of the vaguest kind. Practically the first recorded bishop is Gilbert. He was an Irishman. Kellock of Marmach acted with the Bishop of Limerick on this occasion, but while both were anxious to parcel out Ireland into dioceses, neither ventured to interfere with Dublin, which was under the powerful patronage of Canterbury. Gilbert resigned both the legatine authority and his own bishopric before his death, which took place in or about 1145. His successor, Patrick, having been elected by the Ostmen, was consecrated in England by Theobald, Archbishop of Canterbury, to whom he promised canonical obedience. The three following bishops, Harold, Turgis, and Brictus, who may be Elbrick or Eric, were doubtless all Ostmen. Very little is known of them, except that the last named attended the Lateran Council in 1179 and 1180. Cork was often plundered by the Northmen, and they settled there permanently early in the 11th century, but they found themselves confronted by a strong monastic organization under the successor of St. Finbar, whereas at Dublin, Waterford, and Limerick the field had been clear. Around the abbey a native town had sprung up, which was strong enough to maintain itself by the side of the Scandinavian garrison. Once, with the help of a force from Carberry, they defeated a confederacy of Danes belonging to Cork, Waterford, and Wexford. The Ostmen were in quiet possession of Cork for a period long preceding the Anglo-Norman invasion, but they were probably content to take their Christianity from their neighbours, for we do not find that any bishop of this see sought consecration at Canterbury. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Ireland under the Tudors, Volume 1, by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The reign of Henry II. The claims of the kings of England to Ireland were very vague. They sometimes acted as patrons of the Irish Scotsmen, who were not unwilling to follow the example of their Northumbrian kinsmen, but they performed no real function of sovereignty. William the Conqueror and his sons had not time to attend to Ireland, and this applies in an even greater degree to Stephen. Henry II ascended an undisputed throne, and in the first year of his reign turned his thoughts to the fertile island of the West. Being badly in want of a title, he sent John of Salisbury to Rome for leave to conquer Ireland, to root up the saplings of vice there, and to bring the wild Irish into the way of the true faith. The Pope was Nicholas Breakspere, known in history as Adrian IV, the only Englishman who ever filled the papal chair. The popes were usually ready to grant boons to kings, if by so doing they could extend their own power, and an English pope must have felt a double pride in conferring favours on a king of England. The mission of John of Salisbury was successful. He brought back the bull Laudabiliter and a gold ring containing a very fine emerald intended to be used in Henry's investiture. Empress Maud objected to an Irish expedition, and nothing was done until long after Adrian's death. Henry took the precaution of having the grant confirmed by Alexander III, and there is ample evidence that he annexed Ireland with the entire approbation of that pope. Irish scholars, torn asunder by their love of Rome and their love of Ireland, formerly attempted to prove that Adrian's bull was not genuine, but its authenticity is no longer disputed. The momentous document runs as follows: Adrian, the bishop, servant of the servants of God, to his very dear son in Christ, the illustrious king of the English, health and apostolic benediction. Your magnificence praiseworthily and profitably takes thought how to increase a glorious name on earth, and how to lay up a reward of everlasting happiness in heaven, while you are intent, like a Catholic prince, on enlarging the bounds of the Church, on declaring the truth to unlearned and rude people, and on uprooting the seedlings of vice from the Lord's field. The better to attain that end you have asked counsel and favor of the Apostolic See, in which action we are sure that with God's help you will make happy progress in proportion to the high design and great discretion of your proceedings, inasmuch as undertakings which grow out of ardor for the faith and love of religion are accustomed always to have a good end and upshot. There is no doubt, and your nobility acknowledges, that Ireland and all islands upon which Christ the Son of Justice has shone, and which have received the teachings of the Christian faith, rightfully belong to the Blessed Peter and the Most Holy Roman Church. We have, therefore, the more willingly made a faithful plantation among them, and inserted a bud pleasing to God, in that we foresee that it will require a careful internal watch at our hands. However, you have signified to us, my dear son in Christ, that you wish to enter the island of Ireland, in order to reduce that people to law, and to uproot the seedlings of vice there, and to make a yearly payment of a denarius to the Blessed Peter out of each house, and to preserve the rights of the churches of that land whole and undiminished. We therefore, seconding your pious and laudable desire, with suitable favor, and giving a kindly assent to your petition, do hold it for a thing good and acceptable that you should enter that island, for the extension of the Church's borders, for the correction of manners, for the propagation of virtue, and for increase of the Christian religion, and that you should perform that which you intend for the honor of God, and for the salvation of that land. And let people of that land receive you honorably and venerate you as their Lord, the ecclesiastical law remaining whole and untouched, and an annual payment of 1 denarius being reserved to the Blessed Peter and to the Most Holy Roman Church. But if you shall complete the work which you have conceived in your mind, study to mold that race to good morals, and exert yourself personally and by such of your agents as you shall find fit in faith, word, and living, to honor the Church there, and to plant and increase the Christian faith, and strive to ordain what is for the honor of God and the safety of souls, in such a manner that you may deserve at God's hands a heap of everlasting treasure, and on earth gain a glorious name for ages yet to come. The right of the Pope to dispose of islands rested upon the donation of Constantine, which is now admitted to be as certainly spurious as Adrian's bull is certainly genuine. Adrian may have believed the donation authentic, but in any case, as Irish scholars point out, Constantine could not give what he had never possessed. It is true that Ireland never really formed part of the Roman Empire, but so strong was the idea of an economical sovereignty that Celtic lawyers imagined a state of things in which Ireland would be tributary to the King of the Romans. This was a mere fiction, but it was one of which Rome would readily take advantage, and the Pope, who insisted so sturdily on Barbarossa holding his stirrup, was not the one in whose hands any available weapon would be allowed to rust. Henry II was the most powerful prince in Europe, and sooner or later he was almost sure to have a reason for interfering in Ireland. The opportunity was at last afforded by Dermond MacMorroch, King of Leinster, who aspired to reign over all Ireland with the help of Anglo-Norman arms. As early as 1152, Dervogil O'Mallaghlin, wife of Tiernan O'Rourke, Prince of Breffni, being ill-treated by her husband, left him and placed herself for cattle and her furniture under the protection of Dermond. Dervogil was 44 and Dermond 62, so that the affair, in spite of a beautiful poem on the subject, was not what would be commonly called romantic. Yet Cleopatra was 39 when Antonius, at the age of 53, refused to survive her. O'Rourke felt the insult in the loss of the lady, or at least of her property, and appeals to Turlough O'Connor, King of Connaught and titular King of Ireland. Dermod was compelled to abandon Dervogil, who survived her husband 11 years and died as late as 1193 during a pilgrimage to Mellifont Abbey. On the death of Turlough O'Connor, his son Roderick became a candidate for the chief sovereignty, but Dermod espoused the cause of the O'Neill candidate, who was successful. The flight or abduction of Dervogil was certainly not the proximate cause of the Norman invasion, but by placing Dermod in permanent opposition to O'Connor and O'Rourke it probably contributed to bring it about. In 1116, Dermod, who had made himself odious by his tyranny, was expelled from Leinster by O'Connor and O'Rourke, who demolished his stronghold at Ferns and transferred his kingship to the next of kin. The clergy appear to have been generally favourable to Dermod, and as Hadrian's bull, even if not published, could hardly be a secret, it may have been their advice which induced him to go to Henry II. Dermod, though 77 years old, was still active and enterprising, and he sought the king in Aquitaine or Guienne. Henry was too busy to think of going to Ireland himself, but he gave the suppliant a kind of letter of marque in the following terms: Henry, King of England, Duke of Normandy and Aquitaine, and Count of Anjou, to all his faithful English, Norman, Welsh, and Scotch, and to all nations subject to his jurisdiction, greeting. When these present letters reach you, you will know that we have received into the bosom of our grace and favour Dermod, Prince of the Leinstermen. If anyone, therefore, within the bounds of our power wishes to help his restoration as our man and liege subject, let him know that he has our licence and favour for that purpose. Thus armed, Dermod returned to Bristol, which was much frequented by ships from Leinster, and he appears to have been supplied with money by his partisans there. His promise of gold and land at first attracted little attention, but after 2 or 3 weeks he was visited by Richard Fitzgilbert de Clare, Earl of Chepstow. Earl Richard, whose father had lost most of his lands, lent a favourable ear to Dermod, and undertook to bring an army to Ireland in the spring of 1169. The Irishman promised to give him his daughter Eva, his only legitimate child. According to Norman law, Eva would bring the kingdom of Leinster to her husband and children. According to Celtic law, the lands belonged to the tribe, and the royal dignity was elective. In this singular contract between MacMurrough and Fitzgilbert, we have the key to most of the problems which have made Ireland the despair of statesmen. Dermod, however, did not rest his hopes of success upon Earl Richard alone. He went to St. David's so as to be as near Ireland as possible, and made friends with the bishop, who had 2 brothers admirably suited for the work in hand. Nesta, the beautiful daughter of Rice ap Tudor, Prince of South Wales, is reported to have been the mistress of Henry I, and to have had 2 sons by him. The younger of these had also 2 sons, the Robert and Mylor Fitzhenry, who played a prominent part in the conquest of Ireland. Nesta afterwards married Gerald of Windsor, by whom she had 3 sons and 1 or 2 daughters, and from one or other of her children all the Fitzgeralds, Barrys, Carews, and Cogans are descended. After the death of Gerald, Nesta married Stephen, the Castellan of Abertivy, and by him had 1 son, the famous Robert Fitzstephen. Giraldus, who must have known twice, states expressly that Fitzstephen had no legitimate child. The historian himself was Nesta's grandson through her daughter Angaretta, who married William de Barry. Robert Fitzstephen and his half-brother Maurice Fitzgerald listened readily to MacMurrough, who promised them Wexford and 2 cantrids of land if they would help him conquer Leinster. Robert Fitzstephen was a desperate man, betrayed by his own followers. He had suffered 3 years' imprisonment among the Welsh, had been released on promising to serve Rice Fitzgriffith against Henry II, and had agreed to hold Abertivie for the Cambrian and not for the Angevin. Dermod now offered him a loophole to escape from, and he agreed to accept his offers and to invade Ireland. His half-brother Maurice Fitzgerald consented to accompany him. Dermod then slipped over to Ireland and sought a refuge among the clergy of Ferns, who entertained him, as the Archdeacon of St. David's carefully notes, to the best of their small ability. It was in the winter of 1168 that MacMurrough returned to Ireland, and in May 1169 Fitzstephen and his brother followed with 30 knights of their own kinfolk, 60 men-at-arms, and 300 archers, picked, as Geraldine says, from among the youth of Wales. 3 ships carried them all, and they landed safely in Bannow Bay, a shallow inlet which they had probably mistaken either for Waterford or Wexford. The brothers were accompanied by Hervey de Montmorency, who was sent by his nephew Earl Richard rather as a spy than as a soldier. On the following day Maurice de Prendergast, whose name still lives at Haverfordwest, brought 10 knights and a number of archers from Milford, and landed not far from the same place. As soon as Dermod heard of the adventurers' arrival, he sent his son Donald with 500 men to welcome them, and soon followed himself. Donald, surnamed Kavanagh, from having been fostered at Kilcavan, was illegitimate, but that was a matter little considered among the old Irish, and he became the ancestor of those Kavanaghs or MacMurroughs who afterwards claimed the kingship of Leinster and even of Ireland, and who baffled Richard II and his great army. After a smart conflict, Fitzstephen and MacMurrough mastered Wexford, which was a Danish town. The Irishman's readiness to grant Wexford to the adventurers was very probably caused by the fact that the town had never been really in his power. Perhaps he hoped to get rid of the Normans when he had used them to subdue his enemies. It was evident that Fitzstephen and his company could do little more than hold Wexford. If Leinster was to be conquered, it could only be by a much larger force. Nevertheless, Fitzstephen decided to advance into the country, and was joined by the Wexford Danes, who probably were not slow to learn that the Normans were their kinsmen. With a heterogeneous army of 3,000 men, Dermod and his allies marched towards Ossory. There was a battle in open ground with the Osorians, and the mail-clad stranger had an easy victory. Among the slain was a personal enemy of Dermod, and we are told that that savage, lifting up the dead man's head by hair and ears, cruelly and inhumanely tore away the nostrils and lips with his teeth. In the meantime King Roderick had set his army in motion against the invaders, and easily penetrated to the neighbourhood of Ferns. The monastery was surrounded by woods and bogs, and Fitzstephen, who was an adept in Welsh warfare, taught the Leinstermen how to make it impregnable with ditches and abattis. Neither party were very anxious to fight, and Dermod made a treaty with Roderick, in which he acknowledged him as chief king in consideration of being allowed to enjoy Leinster in peace. Geraldine says there was a secret understanding that the adventurers should be sent home as soon as they had pacified Leinster, and that no reinforcements should be brought over. Whatever understanding he might have had with O'Connor, Dermod did not soon abandon the hope of more help from Wales. We have, he wrote to Earl Richard, observed the storks and swallows, the summer birds have come, and with this west wind have returned. Neither Favonius nor Eurus had brought us your much-desired and long-expected presents. The Earl had waited for the return of Hervey de Montmorency, and when he brought a favourable report, it was still necessary to make at least some show of consulting Henry II. The king had forbidden him to go to Ireland, but he now sought an audience, and begged either the restoration of his estates or leave to carve out a new one for himself. Henry gave an ambiguous answer, which the Earl chose to interpret in his own favour. In May 1170 he sent out Hervey again, accompanied by Raymond Fitzgerald, called Le Gros, a creature of Fitzstephen and Maurice, with 20 knights and 70 archers. Raymond landed at the southeastern angle of the modern county of Kilkenny, just at the point where the united Nore and Barrow flow into the Suir. He entrenched himself at once, and was soon attacked by the Waterford Danes. If Giraldus is to be believed, a panic seized the assailants, of whom 500 were killed and many taken. Among Raymond's followers was a leper named William Ferrand, who performed prodigies of valor, choosing rather to die gloriously than to endure the burden of his disease. A question arose as to the disposal of the prisoners. Raymond was for sparing, Harvey for slaying. The opinion of the latter, says Giraldus, prevailed. The citizens were condemned, and their limbs having been broken, they were cast headlong into the sea. Earl Richard landed near Waterford on August 23, 1170. The city was taken soon afterwards, and Reginald's Tower is particularly mentioned as forming part of the defences. That tower still stands with one of Cromwell's cannon balls sticking in the wall, a monument of three distinct invaders, the pagan Northman and the Catholic Anglo-Norman and the Puritan Englishman. Earl Strongbow, say the Locke annalists with pathetic brevity, came into Erin to Dermot and MacMurrough to avenge his expulsion by Roderick, son of Turlough O'Connor, and Dermot gave him his own daughter and a part of his patrimony, and Saxon foreigners have been in Erin since then. Waterford and Wexford having fallen, and his daughter Eva having been married to Earl Richard, Dermot, who now aspired to the crown of all Ireland, felt himself strong enough to attack Dublin. The Earl had brought 200 knights and 1,000 other soldiers, so that the allied force was a considerable one. MacMurrough led the army safely through the Wicklow Mountains, which were the scene of more than one disaster to Elizabeth's officers. Dermot's auxiliaries had been trained in Wales, and probably understood mountain warfare much better than those who had served in the Netherlands or even on the Scottish border. Lawrence O'Toole, Archbishop of Dublin, a man revered both by Danes and Irishmen, attempted to make peace between the citizens and their assailants. But Raymond and Milo de Coggan, while their elders parleyed, led a chosen band to the assault. They soon mastered the place, and Hasculf, with a number of followers and some treasure, escaped to the Orkneys, whence he went to Norway for help. Meath, which for some unexplained reason was in O'Rourke's possession, was next invaded, and Roderick then wrote to upbraid Dermot with having broken his oath by interfering outside the bounds of Leinster. MacMurrough shortly answered that he meant to be monarch of Ireland, and Roderick then killed his son, who was with him as a hostage. The clergy of Armagh, assembled in their synod, saw or suspected that the invasion was different from all former invasions. They agreed that Ireland had brought a curse on herself by keeping Englishmen in slavery, and they ordered the liberation of all such bondsmen. Henry II also saw that something extraordinary had happened. He had no fancy for having an independent Norman principality within sight of Snowdon, and he ordered the adventurers to return, strictly forbidding all communication with them in the meantime. Fitzgilbert wrote to the king, who was in Aquitaine, protesting that he believed he had the royal license for what he had done, and that he was ready to be his vassal for all he might gain in Ireland. Raymond was sent with the letter, but Henry kept him a long time in suspense. At Whitsuntide, 1171, while Earl Richard was waiting for the king's answer, Hasculf returned with 60 ships containing a well-armed force under a berserker called John the Mad. Milo de Coggan had been left governor of Dublin, and he and his brother Richard succeeded after a short fight in routing their assailants. John the Mad was killed, and Hasculf taken while trying to escape across the Slob to his ships. The prisoner annoying him by threats of another and more formidable attempt, Milo ordered him to be beheaded. He had, however, spoken truth, for Godred, king of Man, soon appeared with 30 ships and blocked the mouth of the Liffey, while Roderick, having collected a great army from all parts of Ireland, except the extreme north and south, besieged the city by land. The Earl and his followers Being thus shut up in Dublin, Dermod's local enemies besieged Fitzstephen in the castle which he had built at Wexford. No help, as the Irish well knew, could be expected from England, while Henry II frowned, and the Normans at Dublin resolved on a great effort to relieve Fitzstephen. A sally was arranged, and Roderick's army was dispersed. The Irish had trusted entirely to their numbers, and kept no watch and no order. Such stores of provisions fell into the victors' hands that there was no need to victual Dublin for a year afterwards. Fitzstephen, however, was not relieved by force or stratagem. Giraldus says it was by perjury the Wexford people obtained possession of his person, and killed or captured his men. Hearing of the disaster at Dublin, the victors burned their town, and withdrew with their prisoners to an island in the middle of the harbour. Earl Richard arrived too late for his immediate purpose, and continued his journey to Waterford, whence he made his way to the king, whom he met near Gloucester. Henry was at first obdurate, but it was finally agreed that Dublin and all other port towns, with the lands adjoining, should be handed over to the king, and that the earl and his heirs should hold all their other conquests of him and his heirs. While preparations were being made for a royal expedition, O'Rourke once more attacked Dublin, but the Cogans again surprised the Irish camp, and the city was never again seriously threatened by the natives. The last attack on Dublin was about September 1, 1171, and on October 16 the king sailed from Milford Haven with 400 ships containing 4,000 men, of whom 400 or 500 were knights. He landed next day at Crook on the right bank of the Suir, some miles below Waterford, which he entered on the 18th. The Wexford men saw that the game was up, and brought Fitzstephen to the king, expecting thanks for surrendering the man who had dared to make war without the royal license. Henry spoke sharply to the prisoner, and ordered him to be kept safely in Reginald's Tower. Dermod MacCarthy, chief of Desmond and Cork, did homage at Waterford. Thence Henry went to Lismore, where he stayed 2 days. From Lismore he went to Cashel, where Donald O'Brien, chief of Thomond and Limerick, followed MacCarthy's example. The minor chiefs of Munster also made their submission, the only one mentioned by Giraldus being O'Phelim, who ruled a great part of the county of Waterford. Dermod's old antagonist, Donald of Ossory, also did homage. Henry placed governors both in Cork and Limerick, but it is not clear that he visited either of those cities. He then returned along the Suir to Waterford, where he took Fitzstephen into favour and restored Wexford to him. During this progress the king selected 3 sites for fortresses, which were afterwards built by his son John: Lismore on the Blackwater, and Ardfinnan Tibbragny on the Suir. The first and last were intended to command the upper tidal waters of the Blackwater and Suir. Ardfinnan secured a passage from the southern seaboard into central Ireland, and Cromwell recognized its importance nearly 500 years afterwards. Leaving a governor in Waterford, Henry then led the bulk of his army to Dublin, where he received the submissions of O'Rourke and of the chiefs of Leinster and Bureau. Hugo de Lacy and William Fitzadelm were sent to meet Roderick at the Shannon, and the monarch of Ireland acknowledged himself a tributary and a vassal of the King of England. Ulster still held out, for the submission of the nominal head king can in no way be held to bind the chiefs, much less the people of his own province, and certainly not those of all Ireland. Giraldus does not venture to advance any such theory, and yet Hooker, who translated his work in Elizabeth's time, coolly interpolates the statement that by him and his submission all the residue of the whole land became the king's subjects and submitted themselves. The synod which met at Cashel under the legate's presidency did what was possible for the church to do in strengthening Henry's pretensions. The king held a court at Dublin during the winter of 1171 and 1172. His temporary palace, erected outside the walls on the ground now occupied by the southern side of Dame Street, was built of polished wicker work after the manner of the country. Here he kept Christmas in state, and invited the Irish chiefs to share his feast. They admired the king's grandeur, and were by him persuaded to eat crane's flesh, which the Normans thought a delicacy, but which the Irish had hitherto loathed. The winter was so stormy that there was scarcely any communication with England, and Henry's pleasure in his new acquisition must have been darkened by the sense of impending retribution for the recent murder of Becket. From the preparation which he made for the invasion of Ireland, it seems clear that the king profoundly distrusted the adventurers who had insisted on winning him a new realm. Vast stores of provisions, a great number of hand-mills, artisans for building bridges, horses, and tools for building or trenching might indeed have been required for a war against the natives, but the Irish had no fortresses, and wooden castles, of which we also read, can only have been intended for attacking the port towns which Earl Richard had promised to give the king, and which were already in Norman hands. Henry saw enough of Ireland to know that he had really nothing to fear from the adventurers. Dermot MacMurrough was dead before his arrival, and it was clear that Earl Richard would have enough to do in maintaining his wife's monstrous claim without doing anything to offend his own sovereign. When, therefore, shortly before Easter 1172, news came from Aquitaine and Normandy that the legates were on their way to inquire into the Canterbury tragedy, Henry lost no time in appointing Hugo de Lacy his representative at Dublin, and in arranging for the safe keeping of Waterford and Wexford. He sailed from the latter port on Easter Monday, 1172, having been in Ireland exactly 6 months. Before leaving the country, Henry granted to Hugo de Lacy all the territory of Meath by the service of 50 knights. This included Westmeath, with parts of King's County and Longford, and was about 800,000 acres in extent. De Lacy, to whom Hoveden gives the title of Justiciar, must be considered as the first viceroy of Ireland, and he lost no time in advancing a claim which, if successful, would make him one of the most important vassals of the crown. Tiernan O'Rourke, the one-eyed king of Meath, consented to meet the pretender at the hill of Ward. The conference ended in a quarrel, and O'Rourke was killed. Giraldus charges treason upon the Irishman, and the Irish annalists charge it upon the Norman. The important point is that de Lacy was able to make head against the Irish, and that a powerful Norman colony was established by him in the fertile central tract of Ireland. Earl Richard was rather less successfully engaged in fighting for Leinster, which Henry had granted him by the service of 100 knights, when he was summoned to Normandy, where he did such good service that the king made him viceroy in de Lacy's room. This was in 1173. It was in the next year, or perhaps in 1175, that Henry had the bulls or privileges of Adrian IV and Alexander III promulgated in Ireland. We can hardly suppose that they were previously unknown to the clergy, who so manifestly favoured the Anglo-Normans all through. Perhaps the king's main object in publishing them at this time was to make his own peace with Rome, by ostentatiously announcing that he had held Ireland of the tiara, and not in right of his own sword. When Earl Richard returned to Ireland, he found that he had lost ground. The Irish were beginning to recover confidence, and Harvey and Raymond were quarrelling bitterly. The latter was the favourite of the soldiers who insisted on having him for leader, and he gained some successes over the Danes of Cork and over the MacCarthys. Believing himself worthy of the highest rewards, Raymond asked for the constableship of Leinster and for the hand of Basilia, the earl's sister. The new viceroy was disinclined to grant these terms, and Raymond, whose father had just died, went over to Wales to look after his old inheritance. Harvey thus became second in command, and planned a campaign in concert with the Dublin garrison. Earl Richard accompanied him to Cashel, but the intended junction was not effected. Donald Bryan's homage to Henry II did not prevent him from hindering his representative, and at Thurles he surprised and totally defeated of the Dublin division. No less than 400 Danes are said by Giraldus to have fallen, which shows that a portion of that nation had accepted the alliance of their Teutonic kindred. The O'Briens were aided by a large contingent from Connaught, but it does not appear that Roderick was himself present. The immediate result of this defeat was the recall of Raymond and his marriage to Basilia. He easily put down a partial revolt of the Waterford and Wexford Danes, and finding himself indispensable, remained at Wexford until his bride was brought to him. The honeymoon was scarcely begun when news came that Roderick was wasting Meath and had penetrated nearly to Dublin. Raymond hastened thither, and the Connaught men retired before him. Castles, according to Giraldus, were already built at Trim and Duerleek, but they had not proved strong enough to resist Roderick, and Raymond's first care was to restore and strengthen them. The adventurers, most of whom were already nearly related, were still more closely united by the marriages of Harvey to Raymond's sister Nesta, and of Earl Richard's daughter Aline to William Fitzgerald. Donald O'Brien was not left long to enjoy his victory. Limerick was taken by a sudden onslaught under Raymond, and the bounds of the colony were advanced as far as they had yet been. Raymond still lingered on the Shannon, where he received a loving letter from his wife, in which she informed him that the great molar tooth, which had been hurting her so much, had now fallen out. He could not read, but his chaplain secretly imparted the contents of the paper, and he guessed that Basilia alluded to the death of her brother, who had been for some time ill. He hurried to Dublin, and found that Earl Richard was indeed dead. Deprived of their leader, and probably hard pressed by the Irish, the Normans thought it prudent to evacuate Limerick. It was surrendered to Donald O'Brien, who sent fire to the city in 4 places as soon as they were gone. When the king heard of this, he remarked that the abandonment of Limerick was the only wise thing that had been done concerning it. The Normans chose Raymond their governor in Earl Richard's room, but he was quickly superseded by William Fitzadelm de Burgh, whom Henry sent over as viceroy with large powers. According to Giraldus, the new governor did all in his power to depress the adventurers of Nesta's stock. Raymond came to meet him with a chosen band of his relations and friends, finely mounted and armed. Instead of being conciliated, the viceroy muttered to his suite, "I will soon cut short this pride and disperse these shields." According to the same authority, he took advantage of the death of Maurice Fitzgerald to defraud that leader's children. Giraldus is partial, but it is easy to see that official governors were from the first jealous of the local magnates, and were disposed to engross all influence. Fitzadelm did little or nothing to increase the Norman power in Ireland, and he was recalled in 1177. In October 1175, not long before the death of Earl Richard, Henry II made a treaty with Roderick O'Connor, which must be understood as a kind of declaration of policy. The commissaries who attended at Windsor on Roderick's part were Catholicus or Keely O'Duffy, Archbishop of Tuam, the Abbot of Ardfert, and the King of Connacht's Brehon, whom Giraldus calls his chancellor. The Archbishop of Dublin, St. Lawrence O'Toole, was among the witnesses to the instrument by which Henry granted to his liege man Roderick, King of Connacht, as long as he should serve faithfully, to be king under him, ready to serve him as his man, and to hold his land well and peacefully as he held it before the King of England's entry into Ireland, paying him tribute. Should he be unable to maintain his authority, the king's forces were to help him. The tribute was to be one in every 10 marketable hides. Roderick was not to meddle with those lands which the king held in his own hands, or in those of his barons. That is to say, Dublin with its appurtenances, Meath with its appurtenances, in as ample a manner as Merchant O'Megalon had held it. Wexford with its appurtenances, and all Leinster, Waterford, and Dungarvan with its appurtenances, and all the lands between the 2 places. Irish fugitives willing to return into the king's lands were to have peace on paying the aforesaid tribute, or by performing the ancient accustomed services for their lands. Those who would not return were to be coerced by the King of Connacht, who was to take hostages from all whom the king granted to him, and to give hostages on his own part wherever the king required him. No refugees from the king's lands were to be entertained by Irishmen under any pretence. At the same time, as if to mark the fact that Irishmen were his own subjects as well as Normans, Henry appointed Augustine O'Seelbake to the bishopric of Waterford, and sent him in charge of the Archbishop of Dublin, to be consecrated by the Archbishop of Cashel. This was confirmation of the Eugenian constitution, and put an end to the succession of the Danish bishops, and through Canterbury Henry had no wish to have future Beckets interfering in Ireland. Canterbury was near, and Rome was far. The treaty with Roderick, if we accept it as Hovden and Benedict have handed it down, shows that a full conquest of Ireland was not intended by Henry II. The possession of the port towns gave him the command of St. George's Channel and control over the trade of the island. He had seen enough to know that a permanent conquest was beyond the power of a feudal army, and his policy was to balance the adventurers, his own creation de Lacy, and the native princes against each other. Fitzadelm, a subtle intriguer with an eye for money, probably seemed a fitter instrument for his purpose than any enterprising soldier. But Fitzadelm brought with him to Ireland one of those restless and unscrupulous men of action who sometimes disconcert the best laid plans of statesmen. John de Courcy is represented by Giraldus as a tall, fair man of immense strength and extraordinary audacity, an experienced warrior, though often more of a partisan than a general, but religious in his way, and ever ready to ascribe to God the glory of any successful exploit. He was the patron of the monk Jocelyn, who wove such a tangled web about St. Patrick, and he carried with him everywhere a tract of St. Columba, which was supposed to point him out as the destined conqueror of Ulster. Seeing that neither gain nor glory could be had under the Viceroy, de Courcy in January 1177 boldly marched into Ulster with 22 knights and 300 chosen men. Among the knights were Almeric St. Lawrence, ancestor of the Howth family, and Roger de Lerport, apparently a collateral ancestor of the Powers and Eustaces. In the course of a year or two, though by no means always successful in battle, de Courcy made himself supreme in eastern Ulster, where they had the advantage of the ground. The natives were too much for the adventurers, but in a fair field 100 Normans, at least under such a leader as de Courcy, were more than a match for 1,000 Irish. Discipline and steadiness soon gave them the coast, and the castles which they built everywhere enabled them to make war or peace as they pleased. Downpatrick was John de Courcy's capital. O Donlevy, chief king of Lad, or that part of Ulster now comprised in Antrim and Down, had done homage to Henry II, and imagined that he would be thus secured from invasion. But the king evidently understood the matter differently, for de Courcy had grant from him of such northern lands as he could conquer. Fitzadelm having failed as a viceroy, Henry now fell back upon Hugo de Lacy, who perhaps dreamed of making himself independent. He distinguished himself by good government from 1177 to 1181, and by showing favour to the Irish, and he married a daughter of Roderick O'Connor without the king's consent. Henry accordingly sent for de Lacy to England, and gave the viceregal authority to John, Constable of Chester. The Lord of Meath succeeded in making his peace, and was soon restored to the government. Robert of Salisbury, a priest, being sent as a spy upon him, de Lacy covered his own district with castles, Trim being his capital. Delvin he granted to William Nugent, his sister Rose's husband, who became the ancestor of the Earls of Westmeath. Other estates he gave to his friends and followers, who founded many of the families of the Pale. The Flemings, lords of Slane, became the most important of these. Other barons followed the example of de Lacy, and Giraldus mentions that by the year 1182 castles were built at or near Newtown, Barry, Castle Dermot, Leighlin, Timahoe, Athy, Narok, and other places. The Meath castles, says the chronicler, were too many to mention by name. As early as 1177, Henry had nominated his son John King of Ireland. For this he had the leave of Alexander III, and in 1186 Urban III actually sent a crown of peacock's feathers set in gold for the king to crown one of his sons, the choice being left to him. The intervening Pope, Lucius III, had opposed the plan, and this may have been the reason why it was never carried out. Or the king may have hesitated to repeat, even in John's favour, an experiment which had succeeded so ill in the case of his eldest son. The Oxford nomination of 1177 was allowed to take effect only so as to constitute John Lord of Ireland, and this title was afterwards assumed by the kings of England. In the 16th century it was by some taken as evidence that the crown in Ireland was subject to the popes, but the idea of a separate, though subordinate kingdom was very nearly realized. The acts of the colony were, from the date of the Oxford Council, executed in the name of John, Lord of Ireland, son of the King of England, and the first Anglo-Norman coinage bore his face. On March 31, 1185, the king knighted John at Windsor, and on April 24, the latter, who was in his 19th year, sailed from Milford Haven with 300 knights and a large body of troops. The expedition reached Waterford in safety next day, and the neighbouring chiefs flocked to do honour to the king's son and to give him the kiss of peace. The Anglo-Norman courtiers, young men mostly, pulled their long beards, and they at once departed to the hostile chiefs, Roderick O'Connor, O'Donnell, O'Brien, and Dermot McCarthy. All chance of conciliating the more powerful and distant potentates was thus taken away. Giraldus Cambrensis was present at Waterford, and he likens John to Rehoboam. The Irish, who had adhered to the invaders since Fitzstephen's first landing, were deprived of their lands. The castles were given up to favourites who did nothing but eat, drink, and plunder. The worst officers were put in the best places, and the men, as a natural consequence, were as bad as their masters, devoted to Venus and Bacchus, but neglectful of Mars. Hoveden adds that John put all the profits of government into his own pocket, and that his soldiers, being unpaid, were useless in war. The 3 castles projected by his father were built, but he lost many to the Irish, and de Lacy was suspected of intriguing against him. It is clear that there could be no confidence in a prince whose chief care was to rob and displace the men who had won his principality for him. The disastrous experiment lasted only 8 months when John returned to England, leaving the government to John de Courcy, who retained power until the death of Henry II. The Locke annalists, who wrote Beyond the Shannon, give the following account of John's expedition. The son of the king of the Saxons came to assume the sovereignty of Erin. Afterwards he went across to complain of Hugo de Lacy to his father, for it was Hugo de Lacy that was king of Erin, when the son of the king of the Saxons came, and he permitted not the men of Erin to give tribute or hostages to him. To the Irish bordering on the Meath, no doubt de Lacy seemed a veritable king. The 4 masters who were better acquainted with the English theory of government repeat this, but soften Hugo's title of king into that of the King of England's deputy. In or out of office, de Lacy continued to increase his dominion in Meath, but his career was cut short not long after John's departure. Having encroached upon the lands of the O'Caharneys, he was murdered while building a castle at Durrow by a foster relation of the injured clan. His death was a great blow to the colonists, but his son Hugo succeeded to scarcely diminished power, and is accused by Giraldus of systematically thwarting de Courcy. Fitzstephen, meanwhile, was carving out a principality in Munster, where he would be tolerably free from official interference. He and Milo de Cogan were joint grantees of Cork, and the latter married his daughter Catherine to Maurice, son of Raymond de Le Gros, to whom Dermot McCarthy had given a portion of North Kerry. From this alliance the Fitzmaurices sprung. It is probable that in the granting the land of the O'Connors to a stranger, Dermot gave that over which he had no real authority. The territory immediately round the city of Cork was divided between Fitzstephen and Coggan, and the former taking that lying to the east, and that latter that lying to the west. Fitzstephen's share passed to his sister's son, Philip de Berry. Before the death of Henry II, the country about Cork was studded with castles, but it is impossible to say how far it was really conquered. Intermarriages with the Irish were no doubt common from the first. The example set by Strongbow and by Hugo de Lacy was not likely to want imitators. The conquest of Ireland by Henry II, as it used to be called, amounts on the whole to this. The coast from Larne to Cork harbour was, at the date of the king's death, strongly held by the invaders, all the ports being in their hands, and the principal points being defended by castles. They were also pretty firmly established on the south side of the Shannon estuary. The rivers of Leinster were in their hands, and the central plain almost, if not quite, as far west as the Shannon. De Courcy had begun to assert his dominion over Monaghan and Armagh. All the Danish towns except Limerick were fully possessed by the conquerors. On the other hand, the Irish were not expelled from any part of the island. The mountains, which extend almost uninterruptedly from Dublin to Waterford, still sheltered the O'Tooles, the O'Byrnes, the MacMurrows, the O'Nolans, and other clans. Fitzstephen had begun the conquest of what is now the county of Cork, but the Irish were still in force on all sides of the city. The natives generally had recovered in some degree from their first alarm. The first invaders had been trained in mountain warfare, but those who succeeded them were often quite unfit to dispute the possession of hills and woods with the light-armed natives. And there were jealousies between Normans, English, and Welsh, which went far to neutralize the strength of the colony. Had it not been for the dissension of the Irish themselves, it is probable that they would have confined the invaders to the east coast. It was a quarrel between Dermot MacCarthy and his son which brought the Geraldines to Kerry. Disputes among the O'Connors introduced de Cogan, de Lacy, and de Courcy into Connaught, and though they effected nothing, they paved the way for the de Burgos, to whose founder, William Fitz-Aldelm, Henry granted the whole of the western province. The king's troubles with his own sons, with the Holy See, and with France prevented him from attending to Ireland. It would have been better for the peace of mankind had he made a real conquest, instead of leaving it to barons who lost much of their old civilization, and who disdained to learn anything from the weaker people whom they oppressed. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Ireland under the Tudors, Volume 1, by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. From John's visit in 1210 till the invasion by the Bruces in 1315. Richard I did not interfere with his brother's jurisdiction over Ireland, and this may be the reason why the records of the colony during his reign are so scanty. The invaders, though they fought a good deal among themselves, continued to extend their power and gained a firm footing in Connaught. Some years before the death of Henry II, Roderick's sons had invited the Anglo-Normans into his kingdom, and in 1183 the last monarch of Ireland retired to the Abbey of Cong, where he died in 1198. His brother Cathal Crovdearg, or Charles of the Red Hand, about whom many marvellous stories are told, ultimately made himself supreme, but not without the help of William Fitz-Aldelm, who lost no opportunity of advancing the claim given him by Henry's thoroughly unjustifiable grant. Fitz-Aldelm, who had made himself master of Limerick, at first opposed Cathal Crovdearg, but joined him in 1201, and enabled him to triumph over all competitors. The accession of John to the crown of England put an end to the separate lordship of Ireland, but his successors until the time of Henry VIII continued to call themselves only lords of Ireland. If Berengaria had had children, it is possible and even probable that Ireland would have passed to John's issue as a separate, or at the most a tributary kingdom. The early years of John's reign were much disturbed by a violent feud between the de Lacys and de Courcy. The king favoured the former party, and in 1205 created the younger Hugo Earl of Ulster and viceroy. He proved an oppressive governor, overtaxing the king's subjects to provide means for his foreign enterprises. The southern colonists, in alliance with some of the natives, defeated the viceroy near Thurles, and the king began to fear that he had given too much power to one family. For Walter de Lacy continued to rule Meath, while his brother was all-powerful in the north and east. A royal army was accordingly levied, and John prepared to revisit the lordship where he had so signally failed 25 years before. The excommunicated king sailed from Milford Haven with a motley army of mercenaries under command of fair Rosamond's son, William Longsword, and landed on June 20, 1210, at the same place as his father had done. Among his train were John de Grey, Bishop of Norwich, whom Innocent III had refused to make Archbishop of Canterbury, and John de Courcy, who had been captured and given up by the de Lacys, and who had suffered a rigorous imprisonment, but was now again in favour with the king. John did not let the grass grow under his feet. On the 8th day after his arrival he was at Dublin, having travelled by Ross, Thomastown, Kilkenny, and Naas. The first effect of his presence was to separate the two de Lacys, and the Lord of Meath sent him the following message: Walter salutes the king as his liege lord, of whom he holds all he possesses, and prays the king to relax his ire, and suffer Walter to approach his presence. Walter will not plead against the king, but places all his castles and lands in the hands of the king as his lord, to retain or restore as he pleases. The messenger added that Walter had lost much by his brother Hugo, and that he left him to the king's pleasure. It is possible that this was said in consequence of an arrangement between the two brothers. John was now pacified, and prepared to invade both Meath and Ulster. Trim was reached by July 2, and Kells by the 4th, and the kings of Connaught and Thomond were summoned to take part in the expedition to Ulster. Cathal, Crovdearg, and Donogh O'Brien both obeyed the king's order, and the royal army proceeded by Dundalk, Carlingford, and Downpatrick to Carrickfergus. The latter place was taken and garrisoned. Hugo de Lacy had already fled into Scotland. The king stayed 8 or 9 days at Carrickfergus, where he was visited by Hugh O'Neill, who does not appear to have made any real submission, and then marched by Holywood, Downpatrick, Banbridge, and Carlingford to Drogheda. From Drogheda he again entered Meath, visited Duleek and Kells, and seems to have penetrated as far west as Grenard. He was in Dublin by August 18, and back to England before the end of the month, having spent 66 days in Ireland. On his return from Ulster, he had summoned Cathal Crovdearg a second time, bidding him bring his son to receive a charter for the third part of Connaught. Over-persuaded by his wife, Cathal went to the king alone. John's object may have been to make a hostage of the boy, and he seized instead MacDermot of Morlurg, O'Hara of Sligo, and 2 other men of importance in Connaught. Carrying these chiefs with him to England, the king left the government of Ireland to Bishop de Grey, who signalized his advent to power by building a castle and bridge at Athlone. William de Braos, who had enormous estates in Ireland, was driven into exile by John, who starved his wife and son to death, and gave his castle of Carrigo Gunnel on the Shannon to Donogh O'Brien. The Anglo-Norman barons of Ireland flocked to Dublin while John was there, and swore to obey the laws of England. The king divided their country into 12 counties: Dublin, Kildare, Meath, Uriel or Louth, Carlow, Kilkenny, and Wexford in Leinster, and Waterford, Cork, Kerry, Limerick, and Tipperary in Munster. Every knight's fee was bound to supply a well-armed horseman, and inferior tenants were bound to provide foot soldiers. The viceroy was to give a notice of 40 days when the feudal array was to muster at Dublin, and serve against the king's enemies for 40 days in each year. Ulster and Connaught were not shard, but were afterwards sometimes regarded as counties. Perhaps the nobles of these provinces were supposed to be constantly employed against the Irish. The native chiefs were considered as tributary subjects, but not as tenants. In 1215, John ordered the Archbishop of Dublin to buy enough scarlet cloth to make robes for the kings of Ireland, and it is clear that they were expected to serve, though the exact measure of the aid rendered may have been left to themselves. When Strongbow died without a son, the principality of Leinster fell to his eldest daughter Isabel, who became a ward of the crown. In 1189 the minor was given in marriage to William Earl Marshal, who thus became Earl of Pembroke and Strigul, and lord of a territory in Ireland corresponding nearly to the counties of Wexford, Kildare, Carlow, Kilkenny, and part of the Queen's County. He built a castle and incorporated a town at Kilkenny and died in 1219, transmitting his honours and great power to his son William. The younger William was viceroy in 1224 and depressed the de Lacys, allying himself generally with the Cathal Covderg O'Connor. He died in 1231, leaving all to his brother Richard, who made good his position, although Henry III's foreign advisers plotted his destruction. Strongbow's grandson was killed in 1234 by the feudal Tories, who were bound to defend him, and the colony never recovered the blow. Fitzadelm's son Richard de Burgo, generally called MacWilliam by the Irish, married Una Cathal Covderg's granddaughter and procured from Henry III a grant of all Connaught except 5 cantreds reserved for the support of the post at Athlone. From the first, the position of the Anglo-Normans in Connaught differed from their position in other parts of Ireland. They were there rather as allies of the native chiefs than as conquerors, and their easy lapse of their descendants into Irish habits is the less to be wondered at. Richard de Burgo obtained a confirmation of his grant in 1226 through the favour of his kinsman, the great Justiciar Hubert, and he soon afterwards made himself master of Galway, which he fortified strongly and made the chief place of Connaught. After his time, the O'Connors never regained possession of it, and the importance of the royal tribe steadily diminished during the whole of the 13th century. Richard de Burgo's eldest son, Walter, married Maud, daughter and heiress of the younger Hugo de Lacy, who died in 1243, and he thus became Earl of Ulster as well as Lord of Connaught. His son Richard, commonly called the Red Earl, advanced the power of the Anglo-Norman state to the furthest point which it ever attained. Constant war is not favourable to the production of wealth, and it seems probable that no very considerable progress was made in the arts of peace. Tallage was first imposed on Ireland in 1217 in the name of Henry III, but it seems to have yielded little, and a generation later there was equal difficulty in collecting a tithe for the Pope. Innocent IV ordered that a sum should be so raised for the liberation of the Holy Land, and very stringent letters were sent to Ireland in 1254, but Collector Lawrence Somercote declared that the difficulties were insuperable. The Irish, he explained, never saved anything, but lived riotously and gave liberally to all, and he professed that he would rather be imprisoned than crucified any longer in Ireland for the business of the cross. The plan of drawing upon Ireland for English or continental wars was, however, largely practised during the reign of Henry III, and it tended to sap the strength of the colony. Ready money might be scarce, but there were men, and they could be ill spared from the work of defending their lands against a native race who were ever on the watch to take advantage of their absence or neglect. A vast number of documents remain to show that Edward I took great pains about Ireland. Phelim O'Connor, who died in 1265, may be regarded as the last king of Connaught. His son Hugh did indeed assume the title, and according to the annalists executed his royal depredations on the men of Offaly, where he committed many burnings and killings. But his kingship does not appear to have been officially recognized, and the de Burgos were the true rulers. The Red Earl was supreme in the northern half of Ireland, but O'Neill was recognized as King of Tyrone, while his claim to be head of all the Irish in Ireland was denied. O'Cahan was also sometimes given the title of King. O'Donnell was treated with less respect, and a price was set upon his head, which appears to have been actually brought to Dublin in 1283. In 1281, Hugh Boy O'Neill, whom the annalists call royal heir of all Erin, head of the hospitality and valour of the Gael, sided with the English against Donald O'Donnell, who is called King of the North, the best Gael for hospitality and dignity. The general guardian of the west of Europe and the knitting needle of the arch-sovereignty, and the riveting hammer of every good law, and the top-knot of the Gael in valour. A battle was fought near Dungannon, and O'Donnell, who had under him the O'Rourks and MacMahons, and nearly the majority of the Irish of Connaught and Ulster, was defeated and slain. 2 years later, Hugh Boy was killed by the MacMahons. The story of this contest is a good illustration of the hopeless incapacity of the natives for anything like a national combination. If Edward I had been able to attend to Ireland personally, it is at least probable that he would have conquered the country as completely as Wales. In 1275, Edward granted the whole of Thomond to Thomas de Clare, who took advantage of the dissensions among the O'Briens and built the strong castle of Bunratty to dominate this district. The conquest of Thomond was, however, never completed, or nearly completed, nor did the de Clares succeed in establishing themselves like the de Burgos. They might have done so had they not come so late into the field, and their failure was certainly not owing to any exceptional power of combination shown by the Irish. It was rather due to quarrels among the colonists, whose strength was being constantly sapped by taking part in Edward's Scotch wars, and who were not recruited by any considerable immigration. In 1245, the male line of the Earl Marshal was finally extinguished, and the inheritance of Strongbow fell to 5 sisters, the great-granddaughters of Dermont MacMurrough. Matilda, the eldest, obtained Carlow and carried the hereditary office of Earl Marshal to her husband, Hugh Bigot, Earl of Norfolk. Joan II received Wexford. Isabella III had Kilkenny, which her descendants sold to the Ormond family. Sibylla IV had Kildare for her share. Eva, the youngest sister, married William de Braose, and through her daughter, who was married to Roger Mortimer, became ancestress of most of the royal houses of Europe. As the 5 daughters of William Earl Marshal were all married and had all children, the history of Leinster becomes very confusing. Had it remained in one strong hand, the Irish would hardly have recovered their ground. But as Geraldine points out, the 4 great pillars of the conquest, Fitzstephen, Harvey, Raymond, and John de Courcy, by the hidden but never unjust judgment of God, were not blessed with any legitimate offspring. A similar fatality attended many others, including Earl Richard, to whom, and not to Fitzstephen, common fame, more true in this case than contemporary history, has attributed the real leadership among the Anglo-Norman invaders of Ireland. In his great campaign of 1296, Edward had much help from Ireland. The Earl of Ulster was among those who led contingents to Scotland, and the names of Power, Butler, Fitz-Thomas, Wogan, Rochefort, Purcell, Cantoke, and Barry appear among the leaders. The whole force from Ireland consisted of 310 men-at-arms, 266 hobblers, or horsemen with unarmoured horses, and 2,576 foot, including many archers and crossbowmen. All who went received pardons, but some refused or neglected to obey the royal summons. In 1298, Edward drew provisions from Ireland. His requisition included 8,000 quarters of wheat, chiefly fine flour, in casks, 10,000 quarters of oats, much bran, bacon, salt beef, and salt fish, and 10,000 casks of wine. If so much wine could not be got in Ireland, then the viceroy was to agree with some merchant to bring it from Gascony as quick as possible. Edward used Ireland as a base for operations or as a recruiting ground, but he never had time to give it much of his personal care. First Wales, then Gascony, then Palestine, then Scotland engrossed his vast energies, but Ireland was left to herself. Without the means to keep or order themselves, viceroys found it necessary to preserve the colony by stirring up dissensions among the Irish. The Justiciar Robert Delford was sent for by Edward and charged with this evil policy. He answered that to save the king's coffers and to keep the peace he thought it expedient to wink at one knave cutting off another. Whereat, says an old author, the king smiled and bade him return to Ireland. John's imperfect partition of Ireland into shires was still more imperfectly carried out. At the death of Edward I, 4 out of his grandfather's 12 counties, namely Meath, Wexford, Carlow, and Kilkenny, were liberties or exempt jurisdictions in the hands of what Davies calls absolute palatines, claiming and exercising almost every attribute of sovereignty. The Fitzgeralds had acquired similar authority over a portion of Desmond, and declares over a portion of Thomond. Connaught and Ulster were under the de Burghs in so far as they had been reduced at all, and Roscommon was a royal castle and the head of a separate county. At Random on Lough Ree was another royal castle, and these were almost the only strongholds of the crown in Connaught. For Galway was quite subject to the de Burghs. Within their palatinate jurisdictions the great nobles made barons and knights, appointed to sheriffs, and executed justice. The king's writ only ran in the church lands, and was executed by a separate sheriff. So complete was the distinction that in the medieval parliaments knights were separately returned for the counties and for the crosses, as the ecclesiastical jurisdictions were called. The inherent weakness of such a polity was probably aggravated by the suppression of the Templars, who always kept a strong armed force. In 1308, Edward II called for an account of their lands and revenues, and the barons of the Exchequer answered that they could make no proper inquisition. On account, they wrote, of the long distances and of the feuds between certain of the magnates of Ireland, we do not dare to visit the places named, and jurors of the country cannot come to us for the same reason. Dissensions among the barons, caused by the weakness and absence of the crown, were one great cause of the decline of the colony. Another was the policy of Edward I, which left him little time to attend to Ireland, and tempted him constantly to draw supplies of men from thence. A third was the battle of Bannockburn, which allowed victorious Scotland to compete with England for the dominion of the neighbouring island. And the Irish themselves were not slow to adopt the principle that England's difficulty is Ireland's opportunity. In 1315, Edward Bruce landed near Larne with 6,000 men, including some of the best knights in Scotland. Having been joined by O'Neill and the chiefs depending on him, Bruce twice defeated the Red Earl of Ulster, occupied the strongholds of Down and Antrim, and wintered in Westmeath. In the spring he overthrew the Viceroy, Sir Edmund Butler, at Ardscull, for the Earl of Ulster disdained to serve under the king's representative, and the English armies were therefore beaten in detail. Bruce gained another battle at Kells, wasted all northern Leinster, and then returned to Carrickfergus, where he was joined by King Robert with reinforcements. The Scots went almost where they liked, and Robert Bruce is said to have heard Mass at Limerick on Palm Sunday, 1317. They did not cross the Shannon, and seem not to have gone further south than Cashel. Dublin was not attacked, though the invaders came as near as Castleknock. On Easter Thursday, 1317, Roger Mortimer landed at Youghal with 15,000 men and full viceregal powers, and the Bruces retired before him into Ulster. They had devastated the country and lost many men from the famine which they themselves had caused. The Bruces were descended from Strongbow and from Dermot MacMurrough, and Robert's wife was descended from Roderick O'Connor. The true principles of hereditary succession were not fully accepted, and they might pretend some right to interfere in Ireland. They had been invited by the de Lacys of Meath, who, for want of male heirs, saw their territory divided between de Verdon and de Mortimer. In the first flush of his victorious advance from the south, Roger Mortimer called the de Lacys before him. They refused to appear and were proclaimed traitors but continued to adhere to Edward Bruce's fortunes. The invader, after his brother's departure, remained for more than a year at Carrickfergus in hopes of being able to take the offensive again, and still retaining the title of king, which he had assumed after his first successes. He had been so often victorious in battle that he despised the colonists, and against the advice of his Irish allies resolved to fight once more without waiting for reinforcements from Scotland. John de Birmingham, at the head of an army which greatly outnumbered the Scots, forced an engagement between Falkgard and Dundalk, and Bruce and most of his officers were killed. The remnant of his army, with Walter and Hugo de Lacy, managed to escape to Scotland. The sovereignty of the English crown in Ireland was never again seriously disputed, but the feudal organization was shattered by Bruce's invasion, which did nothing to compose the differences already existing among the colonists. John de Birmingham received a grant of Louth with the title of Earl, but his great services were soon forgotten, and 11 years after the Battle of Dundalk he was murdered by the English of his own earldom. English and Irish are agreed as to the cruelty and ferocity of the Bruces. Klein, the Franciscan, records in terse and vigorous Latin that Robert Bruce, who bore himself as king of the Scots, crossed Ireland from Ulster, where he landed almost to Limerick, burning, killing, plundering, and spoiling towns, castles, and even churches, both going and returning. Klein was an English partisan, but the same cannot be said of the Locke annalists, who record that Edward Bruce, the destroyer of all Erin in general, both foreigners and Gaels, was slain by the foreigners of Erin through the power of battle and bravery at Dundalk, and MacRory, king of the Hebrides, and MacDonald, king of Argyll, together with the men of Scotland, were slain there along with him. And no better deed for the men of all Erin was performed since the beginning of the world, since the Fomorian race was expelled from Erin, than this deed. For theft and famine and destruction of men occurred throughout Erin during his time for the space of 3 years and a half, and people used to eat one another without doubt throughout Erin. There can, however, be no doubt that Edward Bruce came to Ireland on the invitation of the Irish, Donald O'Neill claiming to be the true heir to the chief kingship, and the other chiefs, in the famous remonstrance which they addressed to John the 22nd, informed that Pope that they felt helpless for want of a leader, but were determined no longer to submit like women to Anglo-Norman oppression, and that they have therefore invited over the brother of the most illustrious Lord Robert, by the grace of God, King of the Scots, and a descendant of the most noble of their own ancestors, and that they had by letters patent constituted him king and lord. The blood of Roderick O'Connor and Aviva evidently went for something, but the chiefs also believed that Edward Bruce was a person of piety and prudence, of a chaste and modest disposition, of great sobriety, and altogether orderly and unassuming in his demeanour. Scottish historians are not entirely of the same opinion. It is indeed probable that Bruce had no other idea than to carve out a kingdom with his sword, like a genuine Norman as he was. He had the memory of Earl Richard of Fitzstephen and of de Courcy to guide him, and if a more modern instance was required, there could be none better than that of his brother Robert. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Ireland under the Tudors, Volume 1, by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. From the invasion of the Bruces to the year 1346. The Irish invited Bruce, but they made no regular or general effort in his favour. Their total incapacity for anything like national organization had forbidden the idea of a native sovereign, and perhaps the majority of them thought one Norman baron no better than another. The year 1316, in which Bruce landed, witnessed the almost total destruction of the O'Connors, the tribe which had last held the chief kingship. Their relationship with the de Bourgos, Birminghams, and other Anglo-Normans may be traced in great detail in the annalists. Phelim O'Connor, whom the Connaught historiographers call undisputed heir presumptive to the sovereignty of Erin, formed one of those great confederacies which occur so frequently in Irish history, and which so seldom had any results. The O'Kellys, MacDermots, O'Maddens, O'Dowds, O'Haras, O'Kearneys, O'Farrells, MacMahons, and many others were represented, and the Anglo-Normans, who also mustered in great force, were commanded by the Red Earl's brother, Sir William de Burgo, and by Richard Birmingham, 4th Baron of Athenry, at the gate of which town the decisive struggle took place. The Irish were defeated with the loss of something like 10,000 men. Phelim O'Connor fell, and his tribe never recovered its position in Connaught. In late times we have O'Connor Don and O'Connor Row in Roscommon, O'Connor Sligo, O'Connor Kerry near the mouth of the Shannon, and O'Connor Failey in what is now the King's County, but the de Burgos became supreme in Connaught. In other parts of Ireland the Celts were more successful. In 1317 or 1318 the O'Carrolls gained a victory over Sir Edmund Butler, but Klein places his loss at about 200 only. More important was the Battle of Dysart O'Day, in which Richard de Clare was defeated and slain. This fight destroyed the pretensions of the de Clares, and the O'Briens remained supreme in Thomond as long as such supremacies lasted anywhere. In Leinster, too, the Irish became more and more troublesome, and Klein unwillingly records successes of the O'Nolans and O'Tooles over the Poors and other settlers. The dissensions of the colonists were yet more fatal than the prowess of the natives. Eva's descendants were forever fighting among themselves, and it was the Red Earl's jealousy of Sir Edmund Butler which prevented a united effort from being made against Bruce. After having violently expelled us, wrote the Irish to John 22, from our spacious habitations and patrimonial inheritances, they have compelled us to repair, in the hope of saving our lives, to mountains and woods, to bogs and barren wastes, and to the caves of the rocks, where, like the beasts, we have long been fain to dwell. The close of Edward II's reign saw them everywhere ready to descend from their hills and to emerge from their woods. For nearly 200 years the history of Ireland is in the main a history of Celtic gains at the expense of Anglo-Normans and Englishmen, if indeed anarchy can rightly be accounted gain to any race or community of men. In 1326 the Red Earl of Ulster retired into the monastery of Athassel, where he died soon afterwards. His great power descended to his grandson William, who was murdered at or near Carrickfergus in 1333 by the Mandevilles and other Ulster colonists, by his wife Maud Plantagenet, great-granddaughter of Henry III. He left one child, Elizabeth, who was only a few months old at the date of his murder. 20 years afterwards she married Lionel, Duke of Clarence, and became ancestress of the Tudors and Stuarts. The earldom of Ulster was thus ultimately merged in the crown, but the Irish de Burgos refused to acknowledge a baby who, as a royal ward, would be brought up independently of them, and they preferred to follow the sons of Sir William, the Red Earl's brother. William the elder assumed the title of MacWilliam Uachtar, or the Upper, took all Galway for his portion, and became ancestor of the Clanricarde family. His brother Sir Edmund, as Macmillan Uachtar, or the Lower, took Mayo and founded the family which bears that title. They threw off their allegiance to England and became more Irish than the Irish. They reappear in the 16th century under the modern name of Burke. About the same time, several other Anglo-Normans assumed Irish names. The Stauntons became MacAvilis, the Birminghams MacFioras, the Dexeters MacJordans, the Barretts MacAndrews, MacTommins MacRoberts, and MacPaddens, the Nangles MacCostellos, the Mayor Prendergast MacMaurices. The de Burgos themselves had many subordinate branches, each with its peculiar Irish name, as MacDavid, MacPhilbin, MacShoneen, MacGibbon, MacWalter, and MacRaymond. Nor was the practice confined to Connaught. Some of the Leinster Fitzgeralds became MacThomases and MacBarons, and some of the same house in Munster were transfigured into MacGibbons, MacThomasons, and MacEdmonds. Many other Anglo-Normans or English families were more or less completely transformed in the same way. It is only necessary to mention that the Wesleys or Welsleys, who gave England its greatest captain, were sometimes called MacFabrines, and that the Bissets of Antrim, whose connections in Scotland gave the Tudors such trouble, may still be traced as Mackeons. In the district near Dublin, which got the name of the English Pale, some Irish residents took English names, and the practice was encouraged by a statute of Edward IV. There is probably no country in Europe where the population is so thoroughly mixed as it is in Ireland. As the Earls of Ulster disappear, other families attain prominence, and the earlier Tudor history is mainly occupied with the struggles of three earldoms created in the first half of the 14th century. The name Geraldine, to which Giraldus Cambrensis gave a more extended signification, was in later times confined to the descendants of Maurice Fitzgerald, one of Nesta's many sons. One branch was firmly settled in Kildare before the death of Henry II, and in the reign of Edward I. The head of it was John Fitzthomas, whose dissensions with William de Vesey, Lord of Kildare, ended in an appeal to the king and a challenge to the trial by combat. Fitzthomas was the challenger, and on his adversary failing to appear, he received a royal grant of de Vesey's lands. In 1316, Edward II created him Earl of Kildare, and the Duke of Leinster is descended from him. During most of the 15th century, and for the first third of the 16th, this was on the whole the most powerful family in Ireland. The Earls of Kildare commanded the whole strength of that county, and its proximity to Dublin often enabled them to control the government. Meath was too much divided for its proprietors to act as a counterpoise, and the strength of the rival house of Ormond lay at a distance from the capital, and was exposed to attacks from another branch of the Geraldines, whose chief was created Earl of Desmond in 1329. The Desmonds first rose at the expense of the McCarthys in Kerry. A marriage with the heiress of Fitz-Anthony brought them the western half of the county Waterford and other large estates. This lady's son married the heiress of the Cogans, and her great property in Cork was added to the rest. The Desmonds never became quite so completely Hibernicized as the de Burgos, but they attained something very like independence, and more than once proved too strong for the government. The third great earldom was founded in the person of Edmund Butler, who was created Earl of Carrick in 1315, the better-known title of Ormond being conferred on his son James in 1328. The founder of the family was Theobald Fitzwalter, who accompanied Henry II to Ireland, and was by him made hereditary butler with a grant of the presage of wines. The name of office was adopted by his descendants, who derived great advantage from the grant. Ormond is properly the northern part of Tipperary, but the earls became palatine lords of nearly all the county, and owners of vast estates in Kilkenny and Wexford. Their principal castles were Kilkenny, Gowran, Carrick-on-Suir, and Arklow. The possession of the latter place gave them ready access to England, and through all turns of weal and woe they ever remained faithful to the crown. If regard be had to the length of time that it retained eminence, or to the average ability of its chiefs, or to its comparative civilization in rude times, the house of Ormond must be accounted the most distinguished of the Anglo-Norman families of Ireland. The native Irish had no regular towns. The Anglo-Normans took possession of those founded by the Otsmen, which were all on the coast, and founded many others, of which only 3 or 4, and those not the most important, were at a distance from navigable rivers. Athassel in Tipperary is sometimes called a town, but it never became a municipality, and can have been little more than an aggregation of poor houses about the great monastery, and there may have been other similar cases. Dublin obtained its first charter from Henry II in 1171 or 1172, and Drogheda from Henry III in 1229. Dublin and Drogheda, says the historian of the Irish capital, were neither distinctly English nor Irish. Their citizens, as tax-contributing and acknowledged subjects of England, relied on her for protection against oppressive Anglo-Norman nobles and hostile natives. The Irish, unless anglicized, had no legal part in these communities, but continuous mutual intercourse was sustained by the advantages derived from traffic. In our documents, adds the same writer, Scandinavians or Ostmans but rarely appear, although in 1215 the latter people were of sufficient importance to have been associated with the English of Dublin by King John as parties to an inquiry held there by his justiciary. The proportion of the various national elements cannot be absolutely determined by the forms of names, for many names originated in personal peculiarities, many were translated from one language to another, and many Irishmen became denizens and adopted an English patronymic. The Irish town which exists outside the old bounds of Dublin, Limerick, Kilkenny, Clonmel, and other places, doubtless perpetuates the memory of a time when the natives congregated in the neighborhood of civic communities to which they did not belong. What has been said of Dublin and Drogheda applies to other cities and towns of Ireland. Limerick received its first charter from John in 1197, Waterford from the same prince in 1206, and Cork from Henry III in 1242. These were the chief centres of trade and of English law in the south of Ireland. The less important municipalities owed their origin generally to some great noble, the crown afterwards adopting them and granting fresh privileges. Kilkenny received a charter from the Earl Marshal between 1202 and 1218. New Ross, well situated at the junction of the Nore and Barrow, belonged to the same great man, and excited the jealousy of Waterford at least as early as 1215. Clonmel was included in a grant made by Henry II to Otho de Grandison. It passed into the hands of the de Burgos, who probably incorporated it, and who received a royal grant to hold fair there in 1225. Fethard, Callan, Gowran, and other inland towns were of less consequence, but were still distinctly English in origin and character. Youghal and Kinsale were also corporate towns. The latter received a charter from Edward III in 1333, and the former, which had been long identified with the Desmond family, seems not to have been regularly incorporated till 1462. The Kinsale charter recites that the town was surrounded by Irish enemies and English rebels, and that the burgesses were worn out in repelling the same. The medieval kings commonly granted the customs and tolls of loyal towns to be expended by the inhabitants in repairing their walls. Galway has a history of its own. The O'Connors had a fortified post there before the Anglo-Norman invasion, and it soon attracted the attention of the invaders. In 1232 it was for the first time taken by Richard de Burgo, who lost it once but recovered it and made it the capital of his province. The building of the walls was begun about the beginning of the reign of Edward I, and mirage charters were granted probably by that king, and certainly by Edward III and Richard II. A charter of incorporation was granted in 1396, but the names of certain chief magistrates, provosts, port reeves, and sovereigns are preserved from 1274 to 1485, when the first mayor took office. 14 English families, afterwards known as the tribes of Galway, engrossed civic power, and from 1485 to 1654 every mayor, with a single doubtful exception, was chosen from among them. When the de Burgos turned Irish and renounced their allegiance, the loyal citizens soon learned to treat them as enemies, and in 1518 the corporation resolved that no inhabitant should receive into his house at Christmas, Easter, nor no feast else any of the Burkes, McWilliams, the Kellys, nor no sept else, without license of the mayor and council, on pain to forfeit £5, that neither O nor Mac shall strut nor swagger through the streets of Galway. Their great enemies were the O'Flahertys of Iar Connacht, and it is said that the prayer from the ferocious O'Flahertys, "Good Lord, deliver us," was once inscribed over the west gate of the town. Athenry, which was built by the Birmingham family, was long and closely connected with Galway. It received a mirage charter in 1312. Besides the three great earldoms, there were several Anglo-Norman families who continued to have considerable importance in Tudor times. Robert le Poer, or de Poer, received a grant from Henry II, which made his descendants, now generally called Power, supreme in the eastern half of the county Waterford. In the Middle Ages they were often at war with the citizens of Waterford. Their chief seat was Curragmore, and they are represented through a lady by the Marquis of Waterford. The western half of the same county, which came by marriage to the Desmonds, fell to the descendants of the 7th Earl's second son, known as the Fitzgeralds, of Decies, and seated at Dromana. The Fitzmaurices, descended from Raymond le Gros, occupied that part of North Kerry which is still called Clan Maurice. They became barons of Lixnaw, and are represented by the Marquis of Lansdowne. The family of the White Knight was descended from Gilbert, eldest son of John Moore Fitzgerald by his second wife, Honora O'Connor, his half-brother by Marjorie Fitz-Anthony, being the first Earl of Desmond. The White Knights were called MacGibbon and Fitzgibbon, and their memory is preserved by the barony of Clangibbon in the county of Cork. From John, the second of Honora O'Connor's sons, is descended the Knight of the Valley, or of Glyn on the Shannon. Maurice, the third brother, was the first Knight of Kerry. Another branch of the Fitzgeralds, known as hereditary seneschals of Imokilly, were settled in the 15th and 16th centuries at Castle Martyr. The Barrys, descendants of Nesta, as well as the Geraldines, were settled in that part of the county of Cork called Barrymore, and the Roaches were established soon after the first invasion about Castle Town, Roche, and Fermoy. Of the families who obtained portions of de Lacy's great territory, the most important were the Nugents, barons of Delvin, and the Flemings, barons of Slane on the Boyne. The Plunkets, who are supposed to be of Danish origin, were in the Middle Ages settled chiefly in Meath, and there they are still. They became barons of Killeen, Dunsany, and Louth. The Prestons, viscounts of Gormanston, and the Barnwells, barons of Trimleston, may also be noticed, but all the families of the Pale were overshadowed by the house of Kildare. So far as the English colony in Ireland is concerned, the long reign of Edward III must be regarded as a period of decay. The murder of the last Earl of Ulster in 1333 and the consequent secession of the de Burghs hastened the destruction of a fabric which had always hung loosely together. The sons of Hugh Boy O'Neill, who was killed in 1283, established themselves firmly in eastern Ulster and undid nearly all the work of de Courcy and his successors. They gave to Antrim the name of Clan Hugh Boy, or Clandeboy, as it is now written. Only the savages maintained themselves in Ards, and the Macquillans, a family of Welsh origin, between the Bush and the Ban, in the district afterwards called the Rout. The three royal fortresses which bridled Connaught, Athlone, Roscommon, and Randon all fell into the hands of the Irish. In Leinster also the natives rapidly gained ground. Lysaght O'More formed a confederacy of nearly all the Midland tribes and expelled the settlers from the district between the Barrow and the Shannon. His career was short, but his work was lasting. In 1342, says Klein, he was killed when drunk by his own servant. He was a rich and powerful man, and honored among his own people. He expelled nearly all the English from his lands, and burned 8 of their castles in one evening. He destroyed Roger Mortimer's noble fortress of Dunham Mace, and usurped the lordship of his own country. He was a servant, he became a lord. He was a subject, he became a prince. Bunratty Castle in Clare was dismantled by the O'Briens and McManairs, and the branch of the former established themselves in Tipperary. Of William Carrick O'Brien of Alfurlow, one of the chiefs of this sept, Klein gives a very unflattering account. He was, he declares, a bad and perverse man who lived ill and died ill, passing all his time in waylayings, thefts, spoils, and murders. The constant quarrels of the colonists and the corruption of their officials laid them open to the attacks of the natives, and the state of Ireland attracted so much attention that the Parliament held at Westminster in 1331 advised the king to cross the Channel himself. Edward III never had much time to attend to Ireland, but he seems to have been aware that he had duties in the matter. In 1338 he decreed that none but Englishmen born should fill legal offices, but this did not mend matters, and the administration of justice continued to be as corrupt as ever. The newcomers married in Ireland and were as ready to job for their children as if they had been descended from the first colonists. In 1341 the king ordered that Englishmen with estates in England should be preferred, but the supply of such men was necessarily limited. The main cause of the corruption prevalent was no doubt the poverty of the crown. Officials were ill-paid or not paid at all, and they supported themselves by embezzling funds or by selling justice. An unjust proposal to increase the revenue by resuming royal grants naturally aggravated every evil, and the English by blood were arrayed against the English by birth. Sir John Morris, the deputy who was ordered to carry out the new policy, summoned a Parliament to meet at Dublin in October 1341. But Maurice Fitzthomas, first Earl of Desmond, persuaded a large section of the nobility to ignore the writs, to attend a rival assembly at Kilkenny, and to draw up a remonstrance addressed to the king. The malcontents wished to be informed how a governor without military skill could rule a land where war never ceased, how an official could become quickly rich, and how it came about that the king was never the richer for Ireland. Edward abandoned the intention of resuming the grants, but subsequent events show that he did not really forgive Desmond. Ralph Dufford had married Maud Plantagenet, widow of the murdered Earl of Ulster, and in 1344 he was sent over as viceroy with very large powers. One of his objects was to resume possession of Ulster for the benefit of his stepdaughter, the royal ward, but he totally failed in obtaining rent out of the lands or in ousting those who had seized them. After chastising the Irish in the neighbourhood of Dublin, Dufford resolved to invade Ulster with a regular army. The MacCartains attacked him at the Moree Pass, and he narrowly escaped annihilation. Having cut his way through with the help of the settlers in Louth and Monaghan, he made his way into the northern province, but no permanent results followed. Desmond and others having refused to attend his parliament, the viceroy went to Kerry, took Castle Island, and hanged his principal defenders. He imprisoned the Earl of Kildare and seized his estates, and then took action upon a bond executed in 1333, by which 26 of the chief men of the colony became bound for Desmond's good behavior. Many of the sureties had aided the viceroy, but he, nevertheless, seized their lands. The Earl of Ormond and 2 more were the only exceptions. The ruin caused by this policy was out of all proportion to the good, and in the history of the English in Ireland no one has a worse name than Sir Ralph Dufford, except perhaps his high-born wife, whose resentments were supposed to guide him. His hand was as heavy against the church as against the temporal nobles. The annalist Pembridge, who was a contemporary, declares that he brought bad weather to Ireland, and that it lasted all his time. On Palm Sunday, says the same writer, which was on April 9, 1346, Ralph Dufford died, whose death was very much lamented by his wife and family, but the loyal subjects of Ireland rejoiced at it, and both the clergy and laity for joy celebrated a solemn feast at Easter. Upon his death the floods ceased, and the air again grew wholesome, and the common people thanked God for it. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Ireland under the Tudors, Volume 1, by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. From the year 1346 to the accession of Henry VII, the Crown did nothing for Ireland, torn by intestine quarrels and denied a just government. The colony grew yearly weaker. Many of the settlers found their position intolerable, and in spite of severe ordinances, absenteeism constantly increased. In 1361, Edward summoned to Westminster no less than 63 non-resident landowners, including the heads of several great abbeys, who derived revenues from Ireland and gave nothing in return. They were ordered to provide an army suitable for the king's son, Lionel, Duke of Clarence, and Earl of Ulster by marriage, who proceeded to Ireland as viceroy. He was accompanied by his wife, but failed, as Dufford had done, to obtain any profit from her lordship of Ulster, and was scarcely successful even against the clans near Dublin. The O'Byrnes and O'Tooles cut off many of his English soldiers, and the Duke was obliged to seek aid from the more experienced colonists. Like many governors who have come to Ireland with great pretensions, Lionel found his position most humiliating, and he spent a great part of his time in England. His authority was delegated to deputies, and the feuds between English by blood and English by birth ran higher than ever. In 1367 he returned and summoned a parliament, whose enactments gave legal sanction to the fact that the king was no longer lord of more than a comparatively small portion of Ireland. The Statute of Kilkenny contains a great many rather heterogeneous rules. What makes it of such great importance is its formal recognition of the existence of an English Pale, and of a hostile Irish people outside it. The word Pale may not have been in use for a century later, but the thing was fully established. The Parliament of Kilkenny did not, however, confine its attention to the narrow limits of the 4 obedient shires. The distinction between English and Irish land was conceded, but it was still hoped that most of the shire land would be preserved to English law. The sheriffs or seneschals of 10 counties or liberties, comprising all Leinster, except the modern kings and queens counties, as well as Tipperary and Waterford, were required to produce their accounts at Dublin, but those of Connaught, Kerry, Cork, and Limerick were excused on account of distance, and were required only to attend commissioners of the Exchequer when they came to their bailiwicks, and to render an account to them. Ulster, the Duchess of Clarence's patrimony, is not even mentioned by her husband's Parliament. Of the composition of that assembly we have no record, but it was attended by the Archbishop of Dublin, Cashel, and Tuam, and by the Bishops of Waterford and Lismore, Killaloe, Ossory, Lakeland, and Cloyne. The Archbishops of Cashel and Tuam and the Bishop of Killaloe were Irishmen, the rest were of English race, and some of them born in England. The statute begins by reciting that for a long time after the conquest the English in Ireland spoke English and in general behaved like Englishmen, but that of late years many had fallen away and adopted the Irish language and habits, whereby the king's authority and the English interest were depressed, and the Irish enemy against reason exalted. In order to remedy this marriage, fosterage, gossip, and even concubinage with the Irish was declared high treason. Supplying horses and armour to Irishmen at any time was visited with like penalties, and so was furnishing them with provisions in time of war. Englishmen and even Irishmen living among the English were to speak English, to bear English names only, and to ride and dress in the English fashion, on pain of forfeiture until they should submit and find security. If they had no lands, they might lie in prison till security was forthcoming. Special penalties were provided for offenders who had £100 a year in land. The English born in Ireland and in England were to be in all respects equal, and were not to call each other English hob or Irish dog, on pain of a year's imprisonment, and a fine at the king's pleasure. War with the Irish was inculcated as a solemn duty, and the practice of buying off invasions was condemned. The end aimed at was that Irish enemies should be finally destroyed, and many minute rules were made for arming the colony properly. The rude Irish game of hurling was discountenanced, and the borderers were enjoined to make themselves fit for constant war by practising such gentlemanlike sports as archery and lance play. Imprisonment and fine were to follow a neglect of these precepts. Provision was made to prevent the Irish from forestalling the markets by establishing fairs of their own, and from grazing their cattle in the settled districts. Very severe regulations were made against Irish hangers-on, pipers to wit, storytellers, babblers, and rhymers, all of whom acted habitually as spies. The keeping of kern and idlemen, armed or unarmed, at the expense of other people, was sternly forbidden, and qualified as open robbery. It became, nevertheless, the greatest and commonest of all abuses. Private war among the English was to be punished as high treason, and so was the common practice of enticing friendly Irishmen to acts of violence. The rights and privileges of Holy Church were jealously guarded by the Parliament of Kilkenny. Persons excommunicated for infringing her franchises were to be imprisoned by the civil power until restitution was made. Tithes were specially protected, and the excommunicated were not to be countenanced by king or people. But the distinction between the hostile races was maintained in matters ecclesiastical. No Irishman was to be admitted by provision, collation, or presentation among the English. Such preferments were declared void, and the next presentation was to lapse to the crown. Religious houses situated among the English were strictly forbidden to receive Irishmen, but Englishmen by birth and by blood were given equal rights. The Irish prelates present probably found no difficulty in accepting these principles, for they might and did retaliate by refusing to receive English clerks in Irish districts. The archbishops and bishops assembled at Kilkenny lent a special sanction to the statute by agreeing to excommunicate all who broke it, and they declared such offenders duly excommunicated in advance. Sir John Davies, with less than his usual accuracy, has declared that the execution of these laws, together with the presence of the king's son, made a notable alteration in the state and manners of the people within the space of 7 years, which was the term of this prince's lieutenancy. Now the Statute of Kilkenny was not passed till 1367, and Lionel died in 1368. The Act of Henry III, on which Davies chiefly founded his statement, says the land continued in prosperity and honour, while the Kilkenny laws were executed and fell to ruin and desolation upon their falling into abeyance. But the annals tell a different story, and it is not easy to say what those fat years were. In 1370, only 3 years after the passing of the much-vaunted statute, the Earl of Desmond and others were taken prisoners by the O'Briens and McNamaras, and the deputy Sir William de Windsor was obliged to leave the O'Tooles unchastened in order to hurry to the defence of Munster. Newcastle, within a day's ride from Dublin, was taken and dismantled. The judges could not get as far as Carlow. In 1377, the O'Farrells gained a great advantage over the English of Meath. The general result of the fighting during the 10 years which followed the Parliament of Kilkenny was that the Irish retained possession of at least all which they had previously won. What the statute really did was to separate the two races more completely. Edward III repeated his grandfather's mistake and drew away many of the colonists to his Scotch and Continental wars. An Anglo-Irish contingent fought at Halidon Hill, and it was while making preparations for that campaign that the Earl of Ulster lost his life. Ireland was also well represented at Crecy, and many brave men fell victims to disease at Calais. The viceroys sent over from the time to time seem to have been regarded as licensed oppressors, and it is recorded of many that they left Dublin without paying their debts. Sir Thomas Rokeby, who was deputy in 1349 and 1356, is praised by the contemporary chronicler Pembridge for beating the Irish well and for paying his way honestly. I will, he said, use wooden cups and platters, but give gold and silver for my food and clothes, and for the men in my pay. That this golden saying, as Davies calls it, should have been thought worth recording, shows what the general practice was. The 3 great pestilences which ravaged England ran their course in Ireland also. It was to the first of these visitations that the annalist Klein succumbed. I have, he records, well weighed what I have written, as befits a man who dwells among the dead in daily expectation of death. And lest the writer should perish with the writing, and the work with the workman, I leave parchment for a continuation, if by chance any of the race of Adam should escape this plague and resume my unfinished task. On the whole, the reign of Edward III must be regarded as one of the most disastrous in the annals of the English in Ireland. The reign of Richard II is mainly remarkable for the king's 2 visits to Ireland, but that step was not taken until many others had failed. James Butler, 3rd Earl of Ormond, was viceroy when the old king died. He continued in office and held Parliament at Castle Dermot, whose deliberations were interrupted by an invasion of Leinster on the western side. The O'Briens were bought off with 100 marks, but there were only 9 in the treasury, and the residue was supplied by individuals who gave horses, a bed, or moderate sums of money. Ormond resigned an office which there was no means of supporting properly, and the Earl of Kildare refused the post. In 1380, Edmund Mortimer, Earl of March, who claimed Ulster through his wife Philippa, the daughter of Duke Lionel, agreed to accept the burden for 3 years. He covenanted for 20,000 marks and for absolute control over the revenue of Ireland. The Irish scarcely ventured to oppose him openly, and he recovered Athlone, built a bridge at Coleraine, put down rebels in southern Leinster, and might have extended his power still further had he not died of a chill caught in fording a river near Cork. Ormond and Desmond refused to accept the vacant government, and the Irish continued to enlarge their borders. In 1385, Robert de Vere, Earl of Oxford, the king's favourite and grandson of Ralph Dufford, and the Countess of Ulster, was appointed viceroy for life and created first Marquis of Dublin, and then Duke of Ireland. All the attributes of royalty, such as the right to coin money and issue writs in his own name, were conferred on him, and he undertook to pay the king 5,000 marks a year, which the latter agreed to remit until the conquest of Ireland was complete. De Vere did not visit Ireland, but the government was carried on in his name for some years, during which the colony grew weaker and weaker, nor did his disgrace make any more difference than his appointment had done. Limerick and Cork could scarcely defend themselves. Waterford was harassed by the Lepores and their Irish allies. Towns in Kildare were burned, and the English Bishop of Lakeland was unable to approach his diocese. Galway threw off its allegiance and sought the protection of MacWilliam. In 1391 the Earl of Ormond was again persuaded to undertake the government with a salary of 3,000 marks, but he could do little more than temporize. Payments to the Irish were frequent, and as they constantly advanced, the dispossessed settlers carried the story of their woes to England. Proclamations against absentees were of small effect, and at last the king determined to go himself. He landed at Waterford on October 2, 1394, with 4,000 men at arms and 30,000 archers. As soon as Art MacMurrough, whom the Leinster Irish accepted as their king, heard of Richard's arrival, he attacked New Ross, burned its houses and castles, and carried away gold, silver, and hostages. Richard II's army, augmented as it was by the forces of the colony, was the largest seen in Ireland during the Middle Ages, and has hardly been exceeded in modern times. William III had about 36,000 at the Boyne. Nothing was performed worthy of so great a host, or of the king's presence. One division of the royal army was defeated with great loss by the O'Connors of Offaly, and another by the O'Carrolls. Richard saw that his troops were unfit for war in bogs and mountains, and could not but confess that the natives had many just causes of complaint. He adopted a conciliatory policy, and induced O'Neill, O'Connor, MacMurrough, and O'Brien, as representatives of the 4 royal Irish races, to do homage and to receive the honour of knighthood at his hands. These 4 and a great number of other chiefs bound themselves to the king by indenture, but no money was actually paid, and for all practical purposes Caligula's shells were quite as good a badge of conquest. The German princes had a right to say that Richard was not fit for empire, since he had been unable to subdue his rebellious subjects of Ireland. He remained 9 months in the island, and left the government to Roger Mortimer, Earl of March, heir presumptive to the crown, and claiming to be Earl of Ulster in right of his mother, the only child of Lionel, Duke of Clarence. Besides the earldom of Ulster, Mortimer claimed enormous estates all over Ireland, but possession had been completely divorced from feudal ownership. He attacked the Wicklow clans, but was defeated with loss. In 1398 he made a final attempt to recover some portion of his Leinster inheritance, but was defeated and slain in Carlow by the O'Tooles, O'Nolans, and Kavanaghs. In the following year Richard again visited Ireland in person. His army was nearly as large as on the first occasion, and vast quantities of stores had been collected. The crown jewels were carried with the king, as was a yet more precious flask of oil, which had been transmitted straight from heaven to Archbishop Becket while praying at the shrine of Columba. But neither arms, nor gems, nor even the sacred chrism had any effect upon Art MacMurrough. The king again landed at Waterford, and after a few days' rest moved forward to meet the redoubtable Irishman, who was posted in a wood with 3,000 men. An open space having been secured by burning houses and villages, Richard knighted young Henry of Lancaster, the future victor of Agincourt, and ordered a large number of labourers to fell the wood which sheltered the enemy. Aided by the ground, MacMurrough held the royal army in check for 11 days. The communications were cut, and the men at arms had nothing but green oats for their horses. It was early in July, but the weather was wet, and the whole army suffered from exposure and hunger. A convoy which arrived at Waterford rather added to the disaster. Soldiers, says a contemporary chronicler, rushed into the sea as if it were straw. Casks were broached, and more than 1,000 at a time were seen drunk with the Spanish wine. Abandoning the hope of attacking the Kavanaghs in their fastnesses, Richard made his way to Dublin, the Earl of Gloucester having failed to treat with MacMurrough. The Leinster chieftain had married an Anglo-Norman heiress, and through her claimed the barony of Narrock in Kildare. He demanded to be put in full possession of his wife's lands, and to be left unmolested to enjoy his chiefry. Otherwise he refused to come to any terms with the king. Richard threatened, but his Irish plans were interrupted by the news that Henry of Lancaster had landed in England. He lingered for some weeks in Ireland, and that delay was fatal to him. He reached Milford only to find that he had no longer a party, and thus Art MacMurrough may be said to have crowned the house of Lancaster. The Irish chief continued irreconcilable, and defied the government until his death in 1417. With a bad title and an insecure throne, Henry IV could not be expected to pay much attention to Ireland. The strength of the colony continued to decline during his reign. He made his second son Thomas viceroy, but a child in his 12th year was not the sort of governor required. The treasury was empty, and the young prince's council had soon to announce that he had pawned his plate, and that not another penny could be borrowed. The soldiers had deserted, the household were about to disperse, and the country was so much impoverished that relief could scarcely be hoped for. The settlement was only preserved by paying blackmail to the Irish. The towns defended themselves as they best could, and sometimes showed considerable martial enterprise. Thus Waterford was several times attacked by the O'Driscolls, a piratical clan in West Cork who habitually allied themselves with the Loupours. In 1413 the citizens assumed the offensive and armed a ship in which the mayor and bailiffs with a strong band sailed to Baltimore, where they arrived on Christmas Day. A messenger was sent to say that the mayor of Waterford had brought a cargo of wine, and admission was thus gained to the chief's hall. The mayor, we are told, took up to dance O'Driscoll and his son, the prior of a friary, O'Driscoll's 3 brethren, his uncle and his wife. Having them in their dance, the mayor commanded every of his men to hold fast the said persons, and so after singing a carol came away, bringing with them aboard the said ship the said O'Driscoll and his company, saying unto them they should go with him to Waterford to sing their carol and make merry that Christmas. And they being all aboard, made sail presently, and arrived at Waterford St. Stephen's Day at night, where with great joy received they were with lights. This exploit seems to have tamed the Driscolls for a time, but they invaded Waterford in 1452 and 1461. On the first occasion the citizens had the worst, but on the second they gained the victory and took the chief with 6 of his sons. In the first year of his reign, Henry V made the famous Sir John Talbot viceroy. He was entitled to lands in Westmeath in right of his wife, and the lordship of Wexford had devolved upon his elder brother. He adopted the plan by which Bellingham and Sidney afterwards reconquered the greater part of Ireland. The array of the counties was called out under heavy penalties, and Talbot remained 6 days in Leix, which he so ravaged as to bring O'More to his senses. The bridge of Athy, which had been of use to none but the assailants of the Pale, was rebuilt and fortified so that the cattle of loyal people might graze in safety, which they had not done for 30 years. Passes were cut in the woods bordering on the settled districts, and there seemed some hope for the shrunken and shattered colony. But Talbot's salary of 4,000 marks fell into arrear, and his unpaid soldiers became a worse scourge than the Irish had been. The viceroy and his brother, the Archbishop of Dublin, were constantly at daggers drawn with the White Earl of Ormond, and the feud continued nearly till the Earl's death in 1450. It was, however, due both to Sir John Talbot and to Ormond, his antagonist, that the Irish were kept at bay. Shakespeare's hero was the bugbear with which French mothers quieted naughty children, and he was no less feared in Ireland. With the colonists he was not popular because the crown refused him the means of paying his debts, and Irish writers stigmatized him as the worst man who had appeared in the world since the time of Herod. France, says Sir John Davies, was a fairer mark to shoot at than Ireland, and could better reward the conqueror. The latter part of his statement is questionable, but such was the view taken by the kings of England from Henry II to Henry VII. Thomas Butler, Prior of Kilmainham, who ought to have been engaged in the defence of the Pale, took 1,500 men to help Henry V at the siege of Rouen in 1418. The contemporary chronicler Robert Redmond says they did excellent service with very sharp darts and crossbows. Trained in the irregular warfare of Ireland, they easily outran the Frenchmen, to whom they showed extraordinary animosity, but were less honourably distinguished by their practice of kidnapping children and selling them as slaves to the English. James, Earl of Ormond and Wiltshire, also raised troops in Ireland for foreign service, and it is probable that many other contingents were furnished, of which no record has been preserved. These forces consisted of Anglo-Irish, or at least of Irishmen settled in obedient districts, and their absence from home must have had a constant tendency to weaken the colony. In 1449, Richard of York visited Ireland as viceroy. He accepted the office for 10 years in consideration of 4,000 marks for the first and 2,000 pounds for each succeeding year, and of the whole local revenue. Richard was Earl of Ulster, but he preferred conciliation to any attempt at reconquest, and was consequently able to command the services of many Irish clans, including Magennis, MacArtain, MacMahon, and O'Reilly. The O'Byrnes were put down. With the help of the northern chiefs, O'Neill himself sent presents to the Duke, and most of the central districts became tributary. The Anglo-Normans of Munster, who had partially degenerated, renewed their allegiance, and it was generally supposed that the task of making Ireland English would at last be accomplished. The Viceroy's son, George the False, fleeting, perjured Clarence of later years, was born in Dublin, and his sponsors were Ormond and Desmond. But very soon the fair prospect was clouded. The stipulated salary was not paid. The Irish discovered that Richard had no greater force than his predecessors, and the Majorgans, who had submitted, openly defied his power. He left Ireland suddenly in autumn of 1450, and did not return for 9 years. Richard had not done much to increase the king's power in Ireland, but he created a Yorkist party there. At the time he was accused of prompting Cade's rebellion, and Jack himself was said to be a native of Ireland. The fact that both Simnel and Warbeck afterwards found their best support among the Anglo-Irish seems to show that the Kildare and Desmond partisans were already familiar with the notion of a Yorkist pretender. It is very probable that the adherents of the White Rose saw their opportunity in the fact that the earldom of Ulster belonged to their chief, and Cade must have had an object in calling himself Mortimer. All this is plausible conjecture, but about the significance of Richard's second viceroyalty there can be no reasonable doubt. In 1459, after Salisbury's defeat at Blore Heath, the Duke of York was forced to fly, and he took refuge in Ireland, where he seized the government in spite of the Coventry Parliament. The local independence of Ireland was now for the first time seriously attempted. Richard held a parliament which acknowledged the English crown while repudiating the English legislature and the English courts of law. The Duke of York's person was declared inviolable, and rebellion against him was made high treason. The royal privilege of coining money was also given to him. William Overy, a squire of the Earl of Ormond, who was already acknowledged as head of the Irish Lancastrians, attempted to arrest the Duke as an attainted traitor and rebel, but he was seized, tried before Richard himself, and hanged, drawn, and quartered. After the victory of his friends at Northampton, the Duke returned to England. He took with him a considerable body of Anglo-Irish partisans, and he committed the government to the Earl of Kildare. Richard of York fell at Sandal Hill, but the popularity which he had gained in Ireland descended to his son. In the bloody battle of Towton, the flower of the Anglo-Irish Lancastrians fell, and their leader, the Earl of Ormond, was taken and beheaded. His house suffered an eclipse from which it was destined to emerge with greater brilliancy than ever, and the rival family of Kildare became for a time supreme in the Pale. The native Irish everywhere advanced, and English law rapidly shrunk within the narrowest limits. A parliament held by the Earl of Desmond in 1465 enacted that every Irishman dwelling among the English in Dublin, Meath, Louth, and Kildare should dress in the English fashion, shave his moustache, take the oath of allegiance within a year, and assume as a surname the name of a town, of a colour, or of a trade. In the Parliament of 1480, held by the Earl of Kildare, all trade between the Pale and the Irish was forbidden by law. The Parliament of Drogheda in 1468 had already passed an act which declared that the castle of Ballymore, Eustace, lying between the counties of Dublin and Kildare, among the O'Byrnes and O'Toole's Irish enemies, should be garrisoned by Englishmen only. The Eustace, as it was explained, had given it in charge to one Lawrence O'Bogan, an Irishman both by father and mother, who by nature would discover the secrets of the English. Other acts to a similar effect might be cited, and it may be said that the main object of Edward IV's government in Ireland was to separate the two races more completely. George, Duke of Clarence, was viceroy from 1461 to 1470, and again from 1472 till his mysterious death in 1478. Though born in Dublin, he never visited Ireland as a man, and the government was administered by a succession of deputies. The fate of one of these deputies, Thomas, 8th Earl of Desmond, deserves particular mention. John Tiptoft, Earl of Worcester, whose beautiful Latinity had moved Pope Aeneas Sylvius to tears, was entrusted with the government in 1467, and he assembled a parliament in which Desmond and Kildare were attainted. Kildare escaped to England and procured a reversal of the attainder, but Desmond was enticed to Drogheda and there beheaded. The ostensible cause for this severity is declared by an unpublished statute to have been alliance, fosterage, and alterage with the king's Irish enemies, and furnishing them with horses, harness, and arms, and supporting them against the king's loyal subjects. The Anglo-Irish tradition attributes it to the vengeance of Queen Elizabeth Woodville, whose marriage Desmond had opposed. According to Russell, he told Edward that Sir John Grey's widow was too mean a match for him, that he needed allies sorely, and that he had better cast her off and link himself with some powerful prince. By this account the Queen stole the royal signet and transmitted a secret order for the Earl's death to Ireland. 3 years later Worcester was taken and beheaded during the short Lancastrian restoration, and this quite disposes of Russell's statement that King Edward struck his head from his neck to make satisfaction to the angry ghost of Desmond. What is historically important in Desmond's execution is that it gave his successors an excuse for not attending parliaments or entering walled towns. Their claim to legal exemption was not indeed allowed, but it may have had considerable effect on their conduct. After the death of Clarence, Edward made his sons George and Richard viceroys, and Richard III conferred the same office on his infant son Edward. The government was carried on by deputies, and during the last 20 years of the Yorkist dynasty, almost all real power centred in the house of Kildare. It was the 7th Earl who established the Brotherhood of St. George for the defence of the Pale. The 13 members of this fraternity were chosen from among the principal landowners of the 4 obedient shires, thus excluding the butlers, who formed a small pale of their own about Kilkenny. The brothers of St. George had rather more than 200 soldiers under them, who were paid out of the royal revenue, and that constituted the entire standing army. The cities and towns maintained a precarious existence by themselves. In the charter which Richard III granted to Galway, it was specially declared that the Clanricarde Burkes had no jurisdiction within the town, which their ancestors had taken and fortified, An act passed in 1485 declares that various benefices in the diocese of Dublin were situated among the Irish, that English clerks could not serve the churches because they could not be understood or because they refused to reside, and that it was therefore necessary to collate Irish clerks, and power was given to the archbishop to do so for 2 years. The Statute of Kilkenny and the acts subsidiary to it had their natural effect. The English, in trying to become perfectly English, had shrunk almost to nothing, and the Irish, by being held always at arm's length, had become more Irish and less civilized than ever. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Ireland under the Tudors, Volume 1, by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Irish Parliament. The history of the Irish Parliament in the Middle Ages corresponds pretty closely with that of England. The idea of the three estates is plainly visible as early as 1204, when John asked an aid from the archbishops, bishops, abbots, priors, archdeacons, and clergy, the earls, barons, justices, sheriffs, knights, citizens, burgesses, and freeholders of Ireland. The Common Council of the King's Faithful of Ireland is afterwards often mentioned, and in 1228 Henry III ordered his Judiciary to convoke the archbishops, bishops, abbots, priors, earls and barons, knights and freeholders, and the bailiffs of every county, and to read Magna Charta to them. 1254 has been fixed as the date at which 2 knights of every county, and to read Magna Charta to them. 1254 has been fixed as the date at which 2 knights from each shire were regularly summoned to the English Parliament. In the confusion which followed, the President slept for a while, but in Simon de Montfort's famous Parliament in 1264, burgesses as well as knights had seats. The evidences of regular election in Ireland are scanty at this early period, but legislative enactments and pecuniary aids were more than once made by the whole community of Ireland before the close of Henry III's reign. The germs of a parliamentary constitution were not planted in purely Irish districts, but it is probable that ecclesiastics attended Parliament even from them, and that the natives were thus in some degree represented. In 1254 the king called by name upon the kings O'Donnell, O'Neill, O'Reilly, and O'Flynn, upon MacCarthy of Desmond O'Brien of Thomond, O'Fellan of Decies, and 14 other Celtic chiefs to help him against the Scots. He confides in their love for him to furnish such help, and promises them thanks, pointedly separating their case from that of his lieges of Ireland. Accepting 1295 as the date at which English parliamentary representation settled down into something like its modern shape, we find that the great Plantagenet was not unmindful of Ireland. In that same year, the Justiciary Wogan issued writs to the prelates and nobles, and also to the sheriffs of Dublin, Louth, Kildare, Waterford, Tipperary, Cork, Limerick, Kerry, Connaught, and Roscommon, and to the seneschals of the liberties of Meath, Wexford, Carlow, Kilkenny, and Ulster. The sheriffs and seneschals were ordered to proceed to the election of 2 good and discreet knights from each county or liberty, who were to have full power to act for their districts. It does not appear that cities and boroughs were represented on this occasion, but in 1300, Wogan being still justiciary, writs were directed to counties for the election of 3 or 4 members, and to cities and boroughs for the election of 2 or 3. The king's principal object was to get money for his Scotch war, and with this view Wogan visited Drogheda and other places and extorted benevolence before the Parliament met. A certain supremacy was not denied to the English Parliament, for in 1290 a vast number of petitions were made to the king in Parliament at Westminster. Among the petitioners was the Viceroy John Sandford, Archbishop of Dublin, who begged the king to consider the state of Ireland, of which he had already advised him through Geoffrey de Joinville, a former viceroy who was sitting in Parliament with others of the King's Council in Ireland. Edward I answered that he was very busy, but that he had the matter much at heart, and that he would attend to it as soon as he could. Of the Parliament of 1295, a particular record has fortunately been preserved. Each sheriff was ordered to make his election in the full county court, and each seneschal in the full court of the liberty, and they were to attend Parliament in their proper persons, to verify the returns, no doubt. The personal attendance of the sheriffs was required in England until 1406. The magnates who were summoned to Wogan's Parliament behaved as we might expect to find them behave. The bishops of the south and east came. The Archbishop of Armagh and his suffragans sent proctors with excuses for non-attendance. The Archbishop of Tuam and his suffragans neither came nor apologized. The absence of Hugo de Lacy, one of those elected by the county of Limerick, is particularly noted, whence we may infer that the other shires and liberties were duly represented. Richard, Earl of Ulster, was present. This Parliament principally occupied itself with making regulations as to the treatment of the Irish, and in devising means for checking their inroads upon the colonized districts. The descendants of the first conquerors were already beginning to adopt Celtic customs. Under Edward II, parliaments were frequent, and writs are extant, which show that he, as well as Edward III, intended them to be held annually. Cases occur of bishops, priors, and temporal peers being fined for non-attendance in this reign, and there is good reason to believe that those who were summoned to Parliament generally came. In 1311, writs for a Parliament to be held at Kilkenny were issued by the Justiciary. Wogan to Richard, Earl of Ulster, and 87 other men of name, to the prelates and ecclesiastical magnates, and to the sheriffs. The sheriffs were ordered to summon 2 knights from every county and 2 citizens or burgesses from every city or borough, who were to have full power to act for their several communities in conjunction with the magnates, lay and clerical. Owing probably to the shape which Bruce's invasion gave to the English colony, the parliaments of Edward III are more strictly confined to the districts where the king had real as well as nominal authority. The murder of the last Earl of Ulster in 1333 and the conversion of the de Burghs into Irishmen almost completed the work of destruction which Bruce had only just failed to effect. To the Parliament of 1360, the Archbishops of Dublin and Cashel, the Bishops of Meath, Kildare, Lismore, Killaloe, Limerick, Emly, Cloyne, and Ferns, and the Abbots of St. Mary's and St. Thomas's at Dublin were the only prelates summoned. The Earls of Kildare and Desmond and 8 knights were called up by name. Writs for the election of 2 knights were issued to the sheriffs of the counties of Dublin, Carlow, Louth, Kildare, Waterford, Limerick, and Cork, and of the crosses of Meath, Kilkenny, Wexford, and Tipperary, and to the seneschals of the liberties of Kilkenny, Meath, Tipperary, and Wexford. Writs for the election of citizens and burgesses were no longer directed to the sheriff, but the mayor and bailiffs of Dublin, Drogheda, Cork, Waterford and Limerick, the sovereign and bailiffs of Kilkenny and Ross, and the provost and bailiffs of Clonmel and Wexford, were ordered to return 2 members each. The sheriff of Kildare and the seneschal of the liberty of Kilkenny were told what individuals they were expected to see elected. The House of Commons was then supposed to consist of 28 knights and 24 citizens and burgesses, but the counties of Dublin and Carlow were justly excused on account of the war, and the members for Drogheda, who omitted to come, were summoned before the council under a penalty of £40. The famous Parliament which Lionel, Duke of Clarence, held at Kilkenny in 1367 was probably attended by representatives from a very limited district, for there were but 40 members of the House of Commons in March 1374, and of these 4 came from the county of Dublin, but in November 1374 the number was 54. In 1377 it rose to 62, and in 1380 and 1382 it was 58. We may therefore take the number of county and borough members at the close of the 14th century as about 60. The counties generally represented were Dublin, Kildare, Carlow, Meath, Louth, Waterford, Cork, Limerick, and Wexford, the liberties of Ulster, Meath, Tipperary, Kerry, and Kilkenny, and the crosses of Ulster, Tipperary, Kilkenny, and Kerry. The cities were Dublin, Cork, Waterford, Kilkenny, and Limerick, and the towns were Drogheda, Youghal, Ross, Wexford, Galway, and Athenry. Longford was a county in 1377, but was not maintained as shire ground. Many parliaments met during the 15th century, but their action was more and more confined to the district round Dublin, which about the middle of the century came to be called the Pale. 1295 will probably be accepted as the date when English barons, who had once sat in Parliament, claimed an hereditary right to their writs of summons. It would seem that the origin of the Irish peerage, using the word in its modern sense, must be referred to a somewhat later date, for 87 persons who were perhaps all tenants of the crown were summoned by name to the Kilkenny Parliament in 1311. The subject is not of great historical importance, because the period of transition coincides with that in which the encroachments of the natives reduced feudal Ireland to its lowest estate. In the 16th century, the title of baron was still popularly given to the heads of some families who had formerly been barons by tenure, but who had lost all parliamentary rights. As in England, the knights of the shire had become the proper representatives of the gentry, and peerage grew to be the special creation of the crown. In the Parliament of 1560 there were 23 temporal peers, and of these 8 had been created within the century. It would be safe to assume that the number of temporal peers sitting in the Irish Parliament at any time during the 100 years preceding Elizabeth's accession was well under 30. The number of spiritual greatly exceeded the number of temporal peers. There were 4 archbishops from the first sending of the Pauls in 1151. If we take the year 1500, after some unions had been effected, and before the great quarrel between king and pope, we find that there were 26 bishops in Ireland. Some of the more distant ones were perhaps never summoned to Parliament, and long before the close of the 15th century we cannot doubt that many had ceased to attend the shrunken legislature of the Pale. In 1293 John, Bishop of Clonfert, an Italian and the Pope's nuncio, was fined for non-attendance, and similar penalties were imposed on bishops of Ferns, Ossory, Cork, Ardfert, Limerick, Down, and Emly during the reigns of Edward II, Edward III, and Richard II. There were 13 mitred abbots of the Cistercian order, 10 mitred priors of Augustinian canons, and the Grand Prior of Kilmainham, who represented the wealth and importance of the proscribed Templars, as well as of the Hospitallers, had always a seat in Parliament. The Prior Kilmainham was so important a person that upon the suppression of the order of St. John, Henry VIII made its last chief a peer. The abbot of St. Mary's and the prior of St. Thomas's were always summoned, but it is clear that in earlier days all the mitred heads of houses were considered real as well as nominal spiritual peers. The prior of Accession was fined for non-attendance in 1323, the abbot of Ownway in 1325, and the abbot of Jerpoint in 1377. Much obscurity hangs over the mediaeval House of Lords in Ireland, but it must generally have rested with the viceroy whether the temporal or spiritual peers should be most numerous in any particular parliament. The existence of the clergy as a separate estate in Ireland is less clear than in England, but they had the right of taxing themselves, for in 1538 the Lords Spiritual were thanked by Henry VIII for granting him an annual 20th of all their promotions, benefices, and possessions. Proctors of the clergy attended the lower house, and when Henry VIII undertook his ecclesiastical innovations, they claimed the right to veto bills. It was, however, easily shown that their consent had not formerly been held necessary, and in 1537 an act was passed declaring the proctors to be no members of Parliament. The preamble states that 2 proctors from each diocese had been usually summoned to attend Parliament, but they had neither voice nor vote, and were only counsellors and assistants upon such things of learning as should happen in controversy to declare their opinions, much like as the convocation within the realm of England. Their pretensions to a veto were formally pronounced baseless, and it was declared once for all that the assent or dissent of the proctors could have no effect on the action of Parliament. The representative of the king in Ireland was generally styled Justiciar for a long time after the first invasion. His powers were analogous to that of the great officer of state in England, who had the same title, and who acted as regent during the frequent absences of the kings. The title of Justiciar continued to be given to the Irish viceroys long after the English justiciarship changed its character, that is, about the close of Henry III's reign. The first person who had the title of Lord Lieutenant, if we accept the early case of John de Courcy, appears to have been Lionel, Earl of Ulster and Duke of Clarence, who was sent to Ireland in 1361. Afterwards it became a common practice to make one of the royal family Lord Lieutenant, the duties being usually performed by a deputy, but the title of Lord Lieutenant, though considered higher than any other, was not confined to princes. In time the title of deputy was given to governors of Ireland, even when no Lord Lieutenant intervened between them and the king. Richard of York was the last Lord Lieutenant of royal blood who actually ruled at Dublin. After his time the real government was in the hands of the Earls of Kildare, who were Lords Deputy, with but brief intervals from 1478 to 1526. During that period the title of Lord Lieutenant, but the title only, was enjoyed by Edward, Prince of Wales, by John de la Pole, Earl of Lincoln, by Jasper, Duke of Bedford, and by Henry VIII, before his accession to the crown. In the meantime the word Justiciar, or Lord Justice, had come to mean a temporary substitute for the deputy or lieutenant. When a sovereign died, or when a viceroy suddenly left Ireland, it became the business of the council to elect someone in his room. When giving leave to a governor to leave his post, the sovereign sometimes named the Lord Justice. Lord Capel, who was appointed in 1695, was the last chief governor who had the title of deputy. Since the Revolution, the head of the Irish government has always been a Lord Lieutenant, and during his absence 1 or 2 or 3 Lords Justices have been appointed by the Irish Privy Council. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Ireland under the Tudors, Volume 1, by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The reign of Henry VII. Ireland was destined to give the victor of Bosworth much trouble, but his accession made little immediate difference to the Anglo-Irish community. Kildare continued to act as chief governor, and on the nomination of Jasper, Duke of Bedford, to the Lord Lieutenancy, he was formally appointed deputy under him. His brother Thomas was allowed to retain the Great Seal, while thus leaving the administration of the island to the Yorkist Geraldines. Henry lost no time in restoring the rival house, which had suffered in defence of the Red Rose. Sir Thomas Butler was by Act of Parliament at once restored in blood, became 7th Earl of Ormond, and was taken into high favour. The practical leadership of the Irish butlers was, however, never held by him, and the disputes concerning it had no doubt great effect in consolidating Kildare's power. John, 6th Earl of Ormond, who never lived in Ireland, appointed as his deputy his cousin Sir Edmund Butler. Earl John dying in Palestine, his brother Thomas succeeded him, and continued Sir Edmund in the custody of the Irish estates. Sir Edmund by will granted to his son Piers the same power as he had himself held, but it does not appear that this curious bequest was acknowledged either by the Earl of Ormond or by the people of Kilkenny and Tipperary. Sir James Ormond, as he is called, a bastard son of the 5th Earl, became the real chief of the butlers, and is often called Earl by Irish writers, the rules of legitimate descent being then very lightly regarded in Ireland. Sir James received a regular commission from Thomas, Earl of Ormond, as his deputy, supervisor, and general and special attorney in Kilkenny. Strong in the confidence of the rightful Earl and in the estimation of the people, Sir James became Kildare's chief opponent, who, to weaken him, espoused the cause of Sir Piers, to whom he gave his daughter Lady Margaret in marriage. By that means and policy, says the Book of Howth, the Earl of Ormond, that is, Sir James, was so occupied in his own country that he could not attend to do any damage to the Earl of Kildare, nor any of his friends. And the chronicler Stanihurst, a Geraldine partisan, would have us believe that the successful career of Sir Piers was wholly due to the singular wisdom of his wife. An eminent modern antiquary tells us that her fame still lives among the peasantry of Kilkenny, while the Red Earl is forgotten, that she is remembered as Mageen or Little Margaret, and that she is the traditional castle builder of the district. It has been generally stated that Henry, before he had been a year on the throne, heard that Kildare was plotting against him. From what happened later, it is likely that such a report would not have been without foundation. Perhaps there was some evidence of his complicity in Lord Lovell's abortive insurrection, and it is highly probable that he was a party to the plot which the Duchess of Burgundy was hatching against the King of England. Except on the supposition that he had already been admitted to the conspirators' confidence, it is hard to see how Kildare can have received Lambert Simnel and his promoter, a young and undistinguished priest, without hesitation or inquiry. There was no Lancastrian party in Dublin, and Henry's politic exhibition of the real Earl of Warwick had no effect upon men who were determined to accept the counterfeit. In common with almost every temporal grandee, the Archbishop of Dublin and the Bishops of Meath and Kildare espoused the pretender's cause, but Octavian, Archbishop of Armagh, a Florentine and well-informed, remained firm and was supported by the Bishop of Clocher. Henry afterwards asked the Pope to excommunicate the prelates who had favoured the pretender, and it is remarkable that he mentions the Archbishop of Armagh as one of them. Among the temporal peers, Lord Howth had the sense to see that Henry would be victorious, and he kept him well informed of all that went on in Ireland. Simnel remained in Ireland, and published acts were done in his name as king until the arrival of Lincoln and Lovell, with Martin Swart, an experienced German leader, and 2,000 veterans of his nation sent by Margaret of Burgundy. Lambert was crowned in Christchurch with a diadem borrowed for the occasion from a statue of the Virgin, and was shown to the people borne aloft on the shoulders of Darcy of Platten, the tallest man of his time. Details which bespeak the poverty of the country. A coronation sermon was preached by the Bishop of Meath. Kildare ordered the citizens of Waterford to join him with all their forces, but the mayor, who was a butler, filled the town with the vassals of the house of Ormond, and the clans depending on it, and returned for answer that they held all as traitors who had taken any part in the mock coronation. Kildare hanged the poor groom who had brought this message, an act of barbarity with which the archbishop was much offended, and then repeated his summons. The herald who bore the Geraldine arms on his tabard was refused admission to Waterford, and summoned the citizens from a boat, ordering them instantly to proclaim King Edward VI on pain of being hanged at their own doors. With becoming spirit, the chief magistrate replied that they would not give the earl so much trouble, that they looked on all his partisans as traitors, and that they were ready to give him battle 30 miles away. Kilkenny, Clonmel, Callan, Fetard, and other towns followed the example of Waterford. There was some division of opinion between the partisans of Simnel as to whether England should be immediately invaded. 2 reasons in favour of this course prevailed over those for establishing a separate government in Ireland. The country was too poor to support 2,000 German mercenaries, and the Irish followers of Kildare, who cared little for either rose, promised themselves much pleasure from fighting and plundering in hated England. Accordingly, just a month after the mock coronation, Lambert and his friends left Dublin and landed at Foudray in Lancashire, where they were joined by Sir Thomas Broughton and some of his tenants. But their snowball, in Bacon's phrase, did not gather as they would, and they advanced as far as Newark without materially increasing their force. The popularity which Henry had gained during his late stay at York and the general pardon which he had given went far to break up the Yorkist party in the north, and it was an odious thing to Englishmen to have a king brought in to them upon the shoulders of Irish and Dutch. At Stoke the Pretender's motley host came into collision with the far more numerous royal army. The Germans fought well, and so did their few English allies. Neither did the Irish fail in courage or fierceness, but being almost naked men, only armed with darts and skeins, it was rather an execution than a fight among them. At least 4,000 of the pseudo-Yorkists fell, including Martin Swart, the Earl of Lincoln, and Kildare's brother, the Irish Chancellor Thomas Fitzgerald. Lord Lovell and Sir Thomas Broughton may have escaped for a time, but they were never heard of again. It appears from a passage in the Annals of Ulster, where Henry VII is contemptuously mentioned as the son of a Welshman, that the native Irish believed Simnel to be what he pretended to be, the last prince of the blood royal. The loyalty of Waterford deserves special thanks, and Henry sent a letter to the mayor and citizens in which he expressed his hearty gratitude. To show his perfect confidence, he commanded them to pursue and harass the Earl of Kildare and the citizens of Dublin, both by sea and land. The trade of the Irish capital was placed at their mercy, and they were exhorted not to desist from hostilities until our rebel, the Earl of Kildare, who was also our deputy, and his Dublin allies were brought to due obedience. Kildare sent messengers to England to make his peace, and the citizens of Dublin did likewise. "We were daunted," said the latter, plausibly enough, "to see not only the chief governor, whom your highness made ruler over us, to bend or bow to that idol whom they made us to obey, but also our father of Dublin, and most of the clergy of the nation, After some hesitation, Henry resolved to pardon all the Irish conspirators, and even allowed Kildare to remain in the office of deputy. In return for their pardons, the nobility were required to take the oath of allegiance, and to secure its proper administration, the king resolved to send a special commissioner to Ireland. Sir Richard Edgecombe, controller of the household, whom he had already employed on a diplomatic mission to Scotland, was the person chosen for this delicate duty. Sir Richard sailed from Fowey with a squadron of 4 vessels containing 500 men, and having tried in vain among the Scilly Islands and in the Bristol Channel to surprise certain pirates who infested those seas, he reached Kinsale on the 5th day, where he again failed to apprehend a notable pirate. Lord Barry Oge came on board to take the oath of allegiance. Edgecombe then landed, was met by Lord Councey, and the townsmen of Kinsale received the keys of the town and administered the oath to all persons of importance. Having granted a royal pardon, he sailed for Waterford, where he was loyally welcomed. Hearing that he had brought a pardon for Kildare, the citizens reminded him that the Earl was their bitterest enemy, and begged to be exempted from any jurisdiction which he or any other Irish lord might claim as deputy. Sir Richard promised to advance the interests of Waterford at court, and then went on to Dublin. Kildare kept the royal commissioner waiting for 8 days, during part of which time he was entertained at Malahide by a lady of the Talbot family. At last the Earl came to Thomas Court with 200 horse, and sent the Bishop of Meath and the Baron of Slane to conduct Sir Richard thither. On entering the room, Edgecombe made no bow to the Lord Deputy, but bluntly delivered the King's letters. 5 days more were given for the rest of the lords to make an appearance, and Kildare retired to Maynooth to digest the letters and verbal messages. On the 4th day, Sir Richard came by pressing invitation to Maynooth, and the Earl promised that he would do everything required of him, but he continued to interpose delays in coming to any official decision. Sharply reprimanded by the royal commissioner, the lords at last agreed to take the oath of allegiance, but refused to enter into recognizances for the forfeiture of their estates in case they should again lapse from their duty, plainly declaring that they would rather become Irishmen, every one of them. With an oath of allegiance, Sir Richard was fain to be content, and he drew one in very stringent form, Henry being specially described as the natural and right-wise King of England. To prevent tricks, the host upon which the oath was taken was consecrated by Edgecombe's own chaplain. The nobility present and the principal ecclesiastical dignitaries about Dublin were sworn or did homage, and particularly bound themselves to support and execute the censures of the Church as pronounced by the bull of Innocent VIII upon those who should rebel against the King of England. In that instrument the Pope had declared his belief that the crown belonged to Henry by inheritance, by conquest, and by election, independently of, and in addition to his claim in right, of Elizabeth of York. Among the commoners whom it was thought necessary to swear especially was Darcy of Platten, the tall man who had borne Lambert on his shoulders. The civic authorities of Dublin, Drogheda, and Trim having been sworn before him in their own towns, Sir Richard embarked at Dalkey on the 34th day after his arrival at Kinsale. Of all Simnel's partisans, Keating, Prior of Kilmainham, was the only one who did not receive a pardon. Kildare sent the Bishop of Meath to England to watch his interests, and Octavian also sent an agent to procure for him the custody of the Great Seal. The primate complained that Kildare, despite his recent oath, had begun plotting against him before Edgecombe had reached the English shore. "I know," he said, "for certain that if the said Earl of Kildare obtains the government of Ireland by royal authority, and has the Chancellor of Ireland also at his back, that I have no hope of quiet in Ireland." Henry did not give the seal to the Archbishop, but he summoned all the Irish nobility to court, and all obeyed except Desmond and Fitzmaurice of Kerry. "My masters of Ireland," said the king when giving them audience, "you will crown apes at length, Afterwards, at dinner, he gave point to this remark by ordering Lambert Simnel to hand wine to those who had so lately crowned him king. None would have taken the cup out of his hand, but bade the great devil of hell him take before that ever they saw him. Bring me the cup, if the wine be good, said the Lord of Howth, being a merry gentleman, and I shall drink it off for the wine's sake, and mine own sake also, and for thee as thou art, so I leave thee a poor innocent. Henry kept the lords at court long enough for them to feel the expense burdensome, and then dispatched them, making Lord Howth, who had alone remained loyal, a present of 300 pounds in gold, and the robe which he wore at the reception. Some of the others had expected little less than the axe for their reward. The influence of Kildare was not much shaken by his complicity in Simnel's adventure, and it was not till 1492 that he was deprived of the office of deputy. It was conferred on Walter Fitzsimmons, Archbishop of Dublin. About the same time, Roland Fitz-Eustace, Baron of Port Leicester, the Earl's uncle, who had been Lord Treasurer for 38 years, was suddenly removed and threatened with a hostile inquiry into his accounts during the whole period. Sir James Ormond, knighted by Henry in person for his services against Lambert, was appointed in his room, and another butler was made master of the rolls. The quarrel between the two houses blazed up fiercely, and Kildare, to reassert his influence, summoned a great meeting of citizens on Oxmantown Green. The two factions came to blows. Some lives were lost, and Kildare attempted to seize the city by a sudden movement. The gates were, however, shut in time, but Ship Street, then outside the walls, was burned. The Geraldines wasted the Butler territory, and the Butlers, in their turn, ravaged Kildare and encamped in great force on the southern side of Dublin. A meeting of the two chiefs in St. Patrick's Cathedral was then arranged. A riot took place in the church, a flight of arrows was discharged, and Sir James, suspecting treason, barred himself into the chapter house. The Earl came to the door with offers of peace, and a hole was cut in the timber through which the rivals might shake hands. Sir James hesitated to risk his hand, but Kildare settled the question by putting in his own. The door was then opened, they embraced each other, and peace followed for a time. To make amends for the desecration of the church, the Pope ordered that the mayor should go barefoot through the city on Corpus Christi Day, and this practice was continued till the Reformation. The door with the hole in it is still preserved, or was so until very lately. Ireland, at this time, says Ware, was as it were a theatre or stage on which masked princes entered, though soon after their visors being taken off, they were expulsed the stage. Perkin Warbeck landed at Cork in late 1491 or early in 1492, and was entertained by John Walters, an eminent merchant and future mayor. The citizens from the beginning insisted on regarding him as a royal personage, first as a son of Clarence, afterwards as a bastard of Richard III, and finally as Richard, Duke of York, Edward IV's younger son. Having adopted the latter character, Perkin wrote letters extant in Ware's time, in which he sought help from the Earls of Desmond and Kildare. The former at once espoused his cause. The latter, according to his own account, would have nothing to do with the French lad. Desmond joined Perkin in soliciting the aid of James IV of Scotland, and he remained for about a year at Cork, learning English, but apparently without exciting any anxiety in England. Towards the close of 1492 he withdrew to France, where Charles VIII received him as a prince, and where he was joined by disaffected Yorkists. Henry having made a successful campaign in France, Perkin was dismissed and went to Flanders, where Margaret of Burgundy acknowledged him as her nephew, and no doubt instructed him how to fill the part. In 1493, the Archbishop of Dublin held a parliament where many things were done unfavourable to the Geraldine faction, and on August 12, John Walters and other accomplices of the Pretender were summoned to surrender. The Archbishop shortly went over to England, where he made Henry clearly acquainted with the state of affairs in Ireland, and was followed by Kildare, who had an opportunity of telling his own story. In consequence of what he had learned, the king resolved to appoint a deputy unconnected with any Irish party, and fixed upon Sir Edward Poynings, whom he had already employed as envoy to the Archduke Philip when remonstrating against the countenance given to Perkin in Flanders. While Archbishop Fitzsimmons was in England, Viscount Gormanston filled the office of deputy, and even ventured to summons a parliament. But the Duke of Bedford having in the meantime resigned the lieutenancy, his substitute's action was afterwards declared null and void. Poynings landed at Howth on October 1494 with 1,000 men. He was accompanied by Henry Dean, Bishop of Bangor, and afterwards Archbishop of Canterbury, as Chancellor by Sir Hugh Conway, as Treasurer, and by 3 other Englishmen appointed to the chief places in their 3 common law courts. Joining his forces with those of Kildare and of Sir James Ormond, Poynings immediately undertook an expedition to Ulster with the view of chastising O'Donnell, who had lately been honourably received in Scotland and was probably implicated in Perkin's project. When the army reached O'Hanlon's county, Sir James Ormond persuaded the deputy that Kildare was plotting with the Irish against his life, and some colour was given to the charge by the conduct of the Earl's brother James, who seized Carlow Castle, mounted the Geraldine banner, and refused to surrender when summoned in the king's name. Having with difficulty reduced Carlow, Poynings repaired to Drogheda, where he held a parliament whose legislation was destined to have a momentous effect on Irish history. The invasion of Ulster was abandoned, and Bacon, with the experience of the next century, summarily disposes of it as a wild chase on the wild Irish. The acts of this Parliament of 1494 are numerous, many of them being intended to make the administration more directly dependent on the Crown. Thus the judges and other high officials were made to hold at the king's pleasure instead of by patent, as had been customary heretofore. It was made illegal for great men to retain free citizens and burgesses in their pay, or for anyone to make war without the governor's license, or for anyone to stir up the Irish against the English. It was made unlawful to keep firearms without the deputy's license. The statutes of Kilkenny were confirmed or reenacted, with the exception of those against using the Irish language and those obliging every subject to ride in a saddle. Family war cries such as Butler Boo and Quama Boo were strictly prohibited. Coin and livery were visited with severe penalties, but advantageous terms were fixed upon which the king might obtain provisions for his soldiers. All acts against papal provisions, therefore, made either in England or Ireland, were declared to be in full force, though the government had no means whatever of preventing them or of making other arrangements for the vast majority of Irish benefices. The statutes known in after days as Poynings' Acts were 2 in number. By the first it was enacted that no future parliament should be held in Ireland, but at such season as the king's lieutenant and council there first do certify the king under the great seal of that land, Ireland, that causes and considerations and all such acts as them seemeth should pass in the same parliament. Should the king and council approve them, then the Irish parliament should be summoned under the great seal of England, and not otherwise. By the second act it was provided that all public statutes late made within the said realm of England should be in force in Ireland. The lawyers decided that this applied to all English acts prior to the 10th year of Henry VII, and thus the dependence of the Irish Parliament on that of England was established in the fullest degree. Kildare was attainted by the Drogheda Parliament, the act stating that he had provoked Irish enemies and English rebels to levy war against the king, that he had conspired with O'Hanlon to kill the deputy, that he had caused his brother James to seize Carlow and hold it against the king, that he had used coin and livery, and that he had conspired with the King of Scots and the Earl of Desmond for an invasion of Ireland, The Earl was arrested and sent to England, there to await Henry's own judgment on these and other matters. The chief of the southern Geraldines had in the meantime again given his adhesion to the cause of Perkin Warbeck. Less than 3 weeks after his disgraceful failure in Kent, Perkin was with Desmond in Munster. 11 ships, of which some were Scotch, attacked Waterford from the river, while Desmond and his Irish allies, with 2,400 men, threatened the city from the southern side. Poynings marched against the invaders in person, but the real work was done by the mayor and citizens, who dammed the stream called John's River so as to prevent Desmond from joining Perkin. While they battered the fleet with cannon planted on Reginald's Tower, they made several sallies, killed their prisoners, and stuck their heads on stakes in the marketplace. When the siege had lasted 11 days, one of Perkins's ships was sunk by the fire from the town, and the adventurer then fled precipitately. At least 3 vessels fell into the hands of the besieged or their allies, and the citizens followed Perkin to Cork, where his friends protected him. Afterwards he made his way to Scotland, where James IV received him with honours due to a prince, and gave him the hand of his cousin, Lady Catherine Gordon. James, who was of an ambitious and visionary turn of mind, may perhaps have thought it possible to restore the days of Bruce and to conquer some part of Ireland for himself. 2 successive O'Donnells acknowledged themselves his subjects, and with their help and that of sailors like the Bartons, Scotland might have disputed with England the possession of Northern Ireland at least. The elder Hugh O'Donnell, who died in 1505, was a man of considerable ability. The annalists, with their usual magniloquence, styling him the Augustus of the north of Europe, and with more truth asserting than he was the most powerful person in the north of Ireland. Poynings quitted Ireland in January 1496, leaving the government in the Bishop of Bangor's hands. Important as was the recent legislation, it cannot be said that Henry had made any real change in the system of government. His great idea, like that of his descendants, was to make Ireland pay her own expenses, and for that purpose he sent over 2 able officers with instructions to overhaul the entire system of government. Plenty of zeal seems to have been shown, but the result was not encouraging. No year passed in Ireland without some small war, and the established custom of hiring native mercenaries tended to prevent any improvement. Sir James Ormond and the other leaders found their account in constant disturbance and expense always more than kept pace with revenue. The accounts of Vice-Treasurer Hatcliffe, to whom Henry committed the control of Irish finance, seemed to show that Poynings and others found a difficulty in obtaining the aid of subordinate officers. They had, however, a resource which Elizabeth lacked in the power of employing priests and friars. Thus we find a Franciscan of Dublin sent to spy out the manners of the people inhabiting the marches of the Pale, and again acting as a messenger between the council in Dublin and the deputy in the field. A canon named John Staunton was sent to act as a spy in Munster and elsewhere about the Earl of Desmond, Perkin Warbeck, and other rebels. On another occasion, a Carmelite was the means of communication between the government and Sir James Ormond, and it is probable that many more of the messengers were clergymen, though the fact is not so mentioned. That there was no peace, and consequently no diminution of expense, is not to be altogether attributed to the rapacity of Sir James Ormond and other leaders of Kern and Gallowglasses. The Geraldines took care that the country should be disturbed during the Earl's absence, as we find by the following significant entry: 2 shillings to Philip Messenger for carrying the Lord Justice's letters directed to Richard Paintenay of Carberry, Edward Dowdall of Slane, to the sovereign of Athboy and others, ordering them to have sundry fires made on sundry mountains, viz. The mountains of Tar, Lyons, Athboy, and Slane, to warn the king's lieges, in case James the Earl's son and others, the king's Irish enemies, should bring a power to invade the English districts. Several other payments were made to the same messenger for services in connection with these Geraldine inroads, and Henry came gradually to think that Kildare did more harm as a prisoner than he could possibly do if he were at liberty. Whether the account of the Earl's behaviour at court, which has been copied from the Book of Howth into most histories, be true or not, there can be little doubt that Henry thought it better that he should rule all Ireland. than that he should have further opportunities of showing that all Ireland could not rule him. The gravest charge against him was that of conspiring with O'Hanlon to murder Poynings, and this was disposed of by the evidence of O'Hanlon. Prince Henry became titular Lord Lieutenant, the attainder was reversed by the English Parliament, and Kildare received a commission as Lord Deputy under the King's son. His first wife, Alison Eustace, is said to have died through the agitation caused by his imprisonment, and he now added to his influence by marrying Elizabeth St. John, the King's first cousin. Leaving his son Gerald as a hostage at the English court, he returned to Dublin as soon as possible, received the sword from Dean, successfully invaded the O'Briens and McNamara's, and was fully reconciled to the Archbishop of Armagh. The Great Seal was given to Fitzsimmons, Archbishop of Dublin, a prelate who had the courage to tell Henry that a certain courtly orator flattered him too much. "Our father of Dublin," replied the king, "we were minded to find the same fault ourselves." On July 20, 1497, Perkin Warbeck again made his appearance at Cork. He got no help this time from Desmond, who had been pardoned and had perhaps made up his mind that the adventurer was an impostor. Sir James Ormond was accused of favouring him. The citizens of Waterford at once gave Henry notice, and with 4 ships fitted out by themselves gave chase to Perkin, who found no encouragement in Ireland and lost no time in going to join the Cornish malcontents. Narrowly escaping capture at sea, he managed to raise a force of 6,000 or 7,000 men, besieged Exeter and Taunton unsuccessfully, and then ran away without striking a blow, and took sanctuary at Beaulieu in Hampshire. The inglorious close of his career is unconnected with Ireland, and he seems on this last occasion to have had no Irish allies. The citizens of Waterford received from the king a cap of maintenance to be borne on certain occasions before the mayor, and the title of Urbs Intacta, in which the city still glories. The sum of 1,000 marks which he had promised for the capture of Perkins was not, strictly speaking, earned by the Waterford men, and their loyal and doubtless very costly exertions received no money recompense from the frugal king. The modern historian, whose fortune it has been to clear up all doubts about Perkin Warbeck, takes Lord Bacon to task for overrating the excellence of the Pretender's acting, but Bernard Andreas, the principal, if not the only contemporary writer, certainly gives one to understand that he played his part very plausibly. Carried to Ireland by a fair wind, he suborned with his very cunning temptations a great part of the barbarians of that island, for he unfolded and retold from his ready memory all the times of Henry IV, and without book repeated the names of all his familiars and servants as he had been taught them from a boy. He habitually added circumstances of time, place, and person, with which he very easily persuaded the levity of those men, and with the help of such figments the matter grew so important that men of prudence and high nobility were induced to believe the same. What followed, certain prophecies concerning him, were scattered far and wide by false prophets, which completely blinded the mental perceptions of the common people. It must be admitted that Lord Bacon did not speak without considerable authority. A contemporary French poem, which was probably also written by Bernard Andreas, gives a very unflattering account of Ireland as a cave of robbers, where is neither peace, love, nor concord, but only treasons and the foulest deeds. Such material help as the Pretender received was entirely among the Anglo-Irish. The native annalists do not mention him, whereas Simnel is, at least by one writer, spoken of as an undoubted prince of the blood royal. Sir James Ormond, whose mother was an O'Brien, used the help of his Irish connections to oppress Sir Piers Butler, whom he imprisoned, but afterwards released at Desmond's request, upon trust that he should have married the Earl's daughter. One of Kildare's first acts after his restoration was to summon Sir James to Dublin and to proclaim him outlaw on his refusal, but this scarcely lessened his power in the Butler country, and did not even prevent him from assuming the title of Earl of Ormond. Driven to great straits, Sir Piers asserted that his rival had imprisoned him contrary to his oath and promise made upon the Holy Cross and other great relics. And that's the same Sir James, not pondering his said oath and promise, showed openly that Wheresoever he would find me, he would kill me. After this, Sir James for the second time refused to appear before the king. The two butlers met accidentally in the open field between Dunmore and Kilkenny, and after a short struggle Sir James was slain. According to some accounts, this encounter or murder, whichever it may be thought, was caused by Lady Margaret Butler's complaint that she could get no wine, though in delicate health. Truly, Margaret, he answered, thou shalt have store of wine within this 24 hours, or else thou shalt feed alone on milk for me. One writer says that there were desperate odds against Sir Piers, and if this be true, and considering the then state of Ireland, the guilt of murder can hardly attach to him. The death of Sir James was decidedly beneficial to Ireland, for it made peace between the houses of Kildare and Ormond. In 1498, Kildare received a commission to hold a parliament which was not to last for more than 6 months. The first act of this parliament was to confirm the reversal of the Lord Deputy attainders, who by a singular anomaly thus exercised vice-regal authority, notwithstanding the corruption of his own blood. The last to attaint, Lord Barrymore and John Waters, for their dealings with Perkin Warbeck. Waters was caught, found guilty by a Westminster jury, and hanged at Tyburn alongside of the Pretender. Lord Barrymore escaped arrest, but was murdered by his brother, the Archdeacon of Cork. Kildare visited and garrisoned Cork, forcing the chief inhabitants to take the oath of allegiance to Henry and to give bonds for future good behaviour. On the other acts passed, the most important was one for the discouragement of Irish habits and weapons. Henceforth dwellers within the Pale were enjoined to wear only English dress and to wield only English artillery, such as swords, bucklers, parvesses, bows, arrows, bills, crossbows, guns, or such hand weapons, darts and spears being prohibited, and they were to ride in saddles in the English fashion. It was Kildare's fortune not only to give trouble himself, but to be the progenitor of those who were to give trouble in future. The rebellion of his grandson Thomas Fitzgerald was to cause the eclipse of his house. The descendants of his daughter Alice were to be the chief disturbers of the Elizabethan monarchy in Ireland. She had married Con More O'Neill, who was naturalized by Act of Parliament, and this gave her father a fair excuse for interfering in the affairs of Ulster. Con More had been treacherously killed by his brother Henry in 1493, and the murderer fought for supremacy with his brother Donald. Henry was at first successful, and Donald, whom Lady Alice appears to have favoured, could only keep up a desultory opposition. In 1497 a peace or truce was made, but in the following year Locke and Con, Lady Alice's two young sons, killed Henry in revenge for their father's death, and invited Kildare to come himself into Ulster. Besides his grandsons, the Lord Deputy had the help of O'Donnell, O'Neill, of Maguire, of O'Donnell, and most of the neighbouring clans. Against Donald was established as chief of Tyrone. Firearms were perhaps first brought to Ireland in 1483, when 6 muskets, considered a great rarity, were sent from Germany as a present to Kildare, and were borne by his guards more for show than for use. In 1487 an O'Donnell was killed by a cannon or musket shot in a local broil, and in the following year Kildare brought ordnance against Balrath Castle. In 1495, as we have seen, heavy guns were successfully used for the defence of Waterford, and the mention of firearms in the Act of 1498 shows that their importance was quickly recognised. Cannon came in time to be the peculiar weapons of the king, their great expense putting them out of reach of private combatants, and no doubt it was gunpowder that caused the downfall both of the feudal and of the tribal systems. In 1499, the Lord Deputy, who acted pretty much as if there were no king in England, made an excursion into Connaught and garrisoned certain castles. About the same time Piers Budleigh was defeated in battle by the O'Briens, but the causes of neither quarrel have been handed down to us. It was the policy of the Anglo-Norman nobles in Ireland to make themselves allies amongst the Irish, and in pursuance of this idea the Earl gave up his son Henry to be fostered by his late ally Hugh O'Donnell, who came to visit him in the Pale. Kildare afterwards held a parliament at Castle Dermot, but its acts had no political significance unless the punishment of certain nobles for not wearing parliament robes and for not using saddles be considered an exception. Donald O'Neill and his nephews did not long remain at peace, and O'Donnell, siding with the latter, expelled Donnell from Dungannon. Kildare again invaded Tyrone in conjunction with O'Donnell and took Kinnaird Castle, which he handed over to his grandson Turlough. But 6 weeks later it was retaken by Donald O'Neill. For more than 2 years after this, no event of any importance is recorded. There were ceaseless wars among the Irish, but the Lord Deputy does not seem to have interfered with them. In 1503, Kildare visited England by the king's orders and remained there 3 months. Having license from Henry to appoint a substitute, he selected his old antagonist, the Archbishop of Dublin, to act as Lord Justice in his absence. The Earl remained 3 months in England and was allowed to bring back his son Gerald, who had been a hostage for 8 years. Gerald, who was accompanied by his bride Elizabeth Zouch, received his appointment as Lord Treasurer of Ireland a few months later. In 1504, quarrel arose between Kildare and Ulick. MacWilliam Burke, Lord of Clanricarde, who had married his daughter, Lady Eustacia. The only cause assigned by any of the authorities is that MacWilliam ill-treated his wife. He had, however, seized the town of Galway, and that might be provocation enough for a Lord Deputy. 2 great armies were collected, MacWilliam having the O'Briens and McNamara's, the Connacht O'Connors and the MacBryans, O'Kennedys and O'Carrolls on his side. With the deputy were a portion, at least, of the O'Neills, O'Donnell, MacDermott, McGuinness, O'Connor, Failey, O'Farrell, McMahon, O'Reilly, O'Hanlon, and some of the Mayo Burkes. Notwithstanding this formidable array of names, Kildare's army was far inferior to MacWilliam's in point of numbers. Both bishops and lawyers appeared at the council of war which preceded the battle, Art O'Neill objecting to the former and O'Connor Failey to the other. The one declared that the bishop's duty was to pray, to preach, and to make fair weather, and not to be privy to manslaughter, and the other expressed his great contempt for pen and ink and for the weak and doubtful stomachs of learned men. I never, he said, saw those that were learned ever give good counsel in matters of war, for they were always doubting and staying and persuading more in frivolous and uncertain words than Hector or Lancelot's doings. Lord Gormanston was unwilling to risk so much without first knowing the king's pleasure, but Lord Howth, as represented by the family chronicler, saw that good advice might come too late, and that being in the field they must fight. He proposed that they should conquer or die, having first placed their sons in safety, so as to secure vengeance in case of defeat. This plan was frustrated by young Gerald's refusal to retire. MacWilliam's army made certain of victory and spent the night drinking, playing cards, and arranging about the custody of prisoners. The battle took place at Knocktog, or Knockto, now generally written Knockdoe, a hill near Clare, Galway. Kildare is said to have reminded his followers that the enemy, though very numerous, were ill-armed, many with one spear only and a knife, and without wisdom or good order, marching to battle as drunken as swine to a trough. When the fighting began, Great Darcy, the man who had borne Lambert Simnel on his shoulders, appeared as one of the chief champions on the deputy's side. Kildare gained a complete victory. The Book of Howth represents the gentry of the Pale as sustaining the brunt of the battle, while the four masters tell the story as if both armies consisted of aboriginal Irishmen only. According to the former authority, Lord Gormanston made the following speech to the Lord Deputy: "We have done one good work, and if we do the other, we shall do well. We have for the most number killed our enemies, and if we do the like with all the Irishmen that we have with us, it were a good deed." Galway and Athenry were occupied without difficulty after the battle, and the Lord Deputy's Irish allies withdrew to their own countries. The arduous task remained of persuading Henry VII that all had been done in his interest. Kildare sent his old antagonist, the Archbishop of Dublin, to court, who performed his mission so well that the king professed himself quite satisfied, and soon afterwards made his deputy a Knight of the Garter. Perhaps Henry was not really deceived, but thought it good policy to make his great subjects victorious. his own 60 years afterwards, when Sir Henry Sidney solicited a garter for another Earl of Kildare. He urged his suit in these words: King Henry VII made his grandfather, and wist full what he did when he did so. He enlarged the Pale and enriched the same more than £10,000 worth. Of the remaining years of Henry VII's reign, but little seems to be recorded, except that the chronic war among the native tribes did not cease. Kildare held a parliament in 1508, in which a subsidy of 13 shillings 4 was granted out of every ploughland, whether lay or clerical. About the same time a party of the O'Neills took Carrickfergus Castle and carried off the mayor. In 1509 Kildare again invaded Tyrone in the interest of his grandsons and demolished Omagh. When the king died he was in full possession of the government and without a rival in those parts of Ireland which were in any real sense subject to the English crown. It was decided policy of Henry VII to act in the spirit of the Statute of Kilkenny and to separate the English and Irish districts. The well-known name of the Pale, or the English Pale, seems to have come into general use about the close of the 15th century. A great number of ordinances remain to prove how necessary it was for the Englishry to bear arms, and the practice of fortifying the home district against the Irish became a subject of legal enactment at least as early as 1429. An Act of Parliament of 1475 declares that a dyke had been made and kept up from Telext to Dasgard at the sole cost of 4 baronies, Locke, Balrunthery, Castleknock, and Newcastle, and provision was made by statute for its future maintenance. This was an inner line for the defence of Dublin only, but the Parliament of Drogheda made a similar provision for the whole Pale. It was enacted that every inhabitant of the marches or inland borders of Dublin, Meath, Kildare, and Louth should, under a penalty of 40 shillings, make and maintain a double ditch 6 feet above ground at one side, which mireth next unto Irishmen, the landlord forgiving a year's rent in consideration of this work. The legal provision was afterwards enforced by writs addressed to the sheriffs and justices, and the name of Pale was perhaps first given to the district so enclosed. The building of this Mahratta ditch may be considered to mark the lowest point reached by the English power in Ireland. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9, Part 1 of Ireland under the Tudors, Volume 1, by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. From the accession of Henry VIII to the year 1534. Henry VIII was proclaimed without opposition and amid great rejoicings in all the principal towns, but his accession made no immediate difference to Ireland. Kildare prepared to go to the new king, but the council, who felt their helplessness without him, chose him Lord Justice and constrained him to stay. His patent as Lord Deputy was not long withheld, and other official men were for the time continued in authority. The Earl was summoned to court, but excused himself on the grounds that he could not be spared, and as the council sustained him, the king made no objection. Attended by the chief men of the Pale, he invaded Munster, and being joined by O'Donnell, penetrated into Desmond and took Castlemaine, as well as the so-called palace of the MacCarthys near Killarney. He met with scarcely any resistance, and seems to have had no higher object than plunder. Near Limerick, Kildare was joined by Desmond's eldest son with the main force of the southern Geraldines and the MacCarthys of Carberry and Muskerry. The Lord Deputy passed into Clare by a wooden bridge which the O'Briens had erected near Castle Connell, and which he broke down behind him. Here he was met by Turlough O'Brien, his chief's son, accompanied by the McNamaras and the Clanricarde Burkes. The hostile armies bivouacked at such close quarters that they could hear each other talking at night. At daybreak Kildare retired along the right bank of the Shannon and reached Limerick in safety with the bulk of his plunder. The Munster Geraldines, with their Irish auxiliaries, marched in the van as not being over trustworthy. In the rear, the post of honour in a retreat, were the O'Donnells and the men of the Pale. Such was the settlement of differences between Geraldines and Derbogos, which the chief governor had alleged as the main obstacle to his attendance upon his sovereign. It was indeed his interest to be always at war, for he had obtained a grant entail of all such possessions as he could recover from any rebel in Ireland. This method of paying a viceroy with letters of marque cost the crown nothing, but the greatest ingenuity could hardly have devised a plan more fatal to an unfortunate dependency. During the next year Kildare kept pretty quiet, but was soon again in the field. Crossing the Shannon at Athlone, he plundered and burned all before him to Roscommon, where he placed a garrison, and then prolonged his destroying course to Boyle. Here he met O'Donnell, who came to him over the Curlew mountains. This chief had lately made a pilgrimage to Rome, and spent 4 months in London, going and as many more on his return. He was well received by Henry VIII, but we have unfortunately no details. In the same year Kildare invaded Ulster, took the castle of Belfast, and spoiled the land far and wide. In the following summer he marched against Ely O'Carroll, but while watering his horse in a stream near his own castle of Kilkea, he was shot by one of the O'Moores, and died soon afterwards. His son Gerald was at once chosen Lord Justice by the Council, and the King continued him in authority on the same terms, and with a similar grant of all lands he could recover from the rebels. The rival house of Ormond was at this time depressed by the loss of its head without male issue. Early in 1515 died Thomas, the 7th Earl, the only Irish peer whom Henry VII or Henry VIII called to the English House of Lords, who was reputed the richest subject of the crown, and is said to have left the enormous sum of £40,000 in money besides jewels. He had 2 daughters who inherited his personal property and 72 manors in England, and the eldest was married to Sir James St. Leger, Margaret the younger to Sir William Boleyn, by whom she had Sir Thomas, who became grandfather to Queen Elizabeth. Sir Piers Butler, a descendant of the 3rd Earl, was heir male to the title and to the settled Irish estates, which at once became matters of dispute between him and the latest St. Leger and Boleyn. With the full approval of the Irish Butlers, Sir Piers at once assumed the title of Earl. He had married Lady Margaret Fitzgerald, sister of the new Lord Deputy Kildare, a woman of lofty character and stature, to whom Irish tradition, with an endearing irony, has given the name of Magdalene, or Little Margaret. In compliance with letters from the King, Sir Piers was ordered to appear before his brother-in-law and the Irish Council, but he sent his wife instead to urge that he was busy fighting. The lady, who must have had a delicate task between her husband and her brother, procured an adjournment, and it was stipulated that no rents should be paid in the meantime. The late Earl's daughters appeared by council in due course, and it is evident that Henry leaned strongly to their side. They offered evidence of title, but Sir Piers stayed away and left all to his wife and his lawyers. The latter contented themselves with practically demurring to the jurisdiction, and prayed to have the case tried at common law, which would probably have secured a decision for their client. The Lord Deputy referred all back to the King, and the tenants continued to pay no rent. Kildare wished to command Sir Piers, on his allegiance, to appear before the King in England on a certain day, but he was overruled by the council, who believed that this would drive Butler into rebellion. And as its acknowledged chief, he could command all the forces of his family. He chanced, moreover, to be at peace with the reigning Desmond, and he had strengthened himself by alliances among the Irish. These considerations prevailed with the king or with Wolsey, and the case remained in abeyance, but it had gone far enough to cause an irreparable breach between Kildare and the rival chief. Meanwhile, the Lord Deputy trod in his father's footsteps. He made successful raids on the O'Moores and O'Reillys, and for slaying many of the latter had a grant of the customs of Strangford and other places in Down. A visit to England in 1515 resulted in permission to hold a parliament in the following year, but it produced no legislation of importance. He took and dismantled Leap Castle, the stronghold of the O'Carrolls, which his father had failed to gain, and he surprised Clonmel by a sudden march, though we know not what offence that town had given him. When he was busy in the north, where he destroyed O'Neill's castle at Dungannon and stormed Dundrum, which was defended by Magennis, the O'Carrolls rose again and invaded Meath. Again Kildare visited Ely and destroyed another castle. The history of two viceroyalties may indeed be told in a single sentence. Every year or two the Earl of Kildare harried some Irish country, and then reported such and such execution done upon the king's enemies. There was no attempt to keep the peace among the natives, the highest policy being setting of one chief against another. The O'Neills and O'Donnells continued their everlasting feuds, and nearly every tribe was constantly at war. Occasionally they made foreign alliances, as in the case of O'Donnell, who was a travelled man. A French knight coming on a visit to St. Patrick's Purgatory was hospitably received by the chief and offered to recover Sligo from the O'Connors. The offer was accepted, and in due course an armed vessel appeared in Killybegs harbour. Sligo was battered from the sea, the O'Donnells co-operating by land, and the castle surrendered. We hear no more of the mysterious Frenchman. Ware says that Ireland was peaceable during the year 1518, but the Irish annalists tell a very different story. The chiefs of English race were almost as restless as the Celts, whom they affected to despise, and the state of the Pale was as bad could be. John Kite, a Londoner who had been promoted to the throne of Armagh by Wolsey's influence, informed his patron that he tried to comfort the people by promising that the king would soon come to reform the land. He insisted very reasonably that the king was as much bound to maintain order and justice in Ireland as in England herself. The sea was no safer than the land, and the ship which brought the archbishop from Chester had been attacked by 2 pirates, but the men of Drogheda, no thanks to the government, had captured the rovers. Even the Countess Dowager of Kildare, who was the daughter of an English knight, complained that her stepson allowed O'Neill to levy tribute on her lands, and that her property and that of her dependents was laid waste. Portions that had escaped the Irish were seized by the Earl's own steward. Kildare had many other accusers, and was at length summoned over to give an account. He was allowed to appoint a deputy, and nominated his cousin Maurice Fitzgerald of Locke, who was soon afterwards killed by the O'Moores. But the cry of the land had been heard at last, and Henry resolved to send over a governor whom he could trust. The lot fell upon Thomas, Earl of Surrey, the son and companion in arms of the victor of Flodden, whose influence at court probably made his absence desirable to Wolsey. The first 30 pages of the printed state papers are taken up with a report to the king on the state of Ireland, founded on an earlier document, but corrected and brought down nearly to the date of Surrey's appointment. It discloses a state of things calculated to try the ablest governor in Ulster and Connaught, in the counties of Waterford, Cork, Kilkenny, Limerick, Kerry, Carlow, Westmeath, and Wicklow, and in parts of Kildare and Wexford. There was neither magistrate nor sheriff. districts wholly or partially peopled by men of English race were under black rent to the native chiefs. This odious tax was paid by the savages of Locke in down to the O'Neills of Clandeboy. The great chief of Tyrone levied his dues in Louth. Meath and Kildare were tributary to O'Connor Valley, Wexford to the Kavanaghs, Kilkenny and Tipperary to O'Carroll, Limerick to the O'Briens, and Cork to the McCarthys. MacMurrough Kavanagh, who in the eyes of the natives represented the ancient royalty of Leinster, actually received 80 marks out of an almost empty exchequer. The sum of the several black rents amounted to £740, and this was at a time when a soldier received 4 pence a day. Dublin was in constant danger, and one of Henry's first acts was to grant £20 a year to the citizens for repairing their walls, which had crumbled through decrease of population, pestilence, and Irish violence. A line drawn from Dundalk to Kells, from Kells to Kilcullen Bridge, and thence by Ballymore, Eustace, and Tallaght to Dalkey, enclosed the whole actual pale, upon which fell all the expenses of an establishment intended to meet the wants of all Ireland. The king's taxes had to be paid. Coin and livery were extorted. Horses and carriages were requisitioned for the public service, and with all this the government could give no protection. No judge went circuit, and black rent was perforce paid in addition. The king's army in England, said Henry's informant, is the commons. The king's army in Ireland is such as oppress the commons. The nobility and gentry copied the government, and it was more than suspected that they dreaded any reform which would force them to obey the law. For there is no land in all this world that has more liberty in vices than Ireland, and less liberty in virtue. The church showed no better example than the lay magnates, for there is no archbishop, nor bishop, abbot, nor prior, parson, nor vicar, nor any other person of the church, high or low, great or small, that useth to preach the word of God, saving the poor friars, beggars. Some Irish chiefs kept better order than the government, but not to the intent that his subjects should escape harmless, but to the intent to devour them by himself, like as a greedy hound delivereth the sheep from the wolf. Ireland has never lacked physicians, though she has often been nothing bettered by them. The most obvious means to strengthen the English power was to make the men of the Pale keep arms and practice their use, and this had been the constant cry of governors and legislators for many generations. Henry had directed Kildare to get an act passed obliging every merchant trading from England to Ireland to bring a pound's worth of bows and arrows for every 20 pounds of wares, so as to prevent the king's subjects from applying themselves to Irish archery. Patrick Finglas, Baron of the Exchequer, was less sanguine than the writer of the state paper which has been so largely quoted. That reformer ventured to prophesy that if his advice were taken, the war of Ireland would cease forever. The king would recover Constantinople and die Emperor of Rome, and Ireland, once reduced to order, would be none other than a very paradise, delicious of all pleasance. But Finglas admitted that reform must necessarily be gradual, and advised the king to confine himself at first to the reclamation of Leinster. He recommended that the chief abbeys and castles should be entrusted to Englishmen from Bray Head round to the coast to Dunbrody on the Suir, and inland from Baltinglass and Carlow along the Barrow to Ross. The Wicklow Highlanders would be thus bridled and unable to attack Kildare. Athy and other places were to be held against the O'Connors and O'Moores. The Butlers seem to have been thought able to take care of themselves. It would not do to give up the castles to men who had great possessions in England, and who would never encourage English farmers to become their tenants. At first settlers would have to be protected, but in time would take care of themselves. There would be no difficulty about tilling the soil, for there be no better labourers than the poor commons of Ireland, nor sooner will be brought to good frame if they be kept under a law. Besides the payment of black rent, the commons of Ireland were oppressed by innumerable exactions, of which the principal may be described once for all. Connaught was a tax imposed by the chief for the support of his mercenary horsemen, Gallow-glasses, and Kern. The name was often transferred from the tax to those who were maintained by it, and Connaught or Boney became the generic name for an Irish mercenary or for one from the Scotch Isles. So Rowerhen was an obligation on certain lands to support the chief with his train for 24 hours, once a quarter, or according to another account, as often as once a fortnight. Cauchery was the chief's right to sponge upon his vassals with as many followers as he pleased. Cuddies or night suppers were due by certain lands, upon which the chief might quarter himself and his train for 4 days 4 times a year. Shrog and mart were yearly exactions in money and kind, respectively, apparently imposed at the will of the chief. Worse than any of these was coin and livery, that is, the taking of horse-meat and man-meat from every one at the will of the chief, in other words, the right of the strongest to take what he liked. Coin and livery were not the invention of an Irish chief, but one of those Anglo-Normans who knew how to better native instruction. Maurice Fitzthomas, Earl of Desmond, is said to have begun it under Edward II as the only available means of coping with Edward Bruce. Originally a contrivance for carrying on war at the enemy's expense, it came to be used by all great men at all seasons. James the Ninth, Earl of Desmond, has the credit of first imposing it on loyal subjects, but the crown was primarily to blame for neglecting to keep order. Lords deputies showed no better example than private oppressors. Surrey landed with his family at Dublin on May 23, bringing 100 men of the Royal Guard as a peculiar mark of favour. He found the country in rather more than its usual confusion. He sent Archbishop Rokeby to Waterford, who succeeded in preventing Sir Piers Butler from fighting with Desmond, and he himself marched into Leix with his English soldiers, 120 Irish mercenaries, and 300 Kern. The English of the Pale, who, from love or fear of Kildare, usually mustered so strong on these occasions, contributed only 48 horse and 120 foot. Surrey made war in the usual Irish fashion and burned O'Connell O'More's country. He was joined by Sir Piers Butler, who brought a strong contingent, including Mulroney O'Carroll, whom he induced to take the oath of allegiance. O'Carroll had latterly done great harm in the Pale, and he was considered the best leader among the Irish. He refused to take the oath until Surrey rashly promised that Kildare should never be deputy again. On being pressed about a letter which the Earl was said to have written to him, he at first said that he would not inform, even were he to receive the viceregal pavilion full of gold. But in spite of all this bravado, he allowed his brothers to be examined, and they both swore that they had stood by and heard the letter read. Surrey never saw the document itself, nor has it been preserved. According to the report which we have, Kildare had directed O'Carroll to keep the peace till the arrival of an English deputy, and then to make war on all Englishmen except the writer's friends. The object was to make all government but his own impossible. On his return to Dublin, Surrey found O'Donnell waiting for him. That chief had probably pleasant recollections of his visit to the English court, and was not unwilling to strengthen himself against his rival O'Neill. He told Surrey that his powerful neighbour had urged him to make war on the Pale, and had declared his own intention of doing so, in compliance with Kildare's directions. O'Donnell promised to invade Tyrone if the Lord Lieutenant would do likewise from the opposite quarter, and remarked emphatically that if the king ever set Kildare in authority again, he might as well convey Ireland to him and his heirs for ever. Early in August, Surrey, accompanied by Sir Piers Butler and his forces, entered Farney and published MacMahon for the assistance given to O'Neill in his attacks on the Pale. O'Neill made some sort of verbal submission, and the Lord Lieutenant returned to Dublin, where he detected a conspiracy among his soldiers, some of whom found life intolerable in Ireland. Their plan was to seize a small vessel in the river, and by her means a larger one on the high seas, and so to become rovers. The Irish lawyers held that the Viceroy could not hang them, for they had committed no overt act, and his patent did not authorize him to proceed by martial law. It is clear that the Crown was held capable of dispensing with the common law, at least in the case of soldiers. In September an important private war was waged in Munster. James, Earl of Desmond, according to the usual practice of his family, made a perfectly unprovoked attack upon Cormac Oge MacCarthy, the chief of Muskerry, having secured the assistance of Sir Thomas Fitzgerald, the Earl's uncle, and his own sister's husband, and of his kinsman MacCarthy Reach. Cormac Oge defeated Desmond in a pitched battle near Mourne Abbey to the south of Mallow. The messenger who brought the news to Dublin reported that the Earl had lost 1,500 foot and 500 horse. The Lord Lieutenant was not sorry, for he had straitly charged Desmond to leave the MacCarthys alone. The fate of the Desmonds had excited much not very well directed sympathy. It would better become Irishmen to remember that they were the worst oppressors of their Celtic neighbours. When Surrey visited Munster soon after, Desmond met him at Clonmel, and was as loyal in words as Sir Piers Butler had been in deeds. At Waterford he met MacCarthy, Reach, and Cormac Oge, who were adherents of Sir Piers, and who had come on his invitation. They spoke fairly, bound themselves to keep the peace, and professed themselves loyal, so that they might be protected. Surrey wished to make Cormac Oge a privy councillor and a baron of Parliament, and he calls him a sad wise man. Cormac produced a charter under the Great Seal, a copy of which was sent to England with an assurance that it comprised no lands to which the king was entitled. It was probably to Cormac Oge that Henry wrote a remarkable letter which shows his intentions at this time. The Irishman, whether Cormac Oge or another, was willing to surrender his lands and take an estate tail from the crown at a fair rent. It was the interest of native chieftains to do this, because it secured them as against the government, while it enabled them to transmit to their children a property which was not theirs at all, but held in trust for the clan at the election of the clansmen. The one fear of Henry's correspondent was that he should, after all, be abandoned to Kildare's vengeance, and he counselled the employment of a large army. To this the king answered that he had no intention whatever of giving up his plans for the reduction of Ireland, that he would not remove Surrey, and that he would not reinstate Kildare in the government. When peaceful means failed, it would be time to put forth his strength. In language which reminds us of the royal speech in the Ballad of Chevy Chase, he remarked that this Irish enterprise was a trifle compared with those which he had had in hand against France and Scotland. This was politic language in dealing with a half-civilized MacCarthy, but Henry spoke very differently to his own servants. There was talk of an alliance between Argyll and O'Neill, and of a Scotch descent upon Ireland. The continent was disturbed, and the burden of 3 armies would be intolerable. And yet he would try to do justice to Ireland. He was an absolute monarch, and above legal trammels, but might even condescend to consider himself bound, if by so doing he could induce Irish chiefs to live by law. If that of England proved too strong for weak stomachs, they might even retain some of their native customs. The earldom of Ulster was legally his own, but he would not willingly take it by force. If clemency failed in the last resort, he would try the strength of his hand, for realms without justice were but tyrannies, communities of beasts rather than reasoning men. Brave words, but woefully belied in action. Surrey was not to be deceived, and steadily refused to prophesy smooth things. He believed that Ireland could only be reduced by conquest, and that the easiest method was to master one district at a time, gradually pushing forward the frontier until the whole country was obedient. A permanent army of 500 men might perhaps effect this, while at least 6,000 would be required for a rapid conquest. Edward I had taken 10 years to subdue Wales, and that great king had given almost constant personal attention to the work. Yet Wales was unprotected by the sea and was not a fifth part of the size of Ireland. All artillery and munitions of war would have to be brought from England, and fortresses must be built to bridle each tract of country successively occupied, nor could a military occupation endure unless accompanied by a large plan of colonization. Thus only could the natives be brought to labor and settled order. We can see, though Henry VIII could not, how justly Surrey estimated the magnitude of England's task in Ireland. In July 1521, the Irish bordering on the Pale took their usual advantage of the season. O'Connor, O'More, and O'Carroll, the latter, all unmindful of his last year's oath and of more recent promises, collected a great host and prepared to attack the Pale. Surrey, who had lately prorogued his Parliament after a 10-days session, was in Dublin, and by his promptitude averted the danger. O'Connor's castle near Edenderry was soon in his hands, being unable to resist the fire of 3 pieces of heavy ordnance for a single day. It became an axiom in Irish warfare that the government could always make its way with artillery. Surrey proposed to hold O'Connor's stronghold permanently and to use it against the Irishry as Berwick was used against the Scots. He destroyed all the corn far and wide, the people with their cattle flying before him, while Sir Piers Butler played the like part in Ely O'Carroll. The vigour shown by the Lord Lieutenant had the effect which vigour generally has in Ireland, and the Confederacy gave him little further trouble. Meanwhile the North was in a blaze. O'Donnell professed loyalty, but was not trusted by Surrey, who, however, thought it wise to humour him. O'Neill was willing to be on good terms with the government, and was on his way to Dundalk, accompanied by Magennis and a large force, when the O'Donnells attacked him in the rear. 1,500 cows were driven off, and 17 of the Magennis' villages burned, so that the allies were forced to retrace their steps. The chief of Tyrconnell feared that if his great neighbour were once at peace with the Pale, he would be too strong for him in the everlasting private war of northern Ulster. It is not the least of Ireland's misfortunes that her rulers have ever been subject to hot and cold fits. In the autumn of 1521, Henry suddenly changed his mind. Disgusted at the apparently almost fruitless expense, he not only relieved Surrey at his own earnest request, but also abandoned his policy. War broke out between Charles and Francis, and the reformation of Ireland, which had but lately seemed so necessary a work for a Christian king, was lightly postponed to a more convenient season. Surrey is the first of a long series of able men whose efforts, generally very ill seconded at home, in the end brought Ireland under the English sceptre. His means were inconsiderable. In the expedition against O'More, which he undertook very soon after landing, his whole force seems not to have exceeded 700. He then asked the king for 80 horsemen from the north of England, and for leave to discharge as many of the guardsmen as he might think fit. Many of these were well-to-do householders, and liked Ireland so little that they were content to leave it on receiving twopence or even a penny a day. 100 horsemen were accordingly sent under the command of Sir John Bulmer, who was Surrey's personal friend, and 50 more were added from Wales. The captain received half a crown, and the lieutenant 18 pence a day. On their arrival, 117 guardsmen were discharged upon a penny a day. 4 pence appears to have been a soldier's ordinary pay in Ireland, and Surrey maintained that this was not enough. Neither Welshmen nor Northumbrians proved to his taste, most of them being mounted archers and not spearmen. He thought better men might be had in the country, and Henry was willing to give him much latitude, though he cautioned him against employing too many Irishmen, lest the sword should hurt his hand. The king gave his viceroy the power of life and death, reserving noble personages and the right of making knights. A golden collar was sent for O'Neill, and it was supposed that such cheap defences would avail against a chief who could easily raise 1,600 men. Of two evils Surrey chose the less. He discharged most of Bulmer's men, whom he pronounced ill-looking, worthless rascals, and took Englishmen of the Pale in their places. The difficulty of buying forage was thus obviated, as native horsemen could find it for themselves. A parliament sat in Dublin for 10 days in June 1521, and after many prorogations, was not finally dissolved till March 1522, when Surrey had left Ireland. There appears to be no record of the peers who attended or of the places represented, and so little mention is afterwards made of this Parliament that the interest attaching to it was probably slight. Acts were passed making arson, treason, forbidding the exportation of wool as the cause of a dearth of cloth and idleness of many folks, and providing against the failure of justice through lack of jurors. The Irish government had no command of money, the judicious employment of which might enable them to dispense with troops. Surrey's expedition to Munster was near failing for want of means to pay his men. Before the end of August the exchequer was habitually empty. No taxes were due till Michaelmas, nor leviable till Christmas, and nothing was to be had except for ready money. The king sent £4,000, but would not face the necessities of the case. It seemed to him monstrous to have to spend £1,600 or £1,700 a year merely for the defence of the Pale. His remittances were mere palliatives, and Surrey was in difficulties during his whole term of office. Surrey had to cope with disease as well as poverty. It was scarcely possible to find healthy quarters for soldiers, and the people fled everywhere into fields, leaving unburied bodies behind them. No place in Ireland was safe, and the Lord Lieutenant, who lost 3 of his servants, was anxious about his wife and children. Sir John Bulmer never had a day of health in Ireland, and was glad to get home safe without having seen any service. In the second year of his government, Surrey himself was affected with the fever and diarrhoea, which have often been fatal to the English in Ireland, but his prayers were heard at last, and he was recalled in time to save his life. He was much regretted by the inhabitants of the Pale, who recognized his good nature, integrity, and ability. Those who best knew the subject believed that he really saw how the country might be reduced to order, and it was hoped that he would return with sufficient means. Meanwhile, the Irish Council entreated Wolsey to be guided by his advice. Beloved by the king's subjects, feared by rebels, Surrey left one of the fairest names among those who have ruled Ireland. He paid in full for everything, so that the market followed him wherever he went, and he declared that he would rather eat grass than feast with the curses of the poor. His retinue had orders to behave in Ireland as they would at home. So generous was he that the common people thought him the king's son, nor was he less just, for he gave full notice of his intended departure, and discharged all debts due by him or his. It was thought that he never offended within the compass of the 7 deadly sins during his stay in Ireland. Tradition, with a fine contempt for facts, adds that in his time was corn, cattle, fish, health, and fair weather, that the like was not seen many years before. We know from his own letters that corn was dear and sickness prevalent, and may be very sure that the weather was not always fair. Henry had too much respect for Surrey's opinion to hand back Ireland at once to Kildare, but he had resolved to reduce expenses, and was therefore obliged to place the government in the hands of someone who had the strength to make authority respected. No one satisfied this condition except Sir Piers Butler, and Surrey was allowed to appoint him deputy, retaining the office of Lord Lieutenant himself. There were objections to Sir Piers, as to every Irish governor. The Butlers would not take the field except under him or his eldest son, and he was generally laid up with gout all the winter. Lord James, as the heir was called, was active enough, but young and inexperienced. The choice, however, lay between Ormond and Kildare, and Sir Piers was so cautiously handled that he abstained from driving a hard bargain. End of Chapter 9, Part 1. Chapter 9, Part 2 of Ireland under the Tudors, Volume 1, by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. From the accession of Henry VIII to the year 1534. The experiment was not very successful, for the Geraldines were all-powerful in the Pale, and the new Lord Deputy, when in Dublin, was separated from his own country by his rival's dominions. He took the oath on March 26, 1522, but the O'Moores, who had heard that Kildare was on his way to restore the good old times, soon began to threaten the Pale. In the north a war broke out on such an unusually large scale as to make it probable that O'Neill had promised Kildare to give the new deputy as much trouble as possible. Indeed, when Kildare did actually return, he at once went to O'Neill's aid. The chief of Tyrone may have required the little persuasion to attack his hereditary foes, but the number of his allies was very uncommon. MacWilliam of Clanricarde, Turlough O'Brien, Bishop of Killaloe, with many of his clansmen, O'Connor Don and O'Connor Roe, MacWilliam of Mayo, and MacDermot of Moylurg, all agreed to assemble on the southern border of Donegal. O'Neill brought to the trysting place MacGuinness O'Rourke and MacMahon and many Scottish mercenaries in the hereditary service of his family. Great numbers, we are told, of the English of Meath and the many Scottish mercenaries in the hereditary service of his family. Great numbers, we are told, of the English of Meath and the Gallowglasses of the province of Leinster, of the Clan Donnell and Clan Sheehy, also came thither from their attachment to the daughter of the Earl of Kildare, who was O'Neill's mother. To oppose this vast host, O'Donnell had only the clans immediately subject to him, O'Boyle, O'Gallagher, O'Docherty, and the 3 septs of McSwiney, hereditary Gallowglasses of Tyrconnell. He mustered his forces near Trim on the Tyrone side of the Finn, and there awaited the onset. But O'Neill adopted tactics very usual in Irish warfare, passed by the northern shore of Loch Earn, reached Ballyshannon without fighting, and slaughtered the garrison of McSwiney's there. O'Donnell retaliated by sending his son Manus to ravage the nearest district of Tyrone, and himself hurried in pursuit of O'Neill across the pass now called Barnesmore Gap. Again declining battle, O'Neill turned back, spoiled the country between Donegal and Letterkenny, and encamped on the hill which overlooks Strabane. O'Donnell returned very quickly over Barnesmore, and having been rejoined by his son, faced the enemy near Lifford. There he held a council of war, and his followers, in desperation, resolved on an immediate fight. Leaving their horses behind, the O'Donnells crept up unperceived, drove in the outposts, and entered the camp pell-mell. In the darkness and confusion, faces could not be distinguished, and many O'Neills fell by the hands of their brethren. 900 dead bodies were counted in the morning, including many of the Leinster men who had come for the love of Kildare. Celtic war always presents the same features, and the victorious O'Donnells quickly disbanded with the horses and armour, the strong liquors, and the rich drinking vessels of the vanquished. When he had again collected his men, O'Donnell recrossed Barnesmore, passed between Loch Melvin and the sea, and encamped at the foot of Ben Bulben, the bold hill which tourists admire from Sligo. The Connaught men were besieging that place when they heard of O'Donnell's victory and of his near approach. They offered to negotiate, and having thus gained time, they broke up from Sligo and retreated rapidly to the Curlew Mountains, where they separated. The panegyrists of the O'Donnells sing paeans over 2 victories obtained without the help of English or Scotch allies, and remarkable in Irish warfare, the one for its slaughter, the other for its bloodlessness. Next year O'Donnell carried the war into Tyrone, which he ravaged as far as Dungannon. At Knockinlossy he destroyed a beautiful herb garden, which must have been a rare thing in those days, and from Tullahogue, where he established a temporary camp, he spoiled the land far and wide. All the plunder was carried off safely, and the invaders then returned for more. But peace was made instead, and they turned their arms against O'Rourke. Fermanagh was wasted as Tyrone had been, and we cannot be surprised that chiefs who thus preyed on each other should fail to make head against the English government. During his short tenure of office, Sir Piers Butler undertook but one warlike expedition. He chastised the O'Briens and killed one of their leaders at the ford of Camas on the Suir. But Kildare had returned to Ireland and was active in the field, acting at first in apparent unison with the Lord Deputy. Supported by O'Neill, to whose arbitration differences were submitted, he reduced to quiet the clans on the border of the Pale. With both Butler's and Geraldine's, the main object was to enlarge and secure their hereditary territories, but the former sought support in England, the latter among the wild tribes of Ulster. Lady Kildare, a daughter of Grey, Marquess of Dorset, whom the Earl had married during his late visit to England, complained bitterly to Wolsey that Sir Piers oppressed her husband, spoiled his tenants and friends, and made alliances with the wild Irish. She attributed this to Kildare's refusal to act partially in the dispute with the Boleyn family. Sir Piers Butler had married Kildare's sister, and he might not unreasonably count upon his brother-in-law's assistance, but throughout the contests of this century personal considerations were of little power compared with those of clanship and family pride. Kildare's brother James killed Robert Talbot of Bellegarde on his way to Kilkenny, and it seems that the Geraldines regarded all gentlemen of the Pale who opposed them as no better than spies. But Sir Piers was naturally incensed at the outrage on his friend and visitor. The general lawlessness is well shown by an expedition which Kildare undertook against O'Neill of Clanboy, partly as he owned in revenge of the damage done to his property there, and partly as he told the king to punish attacks upon English merchants. At Carrickfergus he found a British ship which had just landed a cargo of Gascon wine. England and France were at peace, but the foreigners were fain to avoid capture by putting to sea without having been paid for their goods. The taste for claret was early developed in Ireland, and this relief from payment may have had a charm like the exemption from legal duties in more modern times. A Scotch vessel laden with provisions, which lay out in Belfast Lough, was attacked by the Geraldines in boats and forced ashore. Hugh O'Neill, who had 1,500 Scots with him, rescued the crew, and in revenge Kildare destroyed Belfast and 2 other castles, and burned the country for 24 miles round. The mayor of Carrickfergus and 3 of the chief townsmen were sent prisoners to England for trading with the French and Scots. If we are to believe Kildare's account, the Lord Deputy took the opportunity of handing over his castles to the O'Connors, of making a league with O'Carroll, and of carrying off 500 stud mares and colts from the county of Kildare. It became evident at last that Sir Piers Butler was not strong enough to govern without Kildare's help, and Henry reverted to his father's policy of entrusting all Ireland to the man whom all Ireland could not govern. One more effort was made to reconcile the rivals by sending over royal commissioners, who prevailed upon them to make an agreement under seal as the basis of mutual concession. Kildare's stud mares had been taken by a namesake of his own, but Sir Piers covenanted to give them up if they came within his power. The subsidy payable by Tipperary to Kildare when he was deputy was forgiven, as was half the subsidy paid by the county of Kildare to Butler during his tenure of office. In general, everyone was to behave well, to keep the peace, and not to make friends with Irish rebels. Butler and Kildare and the principal gentlemen living on the marches of the Pale were bound at this time to adopt a certain order in their countries, the 2 greater chiefs under penalties of 1,000 marks each, and the others in sums varying from 200 marks to £40, they made themselves liable in general for their own acts and for those of their sons and brethren, covenanting not to use the Brehon law, nor those Irish exactions which usually accompanied it, and to repress crime as far as their power reached. Kildare, on his appointment as deputy, covenanted with the king not to make war or peace with Irishmen at the public charge without consent of the council. This was intended to prevent another nocto. Coin and livery for the public service were to be reduced to fixed rules. Householders were to be allowed to compound by paying twopence a meal for a footman and 3 halfpence for a horseman or groom. 12 sheaves of oats for a trooper and 8 for a draught horse was to be the allowance, and not more than 1 boy was to accompany each horse. If the Earl travelled on private business or on his way to attend Parliament, he was not to take coin and livery save from his own tenants, and in no case except for the actual use of soldiers, nor for more than 1 night in one place, nor for successive nights within a distance of 9 miles. It had been the custom to charge the farmers for black men, that is, for soldiers who only existed in name and as a means of extortion. Treaties with Irishmen were not to be made to prejudice the crown, nor were pardons to be given without the consent of the council. The king's castles were to be kept in repair, and the earl was to do his best to make the people of the Pale speak, dress, and shave like Englishmen. The salaries of the judges were to be paid, and Kildare promised, if possible, to have sheriffs, excheaters, and coroners appointed in Meath, Dublin, Louth, Wexford, Kilkenny, Tipperary, and Waterford, and to provide for the holding of quarter sessions in due course. It is noteworthy that the counties of Kildare and Cork are not mentioned, and that Tipperary is, the probability being that the 2 former were purposely excluded as being under Geraldine influence. As to the Butler Palatinate of Tipperary, it is possible that only the ecclesiastical portion or cross was intended, but it is more likely that Kildare purposely placed his rival's district in a worse position than his own or those of Desmond. On the other hand, he promised not to go to war with the Butlers or with their allies, the Darcys and Nugents, without the consent of the council. The new Lord Deputy promised not to purchase during his tenure of office any lands of which the title was in dispute. James Fitzgerald was carried to England to answer for the death of Talbot, and led through the streets of London with a halter round his neck, but was pardoned in defiance of Wolsey's opinion at the intercession of Denton, Dean of Lichfield, who had been one of the commissioners lately sent to Ireland. In spite of all precautions, the perennial quarrel of Butlers and Geraldines was not stopped by the appointment of Kildare. Sir Piers sent his son James to London to watch the family interest there, in which task he was to be guided by Robert Cowley. Kildare even asserted that Sir Piers had given a signet to his trusty adherent, with the aid of which he might attest any written statement he chose to make. James Butler was either really too much occupied with the pleasure of the court, or was crafty enough to appear so, while waiting for an opportunity. Surely, his father wrote, unless I see your time better employed in attendance of my great business than ye have done hither, I will be well advised, or I do send you any more to your costs. A chief part of the business was the presage of wines, especially at Waterford, which had always formed an important part of the Butler revenue. Kildare, as Lord Deputy, had insisted that an account should be given into the Exchequer, and Sir Piers argued that this was done merely to annoy him, and not at all out of regard to the king's revenue. He declared that the indentures which the new deputy had executed were in no point observed, and in particular that coin and livery were ruthlessly exacted, 2 villages in Kilkenny having to maintain no less than 420 gallo glasses. The Butler tenants were so impoverished that they could pay no rent, and moreover the deputy had not paid the half subsidy of £800, as he had bound himself to do. The king peremptorily ordered payment, but the claim was still disputed, and it does not appear that the money was ever handed over. Meanwhile, Lord Leonard Grey, the deputy's brother-in-law, pressed many grave complaints upon the royal attention. Sir Piers was accused of levying coin and livery for craftsmen as well as soldiers, and for his hunting establishment there were separate packs for hare, stag, and marten, and no less than 60 greyhounds, the whole charge on Kilkenny and Tipperary amounting to 2,000 marks. Sir Piers was further accused of illegally occupying Callan and other royal manors in Kilkenny and Tipperary, but these lands were soon afterwards specially granted to him and his wife and to their heirs. Male. Kildare charged his rival with helping O'Carroll and lending him cannon to defend Leap Castle against him. The fact was hardly disputed, but it had occurred as far back as 1516, and it was alleged in answer that the attack on O'Carroll was wanton and unprovoked. There were also accusations of intriguing with O'Moores, of spoiling a village in Kildare, and slaughtering the people even at the altar, of using the castle of Arklow to rob the lieges by land and sea, of levying illegal taxes, and in short of behaving as Anglo-Irish noblemen generally did. A far graver charge against Sir Piers was the not having punished certain of his servants who were present at the barbarous murder of Maurice Doran, Bishop of Leighlin. The murderer was Maurice Kavanagh and his own archdeacon, whom the bishop had reproved for his crimes. It was said, moreover, that the churches in Tipperary and Kilkenny were ruinous, and that Sir Piers was in all things under the influence of his wife, the Lord Deputy's sister. It is satisfactory to know that the bishop's tonsured assassin did not escape, for Kildare had him hanged and disembowelled at the scene of the murder. He was a near relation of Sir Piers Butler, which may account for the Lord Deputy's anxiety to do justice in this particular case. Kildare never ceased to harass such Irish chiefs as he chose to consider his enemies. In the autumn of 1524 he led an army to help his kinsman O'Neill against O'Donnell, and encamped near Strabane. Manus O'Donnell, who had just returned from Scotland, wished to attack at once with a strong force of MacDonald's, but he was overruled by his father, who feared the deputy's artillery. Flights of arrows were directed against the entrenchments all night, and in the morning Kildare thought it prudent to make peace and to depart without fighting. His old enemy Hugh O'Neill attempted to intercept him, but was killed in the skirmish which ensued. After this Kildare seems to have kept quiet for some months, and to have endeavoured to make peace among the Ulster clans. O'Neill and O'Donnell, or O'Donnell's son Manus, visited Dublin, but all efforts to reconcile them were ineffectual, so that they returned to their homes in strife, and the war continued as before. In September 1526, Sir Piers Butler went to England to press his various suits and to complain of Kildare's conduct. At Bristol he was in great danger of his life, the citizens having quarrelled with his retinue, who were probably for the most part Irish in speech and habits. According to Sir Piers, the townsmen were the aggressors, and no provocation was given to the 600 men who surrounded his lodgings and threatened to set the house on fire. In spite of the interposition of the mayor and of some of the king's officers, Sir Piers was obliged to surrender certain of his men and to find securities for the rest. A grant of considerable possessions in Ireland rewarded him for the troubles and dangers of the journey to court. He accused Kildare of conspiring with Irish enemies to help Desmond in the foreign intrigues which he was undoubtedly carrying on, and of neglecting to arrest him when ordered to do so by special letters from the king. It was said that he entered Munster for the ostensible purpose of effecting this arrest, but sent private word to Desmond to avoid him and to plead his privilege not to attend Parliament or enter walled towns. It was scarcely fair to expect that the head of one branch of the Geraldines should willingly imprison the head of the other, but Kildare was also accused of employing Irish enemies to oppress the Butlers, was summoned to London, and was at once committed to the Tower. He was soon brought before the council, and Wolsey is said to have assailed him in a violent speech, calling him King of Ireland, and a king who was able to bring back his own from the farthest edge of the Ulster, but who would do nothing against a rebellious lord who had defied the crown of England. After a time Kildare interrupted the cardinal, saying that he was no orator, and that if he did not answer each charge in detail as it was uttered, his memory would fail him, and his case would thus be prejudiced. This was considered reasonable, and the Earl hastened to ridicule the notion that Desmond's liberty depended on him. "Cannot," he asked, "the Earl of Desmond shift but I must be of counsel? Cannot he hide him except I wink?" Then he turned round upon Wolsey, whom he averred to be quite as much king in England as he was in Ireland. Indeed, he would willingly change places for 1 month, and would engage to pick up more crumbs in that time than could be bought with all the revenues of his Irish earldom. "I slumber," he continued, "in a hard cabin, when you sleep in a soft bed of down. I serve under the king his cope of heaven, when you are served under a canopy. I drink water out of my skull, when you drink wine out of golden cups. My courser is trained to the field, when your genet is taught to amble. When you are begraced and belorded, and crouched and kneeled unto, then find I small grace with our Irish borderers, except I cut them off by the knees." Wolsey broke up the council in high dudgeon, and sent the Earl back to the Tower until further evidence should arrive from Ireland. Before leaving Dublin, Kildare had taken the precaution of seeing each councillor separately, and binding him by oath to write in his favour. Wolsey is said to have taken it upon himself to send a death warrant to the governor of the Tower, which arrived while that officer was playing shovelboard with his prisoner. On reading it, the lieutenant sighed, and Kildare remarked, "By St. Bride, there is some mad game in that scroll, but fall how it will, this throw is for a huddle." On learning the contents of the paper, he begged his jailer to go straight to the king and ask his real pleasure. Unwilling to offend Wolsey, but still more unwilling to obey him, the lieutenant repaired to Whitehall, and was at once admitted, though it was 10 o'clock at night. The king immediately respited the execution, and is said to have used strong language, calling Wolsey a saucy, over-officious priest, and threatening him with unpleasant consequences. Such is the received story. Yet Wolsey, who is represented as thirsting for Kildare's blood, was not even disposed to remove him from the viceroyalty. This forbearance arose from no love for the troublesome earl, but it was thought that if he were detained in England and treated with some show of favour, his Irish adherents would be afraid to move. In case the king should nevertheless resolve to remove Kildare, then Wolsey advised that Sir Piers should again be made deputy, the real government being in the hands of his son. Henry, however, thought that James Butler was too young for so great a charge, and that the noblemen of Ireland would disdain to be led by one who was junior to them all. While Kildare's fortunes were thus clouded, his rival was at court looking after his own interests. The earldom of Ormond, to which he was the true heir male, had been conferred together with that of Wiltshire on Sir Thomas Boleyn, grandson through his mother of the late earl. Sir Piers, who was too prudent to oppose the father of Anne and Mary Boleyn, and who perhaps thought one earldom nearly as good as another, was content to accept the title of Ossory. 5 years before, Henry had thought to reconcile the rival claimants by marrying James Butler to Anne Boleyn, but the negotiation had come to nothing, and the king now destined the lady for himself. The new creation was made at Windsor with great pomp. Arriving late in the evening from London, Sir Piers, who was in delicate health, lay at his own lodgings in the town, as being warmer and more comfortable than the rooms of the Lord Chamberlain, with whom he breakfasted next morning. We are particularly told that good fires were lit after Mass. The Marquess of Exeter and the Earl of Oxford led the new peer into the presence chamber, the Earl of Rutland bearing the sword. The grandees dined together at the king's expense after the investiture, and then, having changed his dress, the Earl was again conducted into the royal presence by the Marquis of Exeter. Having taken leave of Henry and of the Queen and Princess, and having duly feed the waiters, Ossory returned to London, where he paid a parting visit to Wolsey, and then returned into his own country. Leaving Kildare in the Tower, we must now go back to Ireland, where Richard Nugent, 7th Baron of Delvin, had been acting as vice-deputy, Sir James Fitzgerald, whom Kildare had left in charge, having been superseded by the Irish Council. When Archbishop Inge and the Chief Justice Birmingham heard of Kildare's imprisonment, they wrote to Wolsey, regretting the Earl's absence and expressing their doubts as to whether he was guilty of any such practices as were charged against him. They considered Delvin incompetent, for he had no great fortune of his own to eke out the scanty revenue of Ireland. The people were more heavily taxed than ever, and they were not defended, for the armed bands, which were always at Kildare's beck and call, would serve no one else. As the Pale was desolated by the absence of one earl, so were Tipperary and Kilkenny by the absence of another, and the worst was to be feared unless they both speedily returned. These gloomy forebodings were soon fulfilled, for Delvin, against the advice of the council, withheld the black rent which O'Connor, Kildare's son-in-law, had been used to receive from Meath. The aggrieved chief surprised the vice-deputy on the march, killed most of his men, and took him prisoner. Lord Butler, who was present, had prudently provided himself with a safe conduct. He lodged that night with the victorious O'Connor, and was allowed to have an interview with his distinguished prisoner. The chief and his brothers were present, and the two noblemen were not allowed to speak English, nor to confer in private. Speaking in Irish, O'Connor insisted on having his black rent again, or being paid a ransom for the vice-deputy, and on receiving a distinct promise that the men of the Pale should not avenge his overthrow. But Butler's diplomacy was not yet exhausted. By the advice of a Mr. White, who was among O'Connor's guests, he sought a private interview with Cahir, the chief's brother, who, of course, had a party of his own among the clansmen. Cahir readily agreed to escort Lord Butler out of his brother's country, and was afterwards persuaded to visit Lord Ossory at Kilkenny. He professed loyalty, and was ready to prove it by his actions, if only he could be sure that Kildare would not, sooner or later, return and have his revenge. That was his only fear. While his son was thus by policy undermining the Irish enemies of his house, Ossory was busy looking about for Irish allies. Hard pressed by the Desmond and O'Briens, he wished to avoid a rupture with the O'Connors, and tried the efficacy of smooth speeches. As the price of an alliance against this possible foe, O'Carroll demanded £40, besides anything that the king or deputy might give. O'More claimed the help of the Butlers against Kildare, and a money reward also. MacGillpatrick stipulated that Ossory should release him from debts amounting to 400 marks. The Earl agreed to these terms, but his immediate object was not attained, for Delvin remained a prisoner until early in the following year. In the meanwhile, Sir Thomas Fitzgerald, Kildare's brother, acted as deputy, and the Geraldine policy was practically successful. The late Lord Lieutenant, now Duke of Norfolk, attributed all the woes of Ireland to the quarrel between Butlers and Geraldines, and he was on the whole in favour of maintaining the latter faction in power. Ossory and his son were loyal enough, but they could scarcely hold their own against Desmonds and O'Briens, and could do nothing in the Pale, where they had no natural authority, and where public opinion was against them. They would be entirely dependent on their own followers, who would eat more than their services were worth. On the other hand, Robert Cowley, Ossory's faithful agent, was always at hand to prevent Henry and Wolsey from yielding too completely to Norfolk's advice. It is said that on one occasion he complained of Kildare to the council, and that he shed tears in the course of his speech for pity, as he said, upon his father's son. He is, retorted the Earl, like the plover taken in setting his snares and waiting for his desired purpose, his eyes being against the wind and the water dropping out. So many plovers as he taketh, he knocketh their brains out with his thumb, notwithstanding his watery tears of contemplation. Even like doth Mr. Cowley with me, his tears cometh down. He layeth shrewd matters or articles to my charge. If this story be true, we must assign it to the autumn of 1528, when Cowley was certainly in London. O'Connor had just invaded the Pale, and evidence afterwards came to light which connected Kildare with his son-in-law's proceedings. Early in August, Kildare's daughter Alice, the wife of Lord Slane, came to Ireland and went straight to O'Connor's house. Sir Gerald McShane Fitzgerald's afterwards swore before the Irish Council that Malure Fay had revealed to him a secret agreement between himself and Kildare, and the Lady Slane's arrival was the preconcerted signal that her father was detained in England. Ossory was at war with Desmond when O'Connell made his attack, but abandoned his expedition and hurried off to defend the Pale. He took occasion to remind Wolsey of the hereditary policy of the House of Kildare by stirring up rebellion in Ireland when he was detained. At court, the late Earl had made himself chief governor for life. His son had followed suit, and the Pale had practically transferred its allegiance from the King of England to the Earl of Kildare. Henry thought it prudent to give the Earl his liberty, but resolved to have a viceroy who should hold Ireland for the crown only. He made his son the Duke of Richmond Lord Lieutenant, thereby giving the Emperor great offence, and assigned him as deputy Sir William Skeffington, a Leicestershire man who had been long in the public service. Meanwhile the sovereign had frowned. In the month following that in which Skeffington was appointed, Wolsey saw Henry at Grafton for the last time, and 3 weeks later he was indicted in the King's Bench. Kildare remained in London, for he was one of those who signed the famous letter to Clement VII, in which the English notables reproached the Pope for his partiality, and laid upon him the responsibility of a disputed succession with all its terrors and troubles. Skeffington had long served as master of the ordnance, whence the Irish, who may have been offended at the appointment of a commoner, gave him the name of the gunner. He was accompanied by Edward Staples, a Lincolnshire man, whom the king had appointed Bishop of Meath, and brought with him 200 horse and a sum of money. He was instructed in the first place to reconcile, if possible, the conflicting interests of the Earls of Kildare, Ossory, and Desmond. He was not to make any serious attack on the wild Irish without the consent of the majority of the council, especially when it would involve charging the country with the support of an army. The established custom of taking provisions for the ordinary movements of troops was, however, allowed. Skeffington was to hold Parliament, but was to get all the money he could by way of subsidy before it met, and to pay the gross levy into the vice-treasurer's hands. Kildare's loyal promises were to be taken as sincere, and the deputy was enjoined to help him in his enterprises as if they were undertaken in the king's name. The earl might retain half the proceeds, provided the remainder were handed over to the vice-treasurer. Kildare returned to Ireland some months after Skeffington's arrival, and his first exploit was to chastise the O'Tooles with the help of 200 archers supplied by the city of Dublin. Next year Ulster was invaded. A treaty had already been concluded at Drogheda, by which O'Donnell promised the king allegiance and bound himself to assist Skeffington against all his majesty's enemies. He covenanted for O'Reilly, Maguire, and McQuillan, as well as for himself, and Skeffington bound himself to give them such help and protection as was due to the king's subjects. In pursuance of this agreement, Skeffington, accompanied by Kildare and Ossory, ravaged Tyrone on both sides of the Black Water, from Clocher to Caledon, and penetrated to Monaghan, which was undefended. There O'Donnell and some malcontent O'Neills met them, but they did not venture to meet the tyrant of the north in the field, a measure of the weakness of government at that time. It clearly appeared that the Lord Deputy was in a false position as regards Kildare. When the Butlers were out on a foray, the Geraldines attacked their camp, killed the officer on guard, and carried off horses, arms, and provisions. It was even said that the Earl of Kildare displayed his banner openly and led his men to the attack. With great difficulty, and at Skeffington's earnest request, Ossory prevented his followers from retaliating, but he poured complaints into Cromwell's attentive ears. Kildare allowed his adherents to seize the titular baron of Burned Church in Kilkenny while passing through Castle Dermot on his way to attend Parliament. The baron was a Fitzgerald, but on friendly terms with Ossory, who would have rescued him in spite of Kildare, but for the Lord Deputy's express prohibition. As it was, the poor man lost his horse, money, and apparel without redress. This, said Ossory, is a good encouragement to malefactors to commit spoils, having the advantage thereof without punishment or restitution. It was not the first nor the last time in Ireland that the friends of law and order have been less safe than its enemies, and that the government has hampered those whom it could not protect. Indeed, the Kilkenny borough members fared no better than their neighbours, for they were seized at the gate of Athy and by Murtagh MacOnie, who wished that he had the king in the end of a landlock and the deputy in the other end, as surely as he had the worthy burgesses. In fact, Skeffington had scarcely any power. Kildare detained the hostages of the natives, in spite of direct orders to send them to Dublin, and thus let it be clearly seen that the king's representative was a mere instrument in his hands. It was commonly said in Ireland that all the parchment and wax in England would not bring the Earl of Kildare thither again, but this saying turned out not to be true. So well had the Earl managed his affairs that he ventured across the Channel early in 1532, and after a 6 months' residence at court, returned with the legal as well as the real power of the chief governor. Sir John Rawson, Prior of Kilmainham and Chief Justice Birmingham, supported Kildare's counter-charges against Ossory and accused Skeffington of partiality in his favour. There was an attempt to show that Ossory's hostility arose from the fear that Kildare would support Wiltshire's claims upon the Ormond estates. But Ossory maintained that he had long since compromised all claims against his property, that Kildare's advocacy of Wiltshire's pretensions was collusive and fraudulent, and that the king would be the real loser of the possession if such castles as Arklow and Tullow were given to the too powerful Geraldine under colour of another man's sham title. Anne Boleyn's star was now at its zenith. Her father was fond of money, and perhaps saw a chance of extorting it from opposite quarters. It is clear that any claim of his was likely at this time to be favourably regarded, and it may be in this way that the lately waning influence of Kildare was restored. Having secured the much-coveted patent, Kildare hastened to Dublin and relieved Skeffington, who, having arrears of business to transact, was allowed to dance attendance among other suitors in his successor's antechamber. On the very day of his arrival, the new Lord Deputy took the Great Seal from his enemy Archbishop Allen and gave it to the Primate Cromer. As a sop to the opposite faction, Lord Butler was made Lord Treasurer by the King, but the Deputy was supreme in the Council, and those who were not his friends thought only of saving themselves from his anger. Thus relieved from all restraint, and perhaps thinking himself indispensable, as indeed he well might, the Earl turned upon his hereditary enemy, while his brother Sir John Fitzgerald was helping O'Neill to ravage Louth, the lawful guardian of the Pale, devastated Kilkenny. His men were allowed to plunder the peaceable folk resorting to Castle Dermot fair, and to murder a due proportion. He used the sword which the king had committed to him utterly to extinguish the fame and honour of any other nobleman within that land, shadowed with that authority, so that whatever he did, it should not be repugned at. There was at this time a fierce dispute as to who should succeed Mulroney O'Carroll, who, among southern chiefs in his time, destroyed most in regard to foreigners, and approved most in regard to Cade Hill. A brother would in the usual course have succeeded to these glories, but there was always a strong tendency to substitute the hereditary for the elective principle, and a claim was advanced on behalf of Mulroney's son, Fergananum, to whom Kildare, choosing his time, had just given his daughter. Ossory, of course, espoused the cause of the brothers, but was defeated with the loss of several small pieces of cannon. On the same day the old chief died, and as he favoured his son's pretensions, this was numbered among his victories. Having been a man of blood and having lavished some of his splendour upon the clergy, he was rewarded after death with hyperbolical praises. He was, the Four Masters inform us, protecting hero to all, the guiding firm helm of his tribe, a triumphant traverser of tribes, a jocund and majestic monster champion, a precious stone, a carbuncle gem, the anvil of the solidity, and the golden pillar of lions. Ferganamen was at first acknowledged as chief, but his uncle soon occupied Birr and other castles, and ravaged the country from thence. The Lord Deputy came in person before Birr, and received a bullet wound in the side. As he groaned with the pain, a kern is reported to have encouraged him by saying that he himself had 3 bullets in him, and felt none the worse. "I wish," replied the Earl, "you had this one along with the others." He was less fortunate than his follower, for the bullet which came out of itself some months later lamed him for life, and affected his speech. Birr Castle was, however, taken. Kildare held a parliament in Dublin in 1533, but we know nearly as little about it as about that held by Surrey. The most important law passed appears to have been one for the punishment of those who stole corn under colour of taking wages for harvest work in kind. This meeting of Parliament gave rise to a new renewal of the old dispute about precedency between Armagh and Dublin. Allen could no longer rely upon the patronage of Wolsey, and it is certain that Kildare's influence would be exerted against him, but the deputy had been making so many enemies that the increased hostility of Allen would not count for much. A heavy reckoning had been scored up, and John de Thyke, or Derrick, a prebendary of St. Patrick, gave voice to the prevailing discontent. With bitter irony, he assured Cromwell that the people were excellently disposed and full of abstinence. Their accustomed ceremony was to abstain from flesh on Wednesday, but their devotion had so much increased that they now abstained likewise on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday. "I trust to Jesu," he continued, "ye shall hear that there shall be many saints among them, but they play the fox's part, shy of hens, when he could not reach them. All the butchers in Dublin had not as much meat between them as would make a mess of broth, and those who owned no cattle were driven to dry bread. Marauders entered the suburbs of Dublin, and one butcher had lost 220 beasts. No one could safely ride a mile out of town, and it was useless to complain, for the deputy was visited with that distressing form of deafness which affects those who do not wish to hear. The poor butchers had accordingly shut up their shops and taken to making leather breeches, as if it were perpetual Lent. And not only did the Viceroy do nothing, but he took the opportunity of removing the king's artillery from Dublin to his own castles. Meanwhile, the O'Byrnes actually entered Dublin castle and carried off prisoners and cattle, insomuch as nightly, since great watch is in the city of Dublin, fearing that the same should be pilfered, prostrate, and destroyed, whereof they never dreaded so much. Even Sir James Fitzgerald complained that his brother oppressed him cruelly for having done good service under the Skeffington, and Norfolk's tenants to Carlow were in no better plight. The council did not directly attack Kildare, but they sent over Sir John Allen, the Master of the Rolls, to enlighten Henry. They directed Allen to report that English laws and customs were unknown except within 20 miles of Dublin, and that unless something were done they would soon be driven even from that contracted area. Various errors of policy, such as the practice of entrusting viceregal power to Irish lords and of giving away crown lands, had so strengthened the Irishry and weakened the Pale that the king would soon not have revenue enough to maintain a deputy, 2 archbishops, 2 bishops, 4 of the great regular ecclesiastics, 2 temporal peers, and 3 judges signed the document embodying these severe restrictions, and they reminded Henry that unless he looked to the better to it, Ireland might be used against him by any enterprising foreign enemy. Even more outspoken was a native of Ireland, closely associated with the Master of the Rolls, who declared that loyal subjects had been ill requited, and that people had come to look upon the viceroyalty as part of Kildare's inheritance. Every one who opposed him suffered for it, and all his offences were passed over. Always after the malice of Geraldines was resisted and the land stayed, the king withdrew his aid from thence, putting the malefactors in his authority, whereas if he had continued the same there and suppressed the others, undoubtedly a marvellous profit and commodity should have issued thereby. What subjects under any prince in the world would love, obey, or defend the right of that prince, which, notwithstanding their true hearts and service toward him, would afterwards put them under the governance of such as should daily practise to prosecute and destroy them for the same? The question has often been asked in Ireland since then. The confusion between the Earl of Kildare in his own character and that of Lord Deputy was not at all conducive to good government. Private opposition to the subject was easily represented as treason to the king in his representative's person, and was indeed likely enough to grow into it. It was believed that the recent murder of Ossory's son Thomas by Dermot Fitzpatrick was not altogether the work of Irishry. Kildare and his sons and brothers provoked attacks on every side. The moral effect of Burns' raid had of course been disastrous, and no one felt himself safe. The principal remedies suggested were the appointment of a deputy for a long term, Norfolk being preferred, and after him Skeffington, the abolition of Irish customs, and the education of young noblemen and chiefs, sons of the English court. Local presidencies were also recommended, but the first thing was to get rid of Kildare. The Geraldines, indeed, did not conceal that their interests were not those of the crown. "Thou fool," said Sir Gerald Mackshane to the Earl's brother Thomas, who had some legal scruples, "thou shalt be the more esteemed in Ireland to take part against the king. For what hadst thou been if thy father had not done so? What was he set by till he crowned a king here? Took Garth, the king's captain, prisoner, hanged his son, resisted Pointings and all deputies, killed them of Dublin upon Oxmantown Green, would suffer no man to rule here for the king but himself. Then the king regarded him, made him deputy, and married thy mother to him, or else thou shouldst never have had foot of land, where thou now mayest spend 400 marks by year or above." As a result of Allen's efforts, Kildare was summoned to court. The Earl doubtless felt that his chances would be small if once the Tower gates closed upon him, and he sent his wife over to get the order revoked on the old ground that he could not be spared. Lady Kildare's diplomacy failed, and her husband was summoned a second time, but was allowed to appoint a vice-deputy. This may or may not have been a bait to induce him to go quietly, for nothing else than an army could have taken him by force. Skeffington had been working hard against his enemy, and was in constant communication with Cromwell, watching the port of Chester so as to be in London as soon or sooner than the Earl. He reported that Lady Kildare's servants delayed the king's letters purposely, and that he was most anxious for the moment when he should at last be able to prove his charges against the Lord Deputy. Kildare had now no choice but between obedience and open rebellion. Before embarking at Drogheda, he delivered the sword to his eldest son in the presence of several members of council. Thomas Lord Offaly, better known as Lord Thomas and Silken Thomas, was about 20 years old, and his father advised him to be guided in all things by his uncle Sir James Fitzgerald, his cousin Sir Thomas Eustace, his great aunt Lady Janet Eustace, and her husband and son Walter and James de la Hyde. It is impossible to pronounce on the genuineness of the speech which the chronicler puts into Kildare's mouth, but the advice contained in it would have been well suited to the occasion. He told his son that his youth should be guided by age, his ignorance by experience. He was, he said, putting a naked sword into a young man's hand, and urged him to defer to the council, for, albeit in authority you rule them, yet in council they must rule you. End of Chapter 9, Part 2. Chapter 10, Part 1 of Ireland under the Tudors, Volume 1, by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Geraldine Rebellion, Skeffington's administration, 1534 to 1535. Among the letters which Allen brought with him from England was one of thanks for past services to Conor Maguire, chief of Fermanagh. Maguire belonged to the party in Ulster which opposed O'Neill, and consequently Kildare, and he seems to have been in some degree under Allen's influence. He now wrote to the king, adding to the already overwhelming case against Kildare, and praying for the appointment of Skeffington. This dispatch probably reached London about the same time as the Earl, who was examined by the council and at once sent to the Tower. The heaviest charge against him was that of fortifying his own castles with the king's artillery, and it was in fact this which enabled his son to make head for a time against the crown. He could only answer that he had intended to defend the Pale against the Irish. Perhaps the hesitation caused by his wound was taken for the confession of guilt. He was no longer the man who had bearded Wolsey in his pride, and unfortunately his old power of repartee had descended to his son, who annoyed with his taunts those whom he should most have conciliated. The young vice-deputy made no secret of his dislike to the king's policy, sought alliances with O'Brien and Desmond, and gave the enemies of his house plausible grounds for stigmatizing him as a traitor from the very first. Early in the summer of 1534, a report reached Ireland that Kildare was to be beheaded, and his son and brother arrested. A poor retainer of his house living near Kilcullen is said to have brought to Lord Offaly from London a little silver gilt heart and a pair of black dice, with a verbal message from his father, bidding him not to trust the Irish council, but to keep out of the way, lest he should lose life and liberty. About the same time, a private letter from Thomas Cannon, who had been in Skeffington's service, confirmed the sinister rumours already afloat. In days when there were no newspapers, such letters were handed about freely, and this one fell into the hands of a priest who read English with difficulty, and who put it aside until he had time to spell out its meaning. A retainer of Offaly's, who chanced to stay the night in the priest's house, used the letter as a shoehorn and forgot to withdraw it. Undressing in the evening, he found the paper, read it out of curiosity, and found to his dismay that it announced Kildare's death. He at once took the fatal missive to James Delahide, who carried it to the vice-deputy. Delahide was one of those whose advice Kildare had directed his son to take. He now counselled him to rebel and to avenge his father's death. Though his death was at hand, Kildare still lived, and there is no reason to suspect foul play. He was old and suffering from wounds, and confinement or anxiety may well have hastened his end. But his impetuous son assumed the worst, and at once prepared for war. His Irish connections, O'Neill and O'Connor, approved his resolution, but the Earl of Desmond, Sir Thomas Eustace of Baltinglass, Fitzmaurice of Kerry, Fleming, Lord of Slane, and most of the Anglo-Irish well-wishers of his house counselled prudence. Lord Chancellor Cromer, a grave and learned divine, gave similar advice, but Rehoboam would not be persuaded. On St. Barnabas Day he rode through Dublin with 140 armed retainers, each wearing a silken fringe on his helmet, a mode of decoration which gave Offaly the name by which he is best remembered. Passing through Dame's Gate, the Geraldines forded the Liffey and rode to St. Mary's Abbey, where he had summoned a meeting of the council. No sooner had the deputy taken the chair than his armed followers invaded the council chamber, and waited with ill-concealed impatience while their leader made a speech in which he declared himself no longer King Henry's officer, and called on all who hated cruelty and tyranny to join him in open war. He then tendered the sword of state to the primate, who besought him, with tears in his eyes, not to do so bad and wicked an act. "They are not yet born," he said, "the that shall hereafter feel the smart of this uproar. The Chancellor's speech was probably unintelligible to most of the intruders, and the effect of it was at once dispelled by an Irish bard named Nalan, who recited a long heroic poem in honour of Silken Thomas, and upbraided him with lingering too long. Stung by his taunt, Offaly replied that he was much obliged to the Archbishop for his advice, but that he came to announce his own intention and not to seek counsel, and he then threw down the sword and left the room. He was now subject, and the council at once ordered his arrest, but the mayor had no force at his command, and the rebel was allowed to join his forces on Oxmantown Green. Archbishop Allen, who had good reasons for fear, took refuge in the castle, and the chief baron who accompanied him wrote to Cromwell for help. It was rumoured that Offaly would destroy everything in the Pale, so that no support might remain for a royal army. He gave out that he would kill or banish every one born in England, and declared forfeit the goods of all who remained loyal. He wrote to his cousin Lord Butler, offering to divide Ireland with him if he would help to conquer it. But Butler, one of the ablest of his race, declined with proper indignation. He refused to barter his truth for a piece of Ireland, and was not at all disposed to hang for a good fellowship. Were it so, he wrote, as it cannot be, that the chickens you reckon were both hatched and feathered, yet be thou sure I had rather in this quarrel die thine enemy than live thy partner. Ossory had left the king but a few days before, having undertaken for himself and his son to assist to their utmost power the due course of law, and above all strenuously to resist the usurped jurisdiction of the Bishop of Rome. Skeffington was again deputy, and Ossory promised to maintain his authority. The government was in fact placed to a great extent under the protection of the House of Ormond. In return for these promises, and in consideration of the singular confidence and trust which the king had conceived in the earl and his son, and in respect of the truth which always had continued in them and their blood to the crown of England, and as a token of confidence in their ability, the government of Tipperary and Kilkenny, and of other districts at the deputy's discretion, were granted to Ossory and his son. They were not the men to renounce such solid advantage for the shadowy realm which their rash kinsman offered. It would have been well for Archbishop Allen had he adhered to his first resolution of remaining inside the castle walls, which, as it turned out, were quite able to protect him. 6 weeks after the first outbreak, and while the rebels were threatening Dublin, he put himself under the guidance of Bartholomew Fitzgerald, a confidential servant, who brought a small boat to Dame's Gate. The archbishop embarked, but the wind was contrary, and perhaps the boatmen hostile. At all events, the boat stuck fast on the sands of Clontarf. The fugitive took refuge in a gentleman's house at Artane, but Offaly appeared at the door next morning, and he ordered 2 of his followers, John Teeling and Nicholas Wafer, to bring out the archbishop. They dragged the old man out of bed and brought him before their leader. Allen begged for mercy, acknowledging that his captor had no reason to wish him well, but claiming regard for his office, if not for his person. Offaly turned away contemptuously, and speaking in Irish, ordered his men to take away the churl. Teeling and Wafer immediately dashed out the archbishop's brains. Robert Rayleigh, who, if not actually an eyewitness, must have been close at hand, was at once sent off to Maynooth with a casket which was found on Allen's person, and he afterwards swore that he did not know whether Offaly ordered the murder or not. The rebel chief always maintained that his intention was to detain and not to kill, but he thought it necessary to send his chaplain to Rome to seek absolution. The sword of state which should have protected them having been exchanged for a rod to scourge them, the citizens of Dublin were left to their own slender resources, instigated by Offaly and assisted by John Burnell of Ball-Griffin, a gentleman of the Pale. The O'Tooles descended from their mountains and ravaged the flat country to the north of the city. In an attempt to intercept the raiders on their return, the citizens were defeated with great loss near Kilmainham. Assuming that they were at his mercy, Offaly offered the citizens their lives if they would let him enter to besiege the castle. John White, the constable, who was afterwards knighted for his services, made no objection, provided he were allowed time to victual. A spirited alderman, John Fitzsimmons, furnished a great part of the provisions at his own expense, and also employed a smith in his own house to forge a chain for the drawbridge. To such a state of destitution had Geraldine ascendancy brought the principal royal fortress in Ireland. Another alderman, Francis Herbert, was sent off to beg help from the king. White having announced himself ready, the citizens admitted about 100 of the rebels under the command of James, Field of Lusk, who had with him Teeling and Wafer, the archbishop's murderers, and 3 noted pirates named Brode, Rooks, and Purcell. The ordinance at Field's command, part of that which had been entrusted to the late Earl of Kildare for the defence of the realm, was too light to make any great impression on the castle, upon whose walls it ought to have been mounted. And in the meantime Ossory was sweeping away the cattle from Kildare. The temptation to retaliate was too strong for Offaly, or perhaps for his men, and he turned aside from Dublin to punish the butlers. Tullow Castle delayed him for 5 precious days, after which he had the satisfaction of slaughtering the garrison, and 5 more days were spent in inaction on the Barrow. Again did Offaly offer to divide Ireland, including even his own inheritance, with Ossory, but the Earl refused, as the son had done, and only consented to a truce which would leave him free to defend Tipperary against a threatened attack from Desmond. The Butler forces being thus divided, and help having come from O'Neill, Offaly broke the truce and began to plunder Kilkenny. At Thomastown, Lord Butler was wounded in a skirmish, and had to retire to Dunmore until cured, while Offaly, who had possession of Athy, Kilkea, Carlow, and Castle Dermot, collected a great host of O'Moores, O'Connors, Kavanaghs, and O'Byrnes. But these auxiliaries do not seem to have been of much use, for Ossory had still men enough to burn and spoil the northern part of Carlow, though not to attempt the relief of Dublin. Francis Herbert returned very speedily from the king, bringing letters in which Henry promised immediate succour. Despairing of success, Field anticipated the action of Rosen at Londonderry, and threatened to expose the citizens' children on the trenches, so as to prevent the garrison from using their guns. Indignant at this breach of faith, and encouraged by the near prospect of relief, the citizens shut their gates and seized most of those who were besieging the castle. A few escaped across the river, and brought the news to Offaly, who returned to Dublin, only to find it bent upon the most desperate resistance. Having summoned the city in vain, he cut the leaden pipes which supplied with water, but there must have been wells also, for no effects followed. He then besieged the castle from Ship Street, where there was cover for his men, but White had some fireworks which enabled him to burn down the thatched houses of the suburb, and give his guns full play. Herbert distinguished himself by shooting 24 of the enemy, including one of their chief leaders. Being thus driven from the castle, Offaly attempted the city wall from Thomas Street, demolishing the party walls of the houses so as to make 2 covered galleries leading up to the new gate. One of his shots pierced the gate and killed a man who was trying to get water at a pipe in the middle of the corn market. A remarkable feat is recorded of Staunton, the jailer or warder of Newgate. Having galled the rebels by his sharp shooting, he had become a particular mark for their fire, and he saw a musketeer trying to cover him. He not only shot him in the forehead, but, notwithstanding the hail of bullets issued from the gate, stripped the dead man, and brought his gun and clothes into the town. The Geraldines then tried to burn the gate, but a sally of the besieged through the smoke and flame made them suppose that the city had been relieved, and they withdrew precipitately, leaving a piece of artillery and 100 dead behind them. Offaly lingered for the night in the precincts of the Grey Friary, from which Francis Street takes its name, and next day rejoined his men, who had believed him dead. He made no attempt to renew the siege. In this, as in so many other Irish insurrections, there was no want of double traitors, of men who had neither the constancy to remain loyal nor the courage to persevere in rebellion. Many of the arrows shot over the walls were headless, and some bore letters which revealed to the garrison every plan of the besiegers. The children of the citizens whom he had hitherto detained as hostages could now be of no use to Offaly, and he exchanged them for some of his own men who had been captured. He tried to get money, ammunition, and other help from the citizens in return for raising the siege, but the men of Dublin knew their advantage and answered that they had no money to spare. They argued that if his intentions were loyal he had no need of warlike stores, and that to supply him might be to make a rod for their own backs. They were, however, willing to supply him with enough parchment to engross his pardon upon, and to join him in begging humbly for it. Having neither powder nor shot, Offaly could not retort it to any purpose, and he withdrew to put his ancestral castle of Maynooth in a posture of defence. Besides retaining some of the citizens' children, the rebels had captured Chief Justice Luttrell and Lord Howth. A truce was therefore concluded for 6 weeks, but Offaly broke it within 24 hours by burning corn belonging to the Prior of Kilmainham. Meanwhile, Skeffington had sailed from North Wales. The bulk of his fleet and army were intended for Waterford, but Sir William Brereton and Captain Salisbury were detached with 400 men for the relief of Dublin. Brereton took command of the city and saw that proper watch was kept. Shortly afterwards 80 northern spearmen under Musgrave and Hamerton landed or were driven ashore at Clontarf, where the rebels met them in great force. They were perhaps picked men, for their white coats and red crosses are particularly mentioned. At all events, they made a gallant resistance, and Offaly was wounded. Musgrave and Hamerton were both killed, and the rebel chief is said to have mourned deeply for the former, who was his cousin. The main force of the insurgents hung about the hill of Howth in hope of preventing other English troops from landing, and Bode, Purcell, and Rooks cruised in the offing with their piratical vessels. Although the wind served well for Ireland, Skeffington, who was old and delicate, delayed long at Bow Marie. The north countrymen, on whom he placed his chief reliance, chafed at the delay, and many of their horses, which were perhaps not very well stowed, died from being cooped up on board ship for 3 weeks. At last, on the very day on which the siege of Dublin was raised, the Lord Deputy sailed. The fleet was driven by a gale under Lambay, where a report reached it that Dublin had fallen. The news was not believed, but Brereton and Salisbury were detached. They reached the Liffey without any difficulty, and there was no reason why Skeffington should not have done so, but that he had made up his mind to go to Waterford. As it was, he was able to lie close to Skerries and to send in his boats, which burned 4 Geraldine vessels at anchor in the roads. The fleet then made sail again, and was again driven under Lambay, whence 2 ships made chase after Bode the pirate and drove him ashore near Drogheda. At last the Lord Deputy was persuaded to take the obvious course, and landed safely at Dublin more than a week after Brereton. Other troops from Bristol, under Sir John St. Loup, reached Waterford about the same time. Messengers were at once sent to Drogheda, and Bode and his crew were brought by sea to Dublin. Driven from Dublin, Offaly threatened Drogheda with some 400 horse, but Skeffington, with unwonted energy, marched the whole distance in 1 day, and the rebels did not venture to attack him. The Geraldine chief was proclaimed traitor at the market cross, and the gentlemen of Louth and Meath, finding that there was again something in the shape of a government, came in fast to the Lord Deputy. Meanwhile Ossory and St. Loup were at work in the south, and agreed to meet Skeffington at Kildare's castle of Kilkea. The Earl and the English knight kept their appointment, but the deputy was again ill, and without artillery nothing could be done. Ossory had enough to do to keep the O'Moores and Kavanaghs in check, but he gained one important ally in the person of Sir Thomas Eustace of Baltinglass, who brought 40 of his kinsmen and left hostages in the Earl's hands. Eustace kept his word and received a peerage for his services, an honour forfeited in Elizabeth's time for a rebellion, which, if one of the most foolish, was also one of the least selfish of the many recorded in Irish annals. During the greater part of the winter, Offaly ranged up and down the Pale, not sparing the Kildare estates, which he was not likely ever to enjoy in peace. On one occasion he came into collision with Brereton near Trim, and lost 150 men, but when a garrison of 40 men were left in the town, he had no difficulty in recapturing it, and a garrison of 20 men failed to hold Kildare against him. His following was reduced to 100 horse and 300 kern, who had scarcely a dozen muskets among them. But with this band he wandered where he pleased, even to the walls of Dublin. Skeffington again fell sick, and the army was detained, doing nothing in Dublin. He could not, according to Sir John Allen, do anything himself, and he would not let anyone else have the credit. A truce for 3 weeks was concluded with the rebel, and after the new year some of the troops were allowed to leave the capital. Sir Rice Monsell, with 500 men, occupied Trim. Brereton and Salisbury lay at Newcastle, and preparations were made for assuming the offensive as soon as the Lord Deputy should be able to mount a horse. But there was great want of money, and the ill-paid soldiers took little interest in any service which did not bring them profit. They took it on themselves to find men guilty of treason and to seize their goods, whereas, as Allen grimly suggested, the king might have them by another mean. Munitions of war were as scarce as money, and the bows which were sent from Ludlow Castle snapped when the archers tried to bend them. In the meantime, the ecclesiastics who administered the vacant see of Dublin pronounced sentence of excommunication in its most tremendous form against the murderers of the Archbishop, Offaly himself, his uncles John and Oliver, Captain Rooks, James Delahide, and Teeling and Wafer, who seem to have been the actual murderers, were mentioned by name. Leprosy and madness, hunger and thirst were invoked upon them in this life, and eternal damnation in the life to come. No house was to shelter them, no church to give them sanctuary, no kind Christian to bestow on them a morsel of bread when starving, nor a cup of cold water when dying of thirst, on pain of being considered accessories to their crime and accursed like them. They were to be partakers with Pharaoh and Nero, Herod and Judas, Dathan and Abraham. And stones were cast towards their dwellings, as by Moses when he called down divine wrath upon the last named. It is said that a copy of this curse was cruelly shown to the old earl in the Tower, and that the shock snapped the enfeebled thread which still bound him to life. The fate of the 7 excommunicated persons was nearly as bad as the most vindictive priest could wish. The 3 Geraldines were hanged at Tyburn, Rooks was hanged at Dublin, Teeling and Wafer died at Maynooth of a horrible disease. James Delahide escaped to Spain and gave the government some further trouble, but he died in exile in Scotland. The new earl, for earl he was, in spite of Stanihurst's statement to the contrary, took advantage of the breathing space allowed him by the deputies in action to cast about for allies. He sent Dominic Power to the emperor, armed with gifts and with documents going to prove that Ireland was a fief of the Holy See and that it was forfeited on account of Henry's heresy. Kildare was ready to hold the country of Pope or your emperor, and to pay tribute in consideration of being protected against the English schismatics. 12 hawks and 14 hobbies, or Irish palfreys, were thought suitable presents for the second Charlemagne. More immediate help was sought from the O'Briens of Clare and the O'Kellys. The latter were induced to threaten Westmeath, and Con O'Brien, chief of Thomond, was already in communication with Charles V, but Con's son Donogh had married Lady Ellen Butler, and Ossory had enough influence with his son-in-law to keep him to his allegiance. Donogh, as was usual with the sons of Irish chiefs, had a strong party of his own and prevented the clan from stirring. Ossory contrived to make the Burkes threaten the O'Kellys, and they also were neutralized. Skeffington, having woke to the fact that Ireland could not be subdued by an army which never left Dublin, allowed Mountcel and Brereton to divide their forces and to burn most of the Geraldine villages, including Maynooth. While gaining strength himself, he had the satisfaction of ordering several executions in Dublin. Brode, who was called the Traitor's Admiral, Rooks, who was captured near Wexford with some of the royal ordnance in his possession, a third rover named Purcell, who had been bold enough to cut a vessel out of the Thames, and Travers, Chancellor of St. Patrick's, who had been an agent in the attempted reduction of Dublin, were all duly hanged, drawn, and quartered on the Oxmantown Green. Brereton summoned Maynooth Castle, proposing to let the garrison depart with bag and baggage, and offering pardons and rewards, but they trusted in their walls, and answered only with taunts and jeers. At last Skeffington left Dublin, and encamped before the castle, which he invested closely the next day. He pronounced it to be the strongest fortress which had ever been in Ireland since the English first set foot there. No detailed account of the armament has been preserved, but there were several pieces of cannon and a garrison of over 100, of whom about one half were gunners. Christopher Paris, the Earl's foster brother, commanded within the castle. Skeffington's batteries opened on the third day after his arrival, and soon silenced the guns on the northwest side of the keep. The guns were then pointed against a new work on the northern side, and after 5 days' bombardment the breach was pronounced practicable. Paris, who probably despaired of maintaining his post, now thought it time to make separate terms for himself, and shot out a letter in which he offered to sell his post for money. The garrison were accordingly allowed to sally forth and to capture a small piece of artillery. Paris pretended great satisfaction, and served out abundant liquor to his men, who proceeded to celebrate their triumph by getting drunk. In the first grey light of morning the outwork was occupied almost without resistance, and the warders were aroused from their slumbers by shouts of "St. George! St. George!" Ladders were quickly planted against the walls of the keep, and the storming party began to ascend. Captain Holland, who was one of the first to reach the parapet, jumped down into a tub of feathers, but Brereton's company had scaled the walls at another place, and the Geraldines, completely surprised and only half sober, made but a short stand. An arrow was discharged at Holland, the weight of whose armour kept him fast in the feathers, but it missed him, and he was released in time to take an active part in the final struggle. Brereton himself ran up to the highest turret and hoisted a flag, which told the Lord Deputy that all was over. When Skeffington entered in the evening, 2 singing men of the Earl's chapel prostrated themselves before him, plaintively chanting a hymn or song called Dulcis Amica, which affected the victors as the verses of Euripides affected the Dorians at Syracuse. They were pardoned, and Paris then came forward to claim his reward. Skeffington allowed that he had been useful, and promised that the king would not let him starve. He then asked what confidence the Earl of Kildare placed in his foster brother, and Paris enumerated the benefits which he had received from the fallen family. "Couldst thou," said the deputy sternly, "find in thine heart to betray his castle, who has been so good to thee? Truly thou that art so hollow to him wilt never be true to us." Then turning to his officers, he ordered them to pay down the stipulated price, and to execute the traitor forthwith. "My lord," said the wretched man, "had I wist you would have dealt so straitly with me, your lordship should not have won this fort with so little bloodshed as you did. Among thy bystanders was James Boys, formerly constable of Maynooth, who had resigned his office at the breaking out of the rebellion, but who may have sympathized with his old employers, and who muttered too late in Irish a saying which became proverbial for an ineffectual repentance. Paris was executed, and it does not appear that he had been promised pardon, but Skeffington's action was neither honest nor politic. He had profited by the treason, and to kill the traitor could only tend to make other rebels desperate. About 40 other prisoners were taken, of whom 25 were executed, including the Dean of Kildare and another priest named Walsh. It appeared from the deposition of the one prisoner, a priest, that there had been negotiations with the Emperor, who held out hopes of 10,000 men, and also with the King of Scots. The pardon of Maynooth became proverbial expression for the gallows. Kildare had in the meantime succeeded in raising an army of 7,000 men among the O'Connors of Offaly and in Connaught, but the news that Maynooth had fallen almost dispersed it. With the men who remained, he advanced to Clane, where he came into collision with Skeffington, who took 140 prisoners and put them to the sword on a renewal of the fight being threatened. Kildare then went into Thomond, intending to sail for Spain, but sent James Delahide and Robert Walsh, the parish priest of Locke, in his stead. These messengers joined Power at Cadiz, but did not obtain an interview with Charles until after their chief's execution. Power was pardoned at the Emperor's request, but the others were attainted by name. Kildare's allies now gradually dropped away. O'More and MacMorroch gave security to Ossory, and the Earl's followers dwindled daily, though he continued to roam about in the neighbourhood of his ancestral estates. Maynooth was too strong to attempt, but he twice took Rathangan, so that no Englishman would take charge of it, and Skeffington was forced to entrust it to Sir James Fitzgerald. After this, Kildare drove a herd of cattle under the walls, and by the hope of booty drew out a great part of the garrison, whom he cut to pieces. On one occasion he destroyed part of the garrison of Trim by putting forward some English troopers who pretended to be Salisbury's men, and on another he almost succeeded in capturing a large convoy near Naas. But such stratagems could not long delay the end, and the Irish saw that the game was up. O'Neill came to Skeffington's at Drogheda and took the oath of allegiance. It was agreed, among other things, that any O'Neill who did wrong within the obedient districts might be tried by English law, and that homicides should not be compounded by money payments, but the king's subjects taken in O'Neill's country were to be reserved for the royal consideration, and not punished capitally by the chief. O'Neill was to receive his customary black rent, but none of his clans were to levy Irish exactions or to graze cattle in the English districts. All Englishmen were to enjoy free trade with Tyrone, and O'Neill undertook to help Skeffington in his hostings in as ample a manner as any of his predecessors had helped any previous Lord Deputy or Lord Lieutenant. O'More, an able man who was anxious to deserve well of his new friends, accompanied Brazen into the wastes of Allen, where Kildare was lurking. After the usual plundering, he advised the Englishmen to turn as if in full retreat, but in reality to occupy all the passes, while the O'Mores engaged the Earl's party in the plain. But the Northumberland moss troopers under Dacre and Musgrave had not forgotten their old habits and made off with the booty, leaving an unguarded pass through which the Geraldines escaped. The O'Mores would not kill Kildare's men, but were very active against the O'Connors. Indeed, the Earl was believed to have been in O'More's hands for a time, and to have been purposely released. But Barbazan took Burnell of Balgriffin, one of the original advisers of the rebellion, and William Keating, captain of the Keating Kern, who had hitherto been the rebels' chief strength. The latter was released on giving security, but Burnell was reserved for the scaffold. The remarkable unfitness of Skeffington for the post in which Henry maintained him was strikingly shown at this time. He was unable to stir from Maynooth, and seemed half dead if he rose before 10 or 11 o'clock. Marauding bands came with impunity to the castle gates and stole the deputies' horses, and he allowed the army to lie in the open country without orders, and to consume provisions instead of fighting. The sick man was jealous of Lord Leonard Grey, the marshal of the army, whom rumour had designated as his successor. he was himself incapable of action and was unwilling to let others act in his stead. End of Chapter 10, Part 1. Chapter 10, Part 2 of Ireland under the Tudors, Volume 1, by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Geraldine Rebellion, Skeffington's administration, 1534 to 1535. Before his release, Keating undertook to drive the Geraldine chief out of Kildare. The wretched peasants crept back to their fields to save what was left of the harvest, and Cahir O'Connor, who saw how things were likely to end, came to Grey and Brabazon and took an oath to defend the king's interests against Kildare and against his own brother. The earl had a stronghold in a boggy wood near Rathangan, fortified with earthworks and wet ditches, and almost impregnable had it been well manned and armed. Not being defended, it was easily taken, and whatever would burn was burned. At last Skeffington felt well enough to take the field, and advanced with Grey and Butler to the borders of Offaly. Despairing of the cause, and anxious to save his harvest, O'Connor came in and submitted to the Lord Deputy at Castle Jordan, and Kildare, finding himself alone, then surrendered to Butler and Grey in the presence of 3 witnesses. Skeffington positively asserts that no condition was made either of pardon, life, land, or goods, and this is confirmed by a dispatch from the council sent 3 days later and signed by Lords Butler and Delvin, Rawson, Prior of Kilmainham, St. Lou, Brabazon, Aylmer, Salisbury, and Sir Rice Monsell, the last 2 having been present at the surrender. But the councillors admitted that comfortable words were spoken to Thomas to allure him to yield, and begged the king to spare his life according to the comfort of those words. A great effort was made to cause a belief in England that the surrender was conditional, but it does not appear that the prisoner himself made any such assertion. He wrote to his connection Grey, confessing himself a rebel, but urging that he had done all by the advice of Thomas Eustace and Sir Gerald McShane. He begged intercession for his life and lands. Failing the efficacy of such aid, he had, he said, only to shift for himself as he best could. Writers favourable to the Geraldines have nevertheless stated that he was promised his life, and this had been copied into a long succession of popular manuals. Even at the time, the legal mind of Lord Chancellor Audley refused to believe that the Irish Council had so dealt with so errant and cankered a traitor. If this, he added, be intended that he should have mercy, I marvel much that divers of the King's Council in Ireland have so largely told the King afore this time that there should never be good peace or order in Ireland till the blood of the Geralds were wholly extinct. And it was also said that the Irishmen spared their effectual diligence in the persecution of him, because they heard that he should have pardon, and then he would revenge, and now it seemeth they would procure him mercy. They be people of a strange nature, and much inconstancy. In writing his thanks to Skeffington, the king regrets that Kildare's capture had not been after such a sort as was convenable to his deservings. Alluding to the report that conditions had been made with him, the letter is worthy of Elizabeth at her best, and very creditable to Henry, who declares his unabated confidence in Skeffington, and promises to make every allowance for his age and infirmities. As to the disposal of the prisoner, not only Audley, but Norfolk, who spoke from the fullness of his Irish experience, thought he should be sent to the Tower and executed in due course, except it should appear that by his keeping alive there should grow any knowledge of treasons or other commodity to the king's grace. The Duke advised a long respite, lest Lord Butler and Lord Leonard Grey should lose all their credit in Ireland. The Chancellor wished to proceed in the King's Bench under the new statute of treasons, by which he considered that such offences, though committed in Ireland, might be tried in an English shire. Had this opinion finally prevailed, modern Ireland might be easier to govern than it ever seems likely to be. Both Norfolk and Audley allude to the report that Kildare had been promised his life, but neither they nor the king confirm it. An account is extant showing that 20 shillings a week were allowed for Kildare's maintenance in the Tower, but intercepted letters tell of great harshness. His object in writing was to borrow £20 from O'Brien, who had his plate, and he urged that chief to help the deputy as the best means of helping him. "I never," he wrote to a trusty servant, "had any money since I came into prison but a noble, nor I have had neither hosen, doublet, nor shoes, nor shirt but one, nor any other garments, but a single frieze gown for a velvet furred with budge, and so I have gone woolward and barefoot and barelegged divers times, when it hath not been very warm, and so I should have done still and now, but that poor prisoners of their gentleness hath sometimes given me old hosen and shoes and old shirts." For 16 months the rash young man endured this misery, and then an Irish Act of Attainder having passed in the meantime, he and his 5 uncles were carried to Tyburn, and there duly hanged, drawn, and quartered. Having followed the fortunes of the House of Kildare until their great eclipse, we may now turn to the southern Geraldines, who had also entered upon the slippery paths of rebellion. The dispute between Desmond and Ormond was of old standing, the real cause of it being the fact that Munster was not large enough to hold 2 such families. In 1520 Surrey brought about a meeting at Waterford between James, the 11th Earl of Desmond, and Sir Piers Butler. They were solemnly sworn to keep the peace and to help each other on lawful occasions. Cormac Og McCarthy, Lord of Muskerry, and McCarthy Reek, who had allied themselves with the Butlers as a defence against their great neighbours' oppressions, were parties to this agreement. Surrey took hostages from them, and reported that they were wise men and more conformable than some Englishmen. If the king would undertake to protect them, he thought that they and many other Irishmen would be content to hold their lands of him. The peace was short, for Desmond no sooner got back to his own country than he proceeded to waste Muskerry with fire and sword. The 2 McCarthys joined their forces, and a pitched battle was fought at Mourne Abbey, near Mallow. Cormac Og placed the cavalry under the command of his sister's husband, Thomas Moyle Fitzgerald, who was Desmond's uncle and heir presumptive, and to his charge the Geraldine partisans of course attribute the result. The Earl was totally defeated, and of this overthrow wrote the family historian more than a century later. The Irish to this day do brag, not remembering how often, both before and after, they received the like measure from the Geraldines. 2 years after the fight at Mourne Abbey, Desmond was in secret communication with Francis I, the Constable Bourbon having at the same time similar relations with Henry VIII. The French king sent 2 agents to Ireland, Francis de Candolle, Lord of Orsay, who afterwards appears as having a relationship or connection with Desmond, and Francis de Bergogny. They met the Earl at Askeaton and made a convention with him. Desmond agreed to make war on the king, provided that his father-in-law, Locke, O'Brien, and others of that clan should be included in any peace made between England and France. Francis rather oddly undertook to send ships to help Desmond in collecting tribute from his subjects. The Earl and his seneschal, David Macmorris, were promised French pensions, and both Geraldines and O'Briens were encouraged to expect French help in any emergency. Richard de la Pole, Edward IV's exiled nephew, who was to be set up against Henry, and Desmond undertook to support the Pretender with 400 horse and 10,000 foot, which were to remain under his command. If he succeeded in raising 15,000 foot, Francis agreed to pay 2 anglets a month for every fully armed man, and 1 anglet for every kern. Kinsale, Cork, or Youghal was to be held by the French, and Desmond promised to use his exertions in providing them with horses. The convention was ratified at Saint-Germain-en-Laye, but nothing whatever came of it. Had there been any good understanding between Desmond and the Scots who were threatening Ulster, a powerful diversion might have been effected, but the Earl seems to have had no higher object than the enhancement of his own local authority. Some years later a bill was prepared for the attainder of Desmond in the Irish Parliament, which recited his treason and in giving aid and comfort to Frenchmen while France and England were at war. But no Parliament was then held, and Desmond died unattainted. During his short administration after Surrey's departure, Sir Piers Butler, who had heard of Desmond's dealings with France, invaded his country with the consent of many loyal Geraldines. The port towns closed their gates to the rebellious earl, who turned upon Tipperary and occupied the strong castle of Cahir, the same which afterwards delayed Essex and thus contributed to his fall. The deputy hastened to the spot and seized the bridge leading to the fortified island, but the bridge on the other side remained open, and Desmond escaped. After this the O'Briens, whom many supposed to be instigated by Kildare, laid a trap for Sir Piers, very like that in which his famous grandson was long afterwards caught. A parley was proposed at the ford of Camas on the Suir, and thither, according to his own account, Butler repaired with a slender escort and the most pacific intentions. The O'Briens, who were hidden in a wood, suddenly rushed out and attacked him, but his men fought bravely and killed Tig O'Brien, the chief son of all men of his age, the most dreaded by his enemies. The Ormond district at this time lay open on account of a bridge which the O'Briens had lately built over the Shannon, and one of the complaints against Kildare was that he had not helped Sir Piers to destroy this bridge. A war without much plan or apparent purpose continued to rage for years between the Butlers and the southern Geraldines. In 1527 James Butler wrote to his father, who was then in England, giving him an account of certain intrigues and disturbances, and telling him plainly that it was folly trying to look after Irish affairs in London. He who would do the king's service must do it on the spot. Sir John Fitzgerald of Dixees, who had taken part against the head of his house, and had in consequence lost much cattle and seen many farmhouses in flames, watched his opportunity and shut up Desmond in Dungarvan. Here he was joined by Butler and by the Earl's cousin, Thomas Fitzgerald of Dixees, but the castle defied anything short of a regular siege. Butler had a horse shot under him, but a sally was unsuccessful, and Desmond thought it prudent to take the sea with 40 men. He sailed into Youghal upon the flood tide, and Dungarvan then offered to surrender to Sir Thomas Fitzgerald. Butler refused to allow this, and Sir Thomas then joined his cousin, who had begun to ravage his lands about Youghal. The prey, having escaped Dungarvan, was not thought worth any further immediate trouble, but a grant of the offices of governor, constable, and steward of the place was soon afterwards passed to Sir Piers Butler on his being created Earl of Ossory. The condition was imposed that the new earl should seek to recover Dungarvan out of Desmond's possessions. The rebel seems to have been a man of large ideas. He had the Archbishop of Cashel, a natural son of Ossory, to watch over his interests at court, and something amounting almost to an Irish invasion of England took place under his auspices. In 12 months the almost incredible number of 20,000 Irishmen are said to have landed in Pembrokeshire, that little England beyond Wales, whence the ancestors of the Geraldines had first sailed to Ireland. They spread themselves over the country about Milford Haven, and between St. David's and Tenby, and the very corporation of the latter town came under Irish influence. A townsman had 2 large, heavily armed ships manned by Irishmen. He was himself Welsh, but he would have neither Welshmen nor Englishmen on board. Throughout the countryside Irishmen outnumbered the natives in the proportion of 4 to 1, and many Irish vessels frequented the coast and were employed in trade or piracy or in a mixture of both. Nearly all the men they brought were from Desmond's country, and it is probable that he had a share of the profits and that he was thus enabled to keep up the contest on land. The adventurous Earl had gained nothing by his alliance with France, but he did not abandon the hope of foreign intervention in Ireland, and sent a present of Irish hawks and wolfhounds to Charles V. The gifts were in charge of a trusty messenger who landed at St. Sebastian and hastened to the imperial court at Toledo. Wolsey's emissaries were accurately informed of these movements, and one who lived at Renteria recommended that a royal cruiser should be sent to intercept the ambassador on his return. The man himself lacked discretion, for he showed his dispatches to the papal collector at Valladolid, and their contents thus became known to the English agents. Desmond's great wish was for artillery, which would have placed nearly every castle in Munster at his mercy. Glad to find any means of annoying a king who desired to repudiate his aunt, Charles sent a gold cup to Desmond, and soon afterwards dispatched his chaplain Gonzalo Fernandez to Ireland. Fernandez, who spoke very good English, was instructed to make himself thoroughly acquainted with Desmond's resources and to offer help if he thought it advisable. He was authorized to promise that the Earl should be included in any treaties which might be made between the Emperor and Henry VIII, and to explain that his master had always been most anxious for the English king's friendship. Notwithstanding his former good offices, Henry had made an alliance with France, and now sought to divorce his queen and to give the Duchy of Ireland to his bastard in disparagement of the Princess Mary. Such proceedings Charles was determined firmly to resist. Fernandez left Toledo on March 3, the Spanish government giving out that he had gone to England to recover debts due to the Emperor. He had returned by April 28. On his way out he touched at Cork, where many persons visited his ship, and he gathered from their conversation that Desmond was not popular there. After this he was driven into Berehaven, whence he wrote to the Earl, and in 4 days he received an answer directed to him as chaplain to our sovereign lord the Emperor. Desmond, striving to assume the position of an imperial feudatory instead of that of an English subject. Fernandez then sailed to Dingle, and before he could land, Desmond sent 6 gentlemen on board to ask his help in capturing certain English and French vessels which lay near, probably at Ventry or Smerwick. Desmond had already sent his galleys, and was going with 500 men to support them by land. The Spaniard, with a more exact idea of an ambassador's duties than the potentate to whom he was accredited, prudently excused himself. Desmond evidently did not wish Fernandez to visit any of his castles, and preferred to meet him at the water's edge. Anxious to appear a powerful, independent prince, he was probably unwilling that the Spaniards should see the nakedness of the land and his own rude way of life, and perhaps he shrunk from accumulating evidence against himself in case submission to his lawful sovereign should, after all, become expedient. On April 21, Fernandez disembarked. He was well received by the inhabitants and by Desmond himself, who had 500 horse and as many gallowglasses with him. The Earl asked after the Emperor's health, and again called him his sovereign lord. Fernandez read his commission first in English. Desmond then requested that it might be repeated in Latin for the benefit of his council, and when it was finished he took off his cap and thanked the Emperor for his gracious condescension, adding the reflection that his Majesty was placed on earth to prevent one prince from injuring another. His evident design was to acknowledge the supremacy of the empire over all the kingdoms of the world, and at the same time to place himself on a level with the King of England, from whom he held his lands, his title, and his jurisdiction. Desmond then discharged the congenial duty of magnifying himself and his ancestors. He was, he said, descended from Brito, who lawfully conquered the great and the small Britain, and reduced Ireland and Scotland under his yoke. It had been prophesied that an Earl of Desmond should conquer England, and this kept the English in a constant state of tremor. The fear of its fulfilment had caused the beheading of Earl Thomas by Lord Deputy Titoft, and Richard, son of the King of England, had invaded Ireland on account of his father's enmity with the reigning king. Afterwards that earl had conquered all Ireland, some few towns only excepted. The King of England caused the Earl of Kildare to be destroyed in prison until his kinsman of Desmond forcibly liberated him and made him Viceroy of Ireland. In 24 years, during which he had been stirring up both English and Irish, first to kill Desmond's father, and afterwards to make war on himself, the King of England had gained no advantage. The Earl's servants trading in France and Flanders had been imprisoned and despoiled of £9,000 by the English king's orders. Fernandez prudently demanded that this extraordinary farrago should be written down. It was very fortunate that he was unable to retain it in his memory, for no amount of mere English evidence could give us such a measure of a Desmond's pride, or of the nonsense which rhymers or Brehons could venture to put into a Desmond's head. The Geraldine addressed Charles V as most invincible and most sacred Caesar, ever august, and described himself as Earl of Desmond, Lord of Decies, of O'Gunnell, and of the liberty of Kerry. He first asked for 4 vessels of 200 tons each, and 6 smaller ones, all well armed, and for 500 Flemings to work them. Fernandez objected that no consideration was offered for so great a gift, and that Desmond could give no security out of Ireland. But ultimately an article was made out of in which the Earl avowed himself the Emperor's subject, and promised to help him in all his enterprises. Knowing that no guarantee could be given, the Spaniard wisely asked for none but his host's word of honour. The Earl declared his fixed intention, and here at least he spoke quite sincerely, to use all his strength and that of his friends in prosecuting the war against Piers Butler, the king's deputy, and against the cities of Limerick, Waterford, and Dublin. He begged the Emperor's help, and renewed his request for cannon. As for men, he could bring 16,500 foot and 1,500 horse into the field, and his allies could furnish 9,000 additional foot and 300 additional horse. In enumerating his allies, Desmond again drew upon his imagination, for he included O'Donnell, Prince of Ulster, with his 4,000 foot and 800 horse, Maguire and Magennis in the distant north, as well as the MacCarthys, with whom he was at war, and who about this time defeated him in a pitched battle. He also represented himself as firmly allied and frequently communicating with the King of Scotland. Fernandez told his master that Desmond had treated him well, and supplied his ship with fresh beef and venison. He had found him full of animosity against Wolsey, and quite ready to forget his French connections and his former compact with Francis. But the Earl acknowledged that Dublin was the chief town of Ireland, and that he had no interest there, and that his kinsman of Kildare, whom he called the ruler of the capital, had been imprisoned in the Tower. That he had been arrested partly on Desmond's account was obviously of less importance than the fact that he could be arrested at all. As to Cork, Limerick, and Waterford, Desmond had some friends there, but many more enemies. On the other hand, the Earl certainly had 10 castles, and Fernandez was made to believe that the King of England had lately failed to take Dungarvan, a version of the facts which strained them considerably. The Spaniard could not doubt that Desmond had many tributary knights and much influence among the wild Irish, but he did not form a high opinion of the Earl's soldiers, among whom executions for theft and murder were very frequent. They performed wonderful feats of horsemanship without saddle or stirrups, but they had no military skill. There were some gallowglasses with halberts, but the great mass had only bows and arrows. Fernandez allows that the Earl kept good justice, but it is clear that his general impression was unfavourable. Desmond sent John Aslaby, Archdeacon of Cloyne, and another messenger with Fernandez, and they found their way to Spain. The English agents there continued to be well informed, and they learned from one Gwyn, living at Ballinskellig in Kerry, and trading to St. Sebastian, that Desmond had sent 4,000 men to teach the Irish war. Gwyn truly reported that Cormac Oge was warring against the Earl, but that he would probably soon acknowledge himself beaten. There is reason to believe that a Spanish expedition to Ireland was really contemplated, but that the Biscayans intended for the service refused to go, alleging with a fine perception of the realities of Celtic diplomacy that the Irish would be sure to deceive the Emperor. At all events, nothing was done, and Spanish intervention in Ireland was put off for half a century. Desmond was proclaimed a traitor, but he died soon afterwards, and his successor followed him in a few months, leaving his heritage in dispute. The mission of Fernandez had no direct effect upon Ireland, but it may have had a good deal to do with Wolsey's fate and with the crooked diplomacy of the divorce question. He was heir to de Pueblo, who had negotiated Catherine of Aragon's marriages, and probably knew more than anyone about the brief which Julius II was said to have sent to Ferdinand the Catholic, and which, if genuine, would have precluded Clement VII from granting a divorce on the ground of affinity. If the brief was forged, its spuriousness could not be proved in the absence of Fernandez, and the delay was fatal to the English cardinal. Lord Leonard Grey was sent to England in charge of Kildare, but he left his company of 100 men under a Welsh officer named Parry, with orders to attach himself to Lord Butler. Parry's dispatch to Cromwell is one of the very few contemporary documents which throw light on the state of the country. He and his men entered Ossory's district of Lickland Bridge, where the people were glad to see them, and went on to Callan, where they found English fashions generally followed. They were so well received at Callan that they stayed there 9 days, and they made a further halt of 3 days at Clonmel, which also entertained them hospitably. Thomas Butler, a man of great local influence who had married Ossory's daughter and was afterward created Lord Cahir, met the troops of Clonmel and led them over the mountains to Dungarvan. He spoke very good English and made himself most agreeable. Gerald McShane, Fitzgerald of Decease, who was also Ossory's son-in-law, joined them on the road. This gentleman could not speak a word of English, but he was very civil, professed great loyalty, and bound himself by hostages to act under the advice of the council. Reaching Dungarvan about the middle of September, they met Skeffington, who had made up his mind to take the place, and who brought the artillery which was henceforth to play so great a part in Irish politics. The accidental presence of a Devonshire fishing fleet enabled the Lord Deputy to invest the castle completely. On being summoned, the commandant answered boldly that he held the place for his master, and that he would do the best for him, as he was sure Skeffington would in the like case do for his master. 2 days were spent in preparing the battery, and at 5 o'clock on the morning of the 3rd the cannonade began. A breach was made by 11, and Sir John St. Loup wished to storm it at once, but Skeffington's practised eye detected an inner barricade. Lord Butler, who was a suitor for the castle and had no mind to be at the expense of rebuilding it, here interfered to prevent a renewal of the fire. He sent in 2 of his men as hostages for the constable's safety, and the latter then came out. Partly by coaxing and partly by bullying, Butler persuaded him to surrender, and he and his men took the oath of allegiance and swore to maintain the succession of Anne Boleyn's child. The castle was handed over to Ossory's men. The Earl of Desmond, whom Gonzalo Fernandez visited, died in 1529, leaving no male issue, and his uncle and successor, Thomas Moyle, soon followed him. Thomas Moyle's son, Maurice, died before his father, having married Joan Fitzgerald, daughter of the White Knight, by whom he left one son, generally called James Fitzmaurice. James would have succeeded, of course, but that the validity of his mother's marriage was disputed. Failing him, the next heir would be his grand-uncle John Fitzthomas, who was at this time a very old man. To settle this question if possible, and also, as Skeffington wrote to the king, to execute the succession of your highness and of your most excellent queen, and Boleyn, the Lord Deputy, issued commissions for all the southern and western counties, and in each Lord Butler was named as chief commissioner. But the old artilleryman would not give Butler a single gun, and he continued his journey without the means of taking castles. At Youghal the townsmen received him well, and Parry, who evidently liked good living, notes that claret sold there for 4d. a gallon. Next day they encamped near Middleton, where the Butlers mustered 202 horse, 312 gallowglasses, and 204 kern, besides a due proportion of the rabble which invariably accompany Irish armies. Parry's contingent consisted of 78 spearmen, 24 longboys, and 5 musketeers, and all well horsed. The next day they reached Cork, and Cormac Oge appeared with his host on a hill less than a mile from the city. Drawing up his main body on rising ground fronting the McCarthys, Butler descended into the hollow with a few followers, and the chief of Muskerry met him there, similarly attended. The mayor and aldermen, all in scarlet gowns and velvet tippets after the English fashion, were very glad to see so many Englishmen, and made us, says Parry, the best cheer that ever we had in our lives. Next day Cormac Oge came into the town, accompanied by the young earl, who had married his daughter, and who, having been brought up in England, dressed and behaved in approved fashion. He acknowledged that he held all from the king, whom he had never offended, and as a true-born Englishman he was quite ready to go to England and try his title before his majesty in council, provided his grand-uncle Sir John would do the same. Earl or not, he was at the king's disposal for any service, and to all this Cormac Oge agreed. The youthful Lord Barry, who spoke very good English, and was full of complaints against the McCarthys for keeping him out of his lands, also came to Lord Butler at Cork. Cormac Oge was anxious to have all disputes referred to the Lord Deputy, but his son-in-law McCarthy, Riag, the chief of Carberry, who came in upon safe conduct, said that he would do nothing of the kind, but would hold by the sword what he had won by the sword. Butler was very angry, and told him he should repent, but McCarthy doubtless knew that however good the will, the power to pursue him into his own country was wanting. Mallow and Kilmallock, which Parry found a very poor town, were next visited, and as the army approached Limerick, O'Brien evacuated the 2 castles in the neighbourhood and obstructed the passes into Thomond with felled trees. Hearing that the invaders had no cannon, he restored his garrison and encamped with a large force 3 miles from the city walls. At Limerick, Parry also found very good cheer, but nothing like the cheer that we had at Cork. They then encamped at Adair, where Donogh O'Brien, the reigning chief of Thomond's eldest son, and the husband of Lady Helen Butler, came to meet his brother-in-law. The speech attributed to Donogh seems genuine, and is not without a rude pathos. I've married your sister, and because I have married your sister, I've forsaken my father, mine uncle, and all my friends, and my country, to come to you to help to do the king's service. I've been sore wounded, and I have no reward, nor nothing to live upon. What would ye have me to do, if that it would please the king's grace to take me unto his service, and that you will come into the country, and bring with you a piece of ordnance to win a castle, the which castle is named Carrigogunel, and his grace to give me that, the which never was none Englishman's these 200 years, and I will desire the king no help nor aid of no man but this English captain with his 100 and odd of Englishmen to go with me upon my father and mine uncle, the which are the king's enemies, and upon the Irishmen that never Englishman were amongst. And if that I do hurt or harm, or that there be any mistrust, I will put in my pledges as good as ye shall require that I shall hurt no Englishmen, but upon the wild Irishmen that are the king's enemies. And for all such land as I shall conquer, it shall be at the king's pleasure to set Englishmen in it, to be beholden of the king, as his pleasure shall be. And I to refuse all such Irish fashions, and to order myself after the English, and all that I can make or conquer. Of this I desire an answer. That Donogh, in offering his services, was going directly against his own family is plain from a letter which his father had written to Charles V, not much more than a year before. He he had then said, never been subject to English rule, or yielded up our ancient rights and liberties, and there is at this present and forever will be perpetual discord between us, and we will harass them with continual war. The O'Briens had never sworn fealty to anyone, but he offered full submission to the Emperor, with 100 castles and 18,000 men. Old Sir John of Desmond, the rival claimant to the title, also came to Adair, and spoke plainly in very good English. What should I do in England? He asked. To meet a boy there. Let me have that Irish whoreson, Cormac Oge, and I will go into England before the king. Parry thought him as full of mischief as ever, but he agreed to meet the young earl at Youghal, and also the obnoxious Cormac. It is curious to see how proud these Desmonds were of their Norman blood, and how they despised the Irish, while often straining every nerve against Henry II's successor, offering their allegiance to foreign princes, and boasting to them of their Irish allies. Returning to Clonmel by Kilmallock and Cashel, Parry was dispatched to bring Vice-Treasurer Brabazon and Chief Justice Birmingham to a conference with Ossory and his son at Youghal. During the whole long journey from Dungarvan he had met no one who had ever seen an English soldier in those parts. Some days they rode 16 miles at a stretch over what had once been really, and still remained nominally, Englishmen's grounds. The woods, the rivers, and the rich grass lands about them excited his admiration, nor was there any want of ground suitable for corn, and the ridges showed that it had once been tilled, but not a blade of oats had grown there for 12 years. Parry, who had evidently been very well treated by him, seems to have formed a high idea of Lord Butler's qualifications. If the king would give him artillery, there was scarcely any limit to his possible services, for his own marriage with a daughter of Desmond, and the marriages of his sisters, no less than his personal character, gave him great influence throughout the south of Ireland. Having determined to continue Skeffington in the government of Ireland, notwithstanding his age and bad health, Henry took means to supply him with efficient subordinates. First among them was Lord Leonard Grey, who returned with a new commission as Marshal, and with the title of Viscount Grane, which, however, he never chose to assume. The others were Sir John St. Loup, a brave soldier, the Vice-Treasurer Brabazon, who was already well tried, and John Allen, Master of the Rolls, who had been pushing his own interests at court, and who was entrusted with the royal dispatch. Honest musters leading to a reduction of expenses were the king's great object at this time, for Kildare was safe in the Tower, and it seemed that a great army was no longer necessary. Special care was taken to define Grey's position, and Skeffington, whose supremacy as Henry's representative was fully acknowledged, was reminded that royal blood flowed in the Marshal's veins. Discipline had been much relaxed in Ireland, and no doubt reform was wanted, but Grey seems to have used his military authority with undue severity. Thomas Dacre, a member of the great northern family, who came in charge of some spearmen, was imprisoned for 8 days, though nothing had been proved against him. Another Dacre was confined for 7 weeks, without any apparent reason, and during a fortnight he had irons on both arms and legs. Such proceedings certainly gave some grounds for supposing that Grey was not disposed to favour those who had helped to overthrow his rebellious nephew. Skeffington died about 2 months after Grey's return. Though not very brilliant, he had been on the whole successful, and had shown that a private gentleman armed with the king's commission could be more than a match for the greatest of Irish nobles. It was indeed part of Henry's policy, as it had been his father's, to rely much upon persons of far humbler birth. Fox and Wolsey were churchmen, and the tonsure had been always powerful to counteract plebeian extraction. But Empson, the pettifogger, Cromwell the clothier, Style the scribe, and Tuke, who speculated in curses, with many others of no higher original pretensions were often preferred for important affairs to the chiefs of the English aristocracy. The business was often better done, and the power of the crown was brought into more prominent relief. Skeffington may be regarded as the first of that long line of able public servants who reduced Ireland to a tardy and unwilling obedience. He was, said Brabazon, a very good man of war, but not quick enough for Ireland, and somewhat covetous. The charge was made by others also, and is easier to make than to refute. But it is certain that Skeffington died in difficulties, and one fact may be set against many opinions. End of chapter 10, part 2.